Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series Round 4 in 2024. We're live here from karting Genk in Belgium for what is set to be a enthralling second half of the day. A little look at the track that we're racing on this weekend. Year of opening 1983. Karting Genk, also known as the home of champions, event record set in time qualifying earlier in the weekend. Clement Outron with a 54.642, which put him outright pole, and he has continued that trend all the way throughout the rest of the weekend so far. The track, though, in more depth, an absolutely superb venue. 190 metre start-finish straight, 160 metre back straight. Total track length, 1,360 metres. Track widening from 8 to 12 metres with an elevation change of 3 metres, meaning it's a pretty flat circuit out there. No need to worry about any hills or undulations. For the drivers, though, the turns, there are 15 of them, though, spanning around the 1.3 kilometre circuit. 9 to the right, 6 to the left, and 2 hairpins out there. Many of those turns provide an overtaking opportunity in towards turns 2, 6, 7, 12, and 14. We've also seen overtakes in towards turn 11 as well. We've also seen overtakes through turn 3 also. But again, the main overtaking opportunities are right there on your screen. Top speed, drivers reaching 125 kilometers an hour. And that'll be into the braking zone of turn number 1 with an average speed around the lap of 89 kilometers an hour. It is a fast circuit. It is a driver's circuit. And like I say, it's been on many a driver's calendar throughout their entirety of their racing careers. Well, all the way throughout today, Andrew, we've seen some fabulous racing and fabulous news from other people out there. But the biggest news, I think, that can come out of this paddock comes from the RGMMC tent itself. The one and only Lynn Geidel. It is her birthday today, and she has stressed that everyone goes and sees her and gives her a kiss on both cheeks and a hug. So there we go. We'll make sure that we get that one out there, and that's an invitation to absolutely everyone to go there. But back to the racing, Andrew. Juniors coming up next. We've seen one qualifying heat so far, and now it's groups B and C that are coming up next.
Yeah, and Juniors is wide open this weekend in terms of who we're looking at to be at the top of the table. This is a key one, though, because you've got both of your race winners from the first round of heats going up against one another. So someone's losing their unbeaten record. Maybe both drivers who won last time out are losing their winning records. One driver who will be hoping that that is the case and that it's him taking the 0 points in this one is Quinten van Leeuwen. A very difficult first race. Finished P22, needs a good result here. We caught up with him after qualifying yesterday.
Here in the sunshine, end of qualifying for X30 Junior, but not a dry session for yourself, Quinten van Leeuwen. Really, really tough conditions out there, but you seem to be a cut above the rest in Group 1.
Yeah, it was a great feeling. It's rain, so always fast in the rain, and yeah, just drove and did it.
And another good result for Falcon as a team. It really seems like you're on the up this weekend.
Yeah, we're getting to the best point of Falcon, and hopefully we're even getting better.
Very difficult session, of course. You did also manage to get an extra lap in there. Is that the thing, you know, how much of an advantage you had over the rest of the field, the thing you're most happy about with that result?
The last lap, when I got an extra lap, it wasn't even the fastest. I was the fastest, like, second lap, and then it was just 2 times slower every lap, so...
Going into racing tomorrow, very different prospects. How are we feeling ahead of that?
Yeah, just ready for racing, and yeah, hopefully we do good.
And again, that margin you had, I think we've just had Group 2. I think another one of the drivers has just pipped you to overall position. But, you know, the fact that you were that close, considering they had arguably better conditions, that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, they also have the drier track, but it's not much of a gap, so it's good.
Well, best of luck, Quinten. We'll see you out there on track tomorrow on the front row of the grid.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear there from Quinten as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit for qualifying Heat B versus C. Quinten, great qualifying for him. Not a driver who's in contention for anywhere in the championship, nowhere within the top 10, but still a driver who's looking for some good results today. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Quinten van Leeuwen and Dan Alleman going from row number 1. Zach Green and Alex Pineda going from row 2. Jos Mulder and Niels Malik round out the top 6 on row 3. They'll have Ben Smith and Didier Krieft on row 4. Felipe Rice and Jugrano round out row 5. They'll have Arthur Huang and Moritz Moore on row number 6. Senamine and Nikita Nikshov round out row number 7.
Gabriele Benecchi and Aurelio Gustinelli start on the 8th row of the grid. Roc Pinheiro is in this one as well, starts on row 9 and is joined by compatriot Angelina Simmons. Row 10, Sarah Efford goes alongside Mohamed El Bouzaki. Row 11, Bahrain's Demir Albali starts alongside David Minchuna. Noam Nolken and Veer Chopra start at the penultimate row of the grid. It's a 26-strong field completed by row 13. Belgium's Jannis van den Bosch and the Netherlands' Wouter Burger, who had a very good heat in round 1, but again, such is the nature of these heats. If you have a bad qualifying, you have a good first race, you've then got to do all that hard work again through rounds 2 and 3 to ensure that you're one of the 36 drivers on the grid for the final tomorrow. Remember, you've got those super heats to come as well. All of these drivers are guaranteed a spot in one of those 2 super heats, but ultimately it's the top 36. That's where they want to be. There's a quick look into race control. David Manchester in the centre, who's been reminiscing this morning with Martin Bean out there on track about things 20 years ago at Wombwell and places like that. He's flanked this afternoon by Joanna Falcao and Sara Blanco. They've got their eyes and ears across the whole circuit, 1.3 kilometres in length here at Karting Genk, ready for a good afternoon's racing.
Hey, David, you're not fooling anyone with them glasses on. Drivers making their way round into the final sector of the lap. They'll be passing the red line now on your screen. From this point out, no overtaking is permitted. And really, it should be 2x2 rolling start to get it going. Like we said, we've already seen some brilliant races earlier on. Dan Alleman and Zach Green both taking race wins earlier on, but now they're in the same race with each other. So now one of them is about to lose their first race of the day. Who will it be? If anything, you may think it could be Dan Alleman because he's on the front row. But Zach Green has that inside line going into turn 1. Lights go green. We are racing, and it's been a terrible start from the second row backwards because, again, you can see there they've got through. Quintin van der Wen leads the way. Dan Alleman there in second place, but look at that. It's Alex Pineda who's got up into third place. Where is Zach Green? He's tumbled down to 5th.
Yeah, not a good start for Zach Green at all. For whatever reason, he just wasn't able to hold the rear bumper of Quintin van Leeuwen as the lights went out. Straight away, Dan Alleman trying to get the lead off of his fellow front row starter. We saw him take the initiative in his first race earlier on this morning. Momentarily lost the lead to the driver immediately behind him, Alex Pinheiro, before striking back into turn 7. But right now, it's Quintin van Leeuwen leading. Dan Alleman in second place. Alex Pinheiro third. That top 3 have broken away because Zach Green's been on the attack. Back down the inside of Niels Malik there in the gold and white liveried number 50. He's back up to 4th place as here on the attack goes Dan Alleman. Easy as you like. That's the power of the slipstream down the longest straight here at Genk. Into the lead and back through. That was Niels Malik going for the move. It's got back up to 4th place. So that's the thing with that straight, particularly in the junior and the mini categories. It is very powerful indeed. But once again, Anthony, Dan Alleman continuing to impress here in X30 Junior at the front once again, and it looks like Alex Pinheiro has followed through into second place.
Yeah, he has indeed, down the inside through turn number 7. It was well timed, well executed, and he's not lost too much time there to Dan Alleman, who has not broken away too far. Like we were saying, for the rest of this field, you can see there the battle behind starting to really heat up as down the inside goes one of the Mick Barrett racing cars. That's Ben Smith making the moves, and he's now up into P6 now. But as I say that, he tumbles down 3 places. So the rest of the field go through. And now it looks like Krieft, Green and Nikita Nikshov have both all got past. Yeah. Back here at the sharp end, and Quintin van der Wen is right on that rear tail of Alex Pinheiro.
Yeah, he is, and looking to build into the middle part of this race. Didier Krieft, you mentioned there, Anthony, needs a good race in this one if you weren't with us earlier. An incident with his teammate Stigler Adamaker in the first heat meant it was P21 for Krieft from the first round of heats. Again, all of these drivers know they're going to be racing in some shape or form tomorrow, but it's all about getting in the top 10 to comfortably qualify through on average across the heats and get into the final later on this weekend. The championship, of course, is decided in this one. If you're just joining us and wondering how your championship leader Harrison Mack is getting on, we'll talk more about it later. But in short, he's not racing because he already has sufficient enough points advantage to win the title, even by not circulating here this weekend. Back with Groups B and C, though. Dan Alaman leads this one, hasn't broken away, and that was a little bit of a wide moment up across the curb on the exit of turn 2. Alex Pinheiro is going to be all over the back of the Swiss driver once again. This is where he made the move in race number 1. He's done it again down the inside. Can Dan Alaman now respond? Last time we saw these two go like this, Alaman back down the inside is where he dived. This time Pinheiro covers off that counter-attack, and Quinten van Leeuwen instead has got through and into second place. Good learning there from Alex Pinheiro. Wise stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't want a carbon copy of what happened earlier on. Now down the inside, a door that was most definitely closing. Alaman lucky to still be in this race after that one is there in third place. Jos Mulder has now closed in. It is a 4-car battle for the lead. Just behind, you can see there Nilis Malik on the special liveried STX Motorhomes GGM kart pushing itself up, but it's got a nice big dent on that front NASA panel, or nose cone, that I'll have to be careful with. Green's just behind him as well, who's dropped down 3 places and is looking to recover back. Eyes on this one as, Quinten van Leeuwen is under pressure here now. Alaman looks to the inside through turn 7, says thank you very much, and he takes that position away. That's good for Alaman. It's bad for Alex Pinheiro, who's not been able to break away, and it's also good for Jos Mulder, who has definitely latched on now.
It has indeed. Air temperature continuing to go up. Track temperature now 40 degrees at the surface here in Belgium. We have been predicting that the temps would continue to go up across the course of the afternoon. Alex Pinheiro will lead at the end of lap 5, but for how much longer? Because look at that from Dan Alaman. Gets the power out of the final corner. There is nothing Alex Pinheiro can do, and in the space of a matter of seconds, he's gone from 1st to 4th.
That is the ultimate tow there between these drivers. You could see how much different speed that they had. That's the concertina effect kicking in. Quinten van Leeuwen goes to the lead of this one now. Jos Mulder is there in second place, but keep an eye as Pinheiro fights back. Pinheiro back up into second place, and who's it brought in? It's brought Zach Green straight back into play, and he's there in 4th place right behind Dan Alaman. So again, this is all kicking off. Pinheiro's going to go defensive. Alaman's going to send it. Here comes Zach Green, wheel to wheel, and now is up into P3, but they have released Quinten van Leeuwen into the lead now.
Yeah, this is a big lap now for Quinten van Leeuwen as we go on to lap number 7. If he can stay away, he should have this race victory signed, sealed, and delivered. But what a bit of driving by Zach Green to pull himself back into this. We said in the first round of heats as Alex Pinheiro gets all crossed up in the middle of turn number 2, is able to hold on to 4th. The most impressive thing for me, Anthony, of Zach Green's victory earlier on was his calmness and his ability to do just that. Take his time, take the positions one by one. He's not throwing the moves in there and being over-aggressive. He's being very shrewd with these overtakes. It's got him up to second place now. More moves going on out there. Just Mulder's got back up to 4th place, has got past Alex Pinheiro with a nice send down the inside into turn 7. What is the pace like? Zach Green has just gone purple through sector number 2. Quinten van Leeuwen has about an 8/10 of a second lead. It's not completely done yet, but the leader is keeping things nice and calm at the front.
It certainly is, and you saw briefly there the hand signals coming out from Dan Alaman is entrusting that battle to go forth, but in the background it's all kicking off. Malik has got Nikita Nikshov. Rice is there as well. Pinheiro, Berganu, Senna is there as well from Smith. Benecki is also there as well. And again, it's all just kicking off on this final lap. They're all just trying to gain that one extra place here, that one extra place there. And unfortunately for Malik, he's going to drop way down the order now as everyone just fights their way back through the grid. Back at the front, though, Quinten van Leeuwen, I'm sure, is still in a comfortable position. The gap is 4/10 of a second as we keep an eye on this battle here. But again, Dan Aleman is ahead of this also. Just Mulder is trying to control this one, but it's all going to go the way of some other people, I'm sure, as Cinnamon is trying to fight back in this. At the front, though, checker flag's going to go out. They did an almighty job to close up to him, but it wasn't going to be enough. Quinten van Leeuwen takes the win across the line. And do I dare say that's Quinten's first qualifying heat win of the season? Yep. I think it is for Quinten van Leeuwen, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that. That pole position came through for him. Zach Green, second place, and Dan Aleman third. So both winners earlier on, both lose out.
Both lose out. We did say it could be Quinten van Leeuwen who took both of their records away, and the driver who was top rookie last year in this part of the world, both in the Netherlands Championship and also the one for the wider Belgium, Netherlands and Luxembourg region, showing exactly why he is a growing star in this part of the world. Quinten van Leeuwen strikes back after a difficult first round. It'll take another result to pull him further up the grid. He's still got work to do, but he can be very pleased with that one. Only winning by 0.079 seconds, but he timed that race perfectly. Zach Green takes second place. That's still another good score for Zach Green. He currently holds second in the IC. Third for Dan Aleman. Fourth for Just Mulder. Fifth for Didier Cruyff. That's a good result for Didier Cruyff, Anthony. He needed that after the disappointments of round one.
He certainly did, yes. He didn't want a repeat of that, did he? Felipe Rice finishing in P6 ahead of Nikita Nikishov, who gained 7 places in that one ahead of Senna Meunier. Then it's Alex Pineda, who unfortunately dropped back to P9, who was leading the way at one point. Ben Smith just behind him, also in 10th place. Gabriel Benecki ahead of Angelina Simmons. Ugrana ahead of Arthur Huang. Nidas Malik from David Minchuna. Moritz Moore from Aurelio Agustinelli, finishing in P18 from Rotter Bergenu, and Yanis van der Bosch, who rounds out the top 20, more just behind, all 26 that started, finished. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, and again, shaky start. You can see a lot of movement going into turn one there for Quinten van Leeuwen. And Dan Aleman as well, just holding on to that outside line. The start didn't go well for Zach Green, and I think that was the turning point of that race. If he had that good start, he might have won that race.
I tend to agree. We know he's very strong in the second half of the races, but and he was again in this one, but he had to fight his way back through. That was good reading of the race by Alex Pinera there as well, knowing that there was that gap between first and third. When the lights went out, he switched across to the inside. Swiftly indeed. Everybody made their way through. Good to see all 26 drivers got to the end of that race. No retirements along the way through those 8 laps. This was the first move by Dan Aleman down the inside. Quinten van Leeuwen, I think quite wisely, they're not fighting it too hard, trying to keep the numbers game low of those in the top group, and knowing that he would have opportunities later on in the race as well, of course. A little bit further down the order, this was a bit of a wild moment for the number 95 out there. Alex Pinera went on the attack, went down the inside of Dan Aleman. A repeat of the move that we saw earlier on today in round one, and the difference is he covered off the inevitable counter-attack from the Swiss driver and took the lead on lap 4. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, that first overtake from Dan Aleman, I thought that was going to be a race-winning overtake there. I thought he was going to drive away at that point. And like you say, when Alex Pineda got up into the lead of this one, I thought, all right, we've got a fight on our hands here. And again, we saw exactly that. This moment here, this was proper NASCAR style, because again, in NASCAR, you have to have drivers work with you behind to use that slipstream. That's exactly what we saw there. Alex Pinera was just left out to dry there, quite literally, on the racing line. He was in the lead and thought, oh no, everyone's gone against me on this one, and they've all gone through. He certainly fought back, though, later on, because, again, back down the inside, showing his dander up, straight back into second place, and right behind there of Quinten van Leeuwen. Yeah, I think Alex Pinera will be looking at this race, though, and thinking, missed opportunity for some good points here. He won't like that main straight, because in terms of losing out, it's a very quick run to the line for a number of the drivers out there. Lap number 6, race carrying on. Dan Aleman fought back through. Zach Green was back on the scene at this stage. Down the inside went Zach Green, took second place away. Just Mulder also on the attack down the inside of Alex Pinheiro. This is where it started to unravel for Alex Pinheiro. Just being out of the groove. When you get a tight race like this, if you get off the main racing line, you have to be patient to find the opportunity to come back in. Unfortunately for Alex Pinheiro, he fell all the way down to 9th place. But it was a good win for Quinten van Leeuwen. Wins by 0.079 of a second. Zach Green gets by on the slowdown lap there, but crucially, it was a win for Quinten van Leeuwen and PDB Racing Team. Shortly, we'll be down in Parc Ferme with Anthony. There's a look at the running order through the rest of this afternoon. Another junior heat coming up next. Minis after this as well for their second round. Another round of seniors, and then we do all of that again. The third round, the final round for the juniors and the minis will be later on this afternoon from just after 4 o'clock local time, and then we'll finish with the seniors at the end of their long campaign of qualifying heats across the course of not just today but yesterday as well. They had 3 rounds of heats to kick things off here at Karting Genk. Remember, we're back tomorrow as well for the super heats and the finals. They all go off from 10:20 is when we'll see the first super heat for the minis. 2 of them in each class, taking us through to lunchtime. And then there's 3 finals as well. The mini final at 1:30 tomorrow, 2 o'clock for juniors and 2:30 for the seniors. So a few more minutes before we get to the next race. It will be the second heat for the juniors. The groups of A and D will come back out with the likes of Riley Cranham going for another good result. Potentially Evan Purcell, after that great bit of work in qualifying yesterday, will be on the front row of the grid. Devon Hageland will also be looking to impress again on relatively close soil to where he's from. He's not one of the home favourites in terms of being from Belgium, but not too far away, the Netherlands, bringing a lot of drivers here this weekend to compete across all of the classes. The standings as things are for at the moment for X30 Junior. Do bear in mind we are halfway through the schedule, the second round of heats for the juniors. Cranham from Green Alaman. Let's head quickly though down to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Ferme, not with our race winner from that one, but Zach Green, who finishing in a very close second place, I will say. An incredible recovery drive from you on that one. But talk to us about the start. What happened there? It looked like you just didn't get the go, did you?
No, I got a bad run, and then I dropped down a few places, and a lot of the drivers didn't really want to work together. They just kept scrapping for 5th. But then I eventually got past them and used my speed to catch back up. And I thought about doing the same move that I did in Heat 1, but he covered it, so I couldn't.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? You do get some, you don't get some. But let's talk a little bit about this weekend, because the championship fight is over at this point. We know that Mackey's got it, but the rest of the points, the rest of the places are still up for grabs. And there's a lot of drivers who are at that sharp end, who have not been where they wanted to be. How is it looking for you? Is everything still feeling confident that you can maintain your position or maybe even go up?
Yeah, I think so. With drop rounds, I think I'm joint with Buckley. So there's a few others as well that are close. But I try not to really think about that, just focus on what I can do and try and win them all, if that's possible.
Well, you've got one more qualifying heat today to go. Are you looking forward to it? You feeling prepared?
Yeah, hopefully I can have a better start and then take it from there.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done on the P2. We'll see you out there later today.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Zach Green. Plenty more races to go. Andrew, let's head back up to you. We have one more junior race to go for the second round of racing.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, we do have one more race for X30 Junior in this second round of 3 for the qualifying heats here today. Another 8 laps for groups A and D to sort themselves out and keep themselves in contention, especially for the likes of Riley Cranham in this race, who has a lead of the intermediate classification as things stand. Toby Gale will be looking for another top 5 at least here. Particularly other drivers who didn't have good first heats. I'm looking to the third row of the grid. Federico Spadolatti, as an example, will be looking to bounce back, as we've just seen from Quinten van Leeuwen in that first race. Let's take you through the grid then for qualifying heat A versus D in X30 Junior. On pole position, it's Evan Purcell for VDK Racing. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, it's Fusion Motorsports' Riley Cranham. Matteo Mellis from Italy starts on row 2 alongside Toby Gale. Federico Spadaletti is another Italian on this grid, immediately behind Mellis on row 3, and is alongside Devon Hageland there in the 163. Arthur de Donker was third earlier in the first round of heat. Starts this one from row 4. He's joined by Andrea Galimberti. Jacob Backler, really good run so far this weekend for Backler. Starts on the 5th row of the grid. Capitalised on difficult conditions in qualifying yesterday to get up there. He's joined by Tyke Buckley, who will be looking for another repeat of the moves to the field that we saw from the Irishman earlier. Row 6, Benjamin Maniac and Elvis Krasauskas. Row 7, Fidan Papaphilippou and Gilles Herman. Gilles Herman's had a bit of a quiet weekend so far here at Karting Genk. Let's see what he can do. Leonidas Peruzzi and Stig de Rademacher start on the 8th row of the grid. Sam Woolley and Archie Owen are there on row 9. Carolina Redondo and Denis Kozlovsky completes the top 20 for the start of this one. On row 11, it's Ji Xiao Chen and Flavio Cara taking us down to 22nd place. Row 12, Ben Gertz and Jack Doe, who races out of Dubai. And then it'll be 25 karts in this race. Elias Lehman will be on the outside of row 13. That is, of course, because Harrison Mackie does not take the start in this one. The decision taken by Fusion Motorsport to not run Mackie this weekend, the reason being the only way he could have lost the title this weekend is picking up a disqualification across the course of the weekend. And then one of either Buckley or Green having a very strong one on points, and in that regard, because you're not allowed to drop a disqualification in the championship regulations. And looking like we're going to be going round again, not starting the race on this occasion. So there we go, around for another one for the drivers to get a little bit more heat into their tyres, into the brakes, into their materials. It has suddenly become, over the lunch break, a very, very, very warm day. Probably the warmest it's been here so far this weekend. By this time yesterday, we had the rain showers coming in. And it's doing as the weather predicted, which is strange in a way for this part of the world.
It is strange, but it also said to me, I got a notification not long ago saying thunderstorms. So there we go. So love it while it lasts, because it might not stay. But at the moment, yeah, beautiful blue skies. And yeah, that temperature creeping up to 30 degrees at the moment. Right, drivers making their way past the red line. From this point on, no overtaking, as we always say, but their speed is a bit high, but it looks like the rest of the pack has closed in, which is good to see. So revs are up. Everyone is ready to go. Let's see what's going to happen in this one. We saw drama earlier on in the second race. Are we going to get it this time around as they head in towards turn number 1? Purcell on the inside line. Cranham on the outside is going to hold it around the outside, but keep an eye on the inside. Oh, I thought that Matteo Mellis had the lead there, but he settles for third place as the field behind all close in. It's a good start as they exit out of turn number 5 in towards the hairpin of turn 6. This is where you can get easily washed out to dry. Then there is one person off the track there in the background. That looks to me like that could be Denis Kolowski, who's gone off the circuit as they exit out of the rest of the track. Confirmation, there it is. Denis Kolowski there, unfortunately, right to the back of the field.
Yeah, unfortunate moment there, out of turn number 6. Evan Purcell was a bit surprised with the result yesterday. Didn't back himself. I said he wasn't normally as quick in the rain. I'd say what he did get right was the thinking process around how he constructed that qualifying session together. Can he take advantage of this opportunity? Cranham's looking down the inside though and decisively takes the lead away from Evan Purcell there into turn 2. Lovely stuff there from Riley Cranham.
That was a big move as well. That came from quite far back, but it's maybe not going to last too long there because Purcell was right on the scene to take it back. Now he's put himself on the back foot here as he's going to try and go defensive here from Matteo Mellis, but Mellis stays there in third place, doesn't bite on the opportunity, looks again, he nibbles at the opportunity there in towards turn 11, but thinks against it. That's allowing Toby Gale to close in just behind. Action replay here. What happened into the heavy? That's what happened, and that is why Denis Kolowski went to the back of the field.
It wasn't on the exit of turn 6. It was on the exit of turn 5. And,
Oh dear!
is that is that number 40?
Yeah, I
I
think
thought
that's
for a moment it was Purcell. It's another one of the VDKs.
It's Gilles Herman.
It's Gilles Herman. Gilles Herman. Well, we said he was having a quiet weekend up to now. It's not quiet at all. Well, it is in terms of the power, because he doesn't seem to be at full pace at all. Meanwhile, back at the front, it is good news for the other VDK Racing runner, because Purcell has retaken the lead of the race from Riley Cranham. Matteo Mellis is still there as well. And I tell you what, Devon Hargeland is coming into the picture. 4th place there in the 163, one of the wild cards here this weekend. Let's have a look at a replay. This is the move from Purcell, beautifully done down the inside into turn 6. Nothing Riley Cranham could really do about that. Purcell had a little go at that a lap or so ago. He's definitely strong through that infield part of the circuit. But going on to lap 4, Cranham's down the inside again. Whilst Purcell likes turn 6, Cranham likes turn 2 and repeats the same move that we saw earlier in the race to retake the lead.
Yep, certainly does, and pushes himself along into the pit lane. Comes one just outside the bottom of our commentary box. And there again, all kicking off here as Cranham retakes that lead. Purcell trying to fight back. Not going to happen. And now look at Cranham. He's already opened up a bit of a gap there as well. Mellis just behind. Haglin's there as well. Dodonka, Gale, Peruzzi, all involved in this battle. To the inside and round goes Evan Purcell. He will not like that at all. The pole sitter is out of contention in this qualifying heat. And it all happened because of a side-by-side scuffle.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an eager one. I think it was Devon Hargeland down the inside there. Matteo Mellis is having a bit of difficulty there. He's now on the curb and has lost a number of positions. We're into the second half of this race. Is off the road there. That's one of the Mick Barrett Racing runners. I think that's Ty Buckley trying to fight his way through. He was able to get back up to 3rd place in the previous race. But he's having a bit more difficulty this time around. Benjamin Maniac's in this group as well. You can see the number 55 there, the red and white Birrell ART. Maniac could have had a top 3 himself in the previous race, but an unfortunate clip of a curb and spinning out on some wet grass, or half spinning out on some wet grass in the previous race, means he's on a bit of a comeback charge. Buckley down the inside of Spartaletti there. That is Ty Buckley back up to 9th place.
Certainly is. I saw there Sid the Regular make very forcefully saying, "Don't defend, go," to Toby Gale, and he's listened to that, but Sid the Radermaker has said, "I've had enough of sitting behind you, I want to go for the move," but he can't get it done, and he stays behind. Now he's got the likes of Benjamin Maniac right there behind. Maniac, who lost out massively earlier on in the first race, trying to gain those moves and unfortunately dropping backwards. Here is that overtake again. Oh, just misjudged the brakes. Yep. Completely misjudged the brakes there, and that is such a shame. Yeah,
it's a real shame for Evan Purcell. There's nothing he could have done about that situation. This was close. Ty Buckley out on the dirt. Side-by-side moment with Benjamin Maniac. Artur Dodonka has impressed me so far this weekend, Anthony. He's already got a 3rd place on his scorecard from earlier on in the weekend. He's the fastest driver out on circuit, and he's giving Riley Cranham something to think about in this race.
He certainly is, and right now you can see that gap has come down to 0.2 of a second as the slipstream effect, the toe will kick in. Dodonka not close enough for the attack just yet, stays behind as they go through. You can see that Haglin's just behind as well. He's got the company of Peruzzi and Mellis just behind, but their fastest lap, Dodonka, is closing in even more. The gap's going to come down to less than 0.2 now in towards turn 7. We have still got a lap to go after this one. So again, these drivers do need to be careful. Cranham will go slightly defensive there in towards turn 11. Well, Dodonka's going to say, go, go. Don't worry about me. A second place will be delightful. I'll stick with it, please. So don't mess around. Don't push me back into the group behind. Just keep going.
Or is it? No, it's the
Oh,
counter.
it's a big send.
It's the big brain counter, but Cranham saw it coming and actually gets the lead back as they go on to the last lap of this one. Cranham's going to defend now. He's not going to listen to the Dodonka at all in any of this because they've got a 1.8 second gap over Hageland and everybody else behind. Cranham is going to have to get wise to every trick in the book that Arthur Dodonka's got at this stage of this heat. Sits to the middle of the road through turn number 6. He's now going to get across again to stop any kind of attack down into turn 7. He's done that. Subtle defensive line through the chicane, but there's still going to be more opportunities here for Dodonka to get through.
There certainly will be, and as they head in towards turn 11, they are running out though in towards turn 12, and again he's saying, "Come on, go, go!" But Cranham's not going to listen. You've already thrown that dummy out of the pram. You said you were going to go, but then you actually sent it, and now he's not going to listen. He's going to go defensive all the way here. Understandably, Cranham will exit out of the final corner, and he will take the win in this one. Dodonka still gets a fabulous result of P2. Hageland finishes in third place ahead of Peruzzi. Then it is Mellis from De Rademaker. Buckley will finish in P7 ahead of Gale. Magnac finishes in P9 ahead of Owen, who rounds out the top 10. But Cranham puts himself in a really strong spot now. A second earlier, now a win. He leads the intermediate classification.
We asked at the start of today, didn't we, mate, whether it would be Riley Cranham to be the driver to step up, with Harrison Mackie sitting this one out to become the lead driver this weekend for Fusion Motorsport. Well, off the basis of those 2 rounds of heat, the answer is very much yes for Riley Cranham. He will take the lead. Let's have a little look at some replays. Oh, now this is Jill Herman's problem. So he's had a problem going down the main straight. That was a very scary moment.
This was interesting, David. Exit close 6, and I find them on the starting straight at 86 and 49. And you'll see that I believe it was number 49 decided to go down the start finish straight and he joined the race.
So the number 86 was Fidon Papaphilippou. So obviously an incident between those two being looked at by the race officials. There is your provisional result from that last race. Cranham from Dodonka, Hageland, Peruzzi and Mellis, your top 5.
6th place downwards sees Steve De Rademaker still with a gain of 10 places in that race. We'll have Tyke Buckley finishing behind Toby Gale, Benjamin Maniac, Archie Owen from Elvis Krakowskis. Then it's Shaka Bashler from Federico Soar Delati. Then it's Ellis Ladman finishing in P14, a gain of 12 places. So a very strong performance there. Flavio Carrier from Galimberti. Then it's Purcell. Purcell recovered to 17th place after the pole sitters incident there on track. He will not be too happy with that one. Redondo from Ji Zhaozhen. Sam Woolley from Dennis Koloversky. Ben Goertz from Papaphilippou rounding out the 23 finishers. Here's a look at the highlights, Andrew, and the getaway again from Purcell at the beginning of that one was absolutely fine. It held onto that inside line, no drama whatsoever. Cranham as well got a good getaway. There was a little bit of jostling in the mid-pack there, but all round it was actually pretty clean.
Yeah, I think now that the drivers have got those first 2 rounds under their
in the
feet, in the bag. You know, they were a bit calmer in that one. The first race was a bit frantic.
Oof,
saying that was a very frantic moment for Kozlowski. Kozlowski did very well to get back in the race there and eventually finished P21. Cranham into turn 2. He's looking so on it through sector 1 this weekend. This was the slightly strange moment involving Gilles Herman. Getting momentarily back into the race. He would retire. You can see that the radiator's definitely been dislodged there. He has a little look at it and says, "Yeah, that's going to be going no further." I think I've got to give it to Evan Purcell as well, though. He fought this one really, really well in the early stages. You know, we said whilst Cranham was doing things into turn 2, it was turn 6 for Purcell. He was very strong indeed, and unfortunate not to get a good result in that race. Yeah,
it was indeed. But again, like you were saying, definitely a strong performance in that beginning section. There again, Purcell was looking to the inside. Then it brought everyone else back into play. There you can see going through Devon Haglin as well. It was at this point here. it was just too late on the brakes. You see the hand going up, just saying that's my bad on that one. But yeah, for Evan Purcell, that was the punishment certainly didn't fit the crime, did it?
No. The positives, though, his race pace was on point up to that point. So that would suggest that when we get round to round 3 of the heats for Evan Purcell, that he's still set to have a good result. This was a close moment. Ty Buckley out on the grass. We've seen a couple of drivers struggle to get the kart back on circuit at that point, so Buckley did very, very well to keep himself in the race. This was the little switch back between Riley Cranham and Artur Donker. One of the things that's really impressed me so far this year, Anthony, is, and you see this sometimes with juniors, the maturity grows in a driver at this level, and Riley Cranham has really come on for me in terms of thinking through the battles, whether it be at a national level or a continental level. And there, he let the Donker go down the inside, commit to it, knowing that he would have the cutback. It was a very good piece of driving from both of them. Good to see. For now, though, on to minis.
It certainly is indeed. Next race coming up very soon. Mini X30 qualifying heat B versus C that is about to take to the track. And again, we have seen some exciting racing from the Mini X30 category. Close battles all the way throughout, but again, some drivers here are about to lose their first race of the day, because Sukhmani Kira, who's starting this one on the front row of the grid, is in a prime position to take another race win here. And again, thinking about just her race earlier on, that just excellent timing, switch back after the big send down the inside for Bruno Priam, was just able to take that lead on the last lap of the race. So, but at qualifying, we caught up with Sukhmani Kira, and her qualifying was certainly a very surprising one.
End of Group 2, quite a dramatic Group 2 in X30 Mini. Fastest driver in the wet conditions, Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani, what can we say? That all happened very, very quickly. You came to us and weren't quite sure what position you were in, but fastest in those early laps. The rain then came down. Tell us about it.
I did quite a good lap too. I was like pushing my teammate, and then the rain started coming down, so luckily I did my fastest lap on lap 2. So.
Start of the season was all about scoring points. You achieved that earlier in the year. You know, really good run at Franciacorta. The season's been getting better and better, but you know, is this result even a bit of a surprise?
A little bit, but yeah, hopefully you can do well in the racing.
And the work that you've been doing with Fusion this year, you know, support from the Alpine Racer program as well. How key has that been in terms of preparing you as a driver?
It's definitely been a big help. They've helped me a lot, Fusion and Alpine, so thank you to them.
Races tomorrow. It could be more weather like this. Is that something that you're looking forward to?
I'm all right around here in the wet, so hopefully you can do well.
And this circuit as well. Is it another one you enjoy?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Sukhmani. A great result, and we'll see you on the front row tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, Andrew, judging by those pictures there, your prediction of it could be raining.
It's all the counter weather gods.
Yeah, exactly.
If they say it's going to rain, it's not going to rain.
Exactly. And from this picture here, it's lovely blue sky. There we go. There's Oliver Warner on your screen, the driver of the 814, starting this one on the front row of the grid. Again, another driver who has delivered well over the course of this season. And, well, earlier on for Oliver Warner, it didn't go fully his way. It did drop to P6, but again, strong results over the course of this season. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing what he could do in this one. Like I say, front row start, but he is on the outside. So there's a bit of work to be done there.
He's on the outside, but a driver that we've seen across the course of 2024 loves a battle and can move through. Doesn't get overpowered by, you know, a big pack of karts being together. Particularly remember back to his great victory that he had at round 1 in Zwaira for that. 1 minute board, I think, in the air from Ross Upton, our judge of facts, telling all the drivers that it's nearly time to go racing. And yeah, another strong field of drivers here. Keen to see how Maxim Bobrashov gets on in this race, as we have a little look at the rain radar. That's nothing to be worried about. It's all out over the Channel coast. That's absolutely miles away.
Yeah, it is. For now. But there's still a long way to go in the day. There we go. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Right, update on one particular driver from France, the 891, Ethan Bailly. Unfortunately not on the grid. He was the driver involved in that slow procedure earlier on. And he was seen by the medical teams, and I think he has pulled out of, well, at least his next race is not sure about the weekend. But hopefully that Ethan is okay, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Right, engines fire up, drivers make their way out on track. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Sukmani Kira, after her win earlier on, starts it on pole position. We'll have Oliver Warner for company alongside Achilles Peruzzi and Ludwig Granqvist round out row 2. Granqvist, who also had a retirement and is fighting in the championship, also needs a much better result in this one. Ji Huafei and Bruno Grieling round out row 3. They'll have George House and Maxim Bobrajov, who got caught out in that slow procedure earlier on. He starts this one on the 4th row of the grid. Harry Williams and Lorenzo Di Pinantonio start this one on the 5th row of the grid. Austin Newstead and Christian Kobe go from row 6. They'll have Julian Cotelet and Alexandre Point on row 7.
Daniel Ferguson and Milan Bichu go from row number 8. George Clark and Jules Descamps start on row 9. Bruno Priam is going to look for another big move through the field here. Starts on row 10, is joined by Harley Musk. Lewis Boots will be alone on row number 11. As mentioned, Ethan Bailly does not take the start in this race. Sami Elias and Kim Min-jae start on row number 12. Antoine Boots starts alongside Aaron Burhofer on row 13. Benjamin Karajkovic starts on row 14 alongside Orion Meta. First time that Meta has raced at this level. Milo Cornell starts alongside row 15. Liam Buckley. Those are your 30 runners in this one. 29 of them out on circuit for this 7-lap heat.
Certainly so. Well, as that temperature continues to climb, we're at 27 degrees now here in Genk in Belgium. And, well, the drivers seem all eager to get going. Of course, they've only had one qualifying heat earlier on. This is their 2nd round. They'll get one more round later on today. And, again, it's all that middle point of the weekend so far. We've had the 2 winners in the form of Kira and Green. Luckily for them, they're not together in this race. So, again, still Sukmani Kira has the opportunity to take a 2nd race win here. But, of course, so do the rest of the other drivers as well with their 1st race win. I don't know who it could be on this one, but, again, they're formed up nice and early here. That's what I like about the Minis. They're keen to get formed up straight away. Always good to see. I thought there was a stray Mini in the background there, but no, it was one of the rental carts on the other fun circuit here. They're approaching the red line here, Andrew. No overtaking now as they get ready to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're good this time around. At the first time of asking, Sukmani Kira on the inside. It's continuing to get warmer here. 27 degrees in the air, 43 on the circuit. Eyes on the lights, 4 red lights. Extinguished and racing. 7 laps underway for X30 Mini. Fantastic start for Kira and Peruzzi on the inside. It's all getting a little bit busy in the second half of the field, and Ludwig Granqvist has taken a long run off the circuit. Well, we've already seen one problematic race for Ludwig Granqvist. This could be another one out of the race as well. The 871 of Aaron Burhofer has been off the road. Who else was in trouble?
I think it might have been Sami Elias, one of the Jamie Green racing carts near the back of the grid, but I could be completely wrong there because I think that was Lorenzo Di Peter Antonio there, and it's the 905. Sorry, I'll eat my words. It is absolutely fine. Sami Elias still in the race, who has now got re-going. And that is a big shame.
Yeah, real shame there for Lorenzo. His nickname in the team is Super Lolo.
Super Lolo,
and,
yeah.
It's been great to have Lorenzo here this weekend, but it's got a bit of a fight on now for the rest of this race. All of these drivers guaranteed a spot in their super heats tomorrow, but again, like we've seen, or like we've been talking about with the juniors, there is a cut-off for drivers to advance through to the final. End of lap number 1 then. Kira from Peruzzi. Kira a little bit wide though and has lost the lead. Through goes Peruzzi in the 904. Bruno Priam gained 15 places on that first lap. Make that 16, make that 17. What a drive.
What a drive indeed from the young Belgian. The same can be said for Lewis Butz. Also, he gained 14 places in that one. Antoine Butz as well, 14 places. And Liam Buckley, 16 places. There's been some tremendous gains in this race, and a lot of drivers have lost out. Unfortunately for Harley Musk, he's one of the drivers that lost out. He had a slight rotation at the exit of turn 14 on that last lap, but he has recovered back into the race. Peruzzi leads the way then at the moment, but there you can see Bruno Priam in second place. Sukmani Kira fighting back, is back into P3 now, ahead of Ji Huafei, who's dropped down to P4. Oliver Warner just behind, but look at this. This is Bruno Priam from near the back of the grid, is right here fighting at the front.
I mean, you've got to say with the pace that Bruno Priam has got here at Genk that he's going to be the favourite at this stage. We're on lap number 3. Out of turn number 6. Is the move going to come yet from Bruno Priam? No. This is a driver with a lot of experience at this level, as Harry Williams is down the inside, going for 5th place there. Good move. I think Bruno Priam will be quite happy as that gap's growing back to the 3rd, 4th, 5th place group. To just sit there in 2nd place, work with Peruzzi, break off the front of the order. No, there's still another 4 laps after this one. Fight for the win later on in this race.
No, exactly. And it might be just a case of, because it is early doors and Bruno Priam is in a sort of position right now where it's like, I don't really know how Peruzzi races. Is he one that instantly tries to fight back, or is he a driver who will hold position? Well, we're going to find out, because down the inside, Bruno Priam takes the lead of this race. 18 positions gain. And the Belgian is absolutely flying here right now in karting Genk. But will Achilles Peruzzi fight back? He is there in 2nd place. He has got the tow, he's got the slipstream. If he stays with him, it's absolutely fine, because they won't lose out. Warner's there in 3rd place now, has got past Kira. Kira back down to 4th place. Williams has got up to P5. And Ji Huafei down to P6 right now. But Butz is there as well. 14 places gain in the 836. Is gaining places here and is latching on to this battle up ahead. This is Williams and Butz at the back of this order. Actually, no, I'll tell a lie. That's Ji Huafei who's there at the back of that grid. But there at the front, I can't stress enough, Bruno Priam here is having an absolutely storming race.
Yeah, this is a really, really impressive run from Bruno Priam. The next lap for Peruzzi is really important. If you can stay with Bruno Priam, stay at a distance where he gets the tow, particularly out of turn 11, out of turn 15, he's got a really, really good chance of finishing at least 2nd in this race. The trouble is, if he loses that tow, he is just going to drop straight into that group headed up by Oliver Warner. On board replay from the start of the race, Maxim Bobrashov, we're on board with here in the 811. I think this is going to give us a good view of what happened in the mid-pack through turn 2, because Bobrashov was one of the drivers who lost out. Oh, there we go.
Ah, that's why.
And that's where we see Ludwig Grönqvist disappearing into the distance, albeit not on the circuit. Bobrashov actually, I think, did quite well there to avoid any further incident. Yes, lost a number of positions. There you see some of the other drivers coming back on circuit. Has been fighting his way back through the order since then as Bobrashov, and is currently very, very close there. You can nearly read the name stickers on the side of the car. That is how he got back through and into 14th place.
It was also how Harley Musk got squeezed out wide there at turn 14. We called that one earlier on. I think this could be, is this another angle of it? Yeah, indeed. Harley Musk straight into the barriers there, and yeah, very unfortunate. And actually in the exit of the pit lane there, so managing to get it going, but yeah, straight to the back of the grid. This is interesting for me. Peruzzi has not dropped off the back, but also Warner, Kira and Williams, I believe, are closing in on those top 2.
Yeah, it's fine margins at the moment. They're all kind of in the 1 minute 2.4s on current pace, as Ludwig Grönqvist desperately trying to get back through the field here, and with good reason, because, well P28 already on the board. I fear for the Swedish driver that hope of being champion at the end of the weekend is starting to fade. You know, especially with Will Green yet to race, of course.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's looking tough, but he's giving it his all.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, we're going on to the final lap of this race now, and Bruno Priam seems to have saved something in the bag here, because he's opened up a slight gap between himself and Achilles Peruzzi, who is still there in second place. Warner, Kira and Williams are still there behind. They've got Xi Huafei for company still, who's in P6. Just behind them, you've got two big movers, Lewis Boots and Jules Deacon, who have gained place on this one. Eyes on this, though. Brian Bruneau's gone defensive right now, and he's back Peruzzi up into the likes of Warner, and now it's all closed in. So this is a very strange situation. I didn't expect Bruno Priam to go defensive on this lap, but he has done. Now Peruzzi has a chance of going for the lead here in towards turn 12. Keep an eye on Warner, who gets the switch back. It's not worked out. He can't get alongside. In towards the final corner. He might be able to get the concertina effect here as they all dive through. It's going to be a run to the line here. Side by side. Here comes Warner. Can he get the chance on Peruzzi? The answer is no. And it's going to be Bruno Priam who takes the win ahead of Achilles Peruzzi. Oliver Warner will finish in P3 ahead of Sukmani Kira and Harry Williams.
Really good run from Bruno Priam. Takes race victory by less than a tenth of a second and is properly in play for a good finish here this weekend. He knows the circuit well. Had a strong result here last week in the pre-round and will, I think, be quite happy with that one. He had to do a bit of defensive work. Credit to Achilles Peruzzi as well, fighting through to second place. Oliver Warner, P3, looking really good in the 814 for Fusion Motorsport this weekend, continuing the form that we saw in time qualifying yesterday. Sukmani Kira, fourth. More good points for Kira. Yes, we'll drop a little bit down the order in the intermediate classification at this moment, but there's still another race of this round in X30 Mini to go. Harry Williams fighting through to fifth place as well as a good result, the first of the Ollie Rowland Motorsport runners home. And yeah, good runs from all of those drivers. They'll be looking forward to their next races.
They certainly will be. Xi Huafei, like we were saying, finishing in P6. Jules Deacon from Lewis Butts finishing in P7 and 8. They were gaining big place in that one. Granqvist finishing in P9. It's not the end of the world. That's not the worst result, but a championship fight, I think it could be the end of the world on that one. George Clark finishing in P10, 7 places gained ahead of Milan Baku, who've gained 5 places to finish in P11. Maxim Bobachov to finish in P12. Antoine But finishing in 13th place, 12 places gained. Then it's Courtelet from Kobe, House from Greeling, Ferguson from Point, Newstead finishing in P20. Austin Newstead, another championship contender, and he's not having a good weekend either.
No, it's unfortunately, I think, another championship charge, which is probably going to end by the time we get to the final on Sunday. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race between groups B and C. Good start for Sukmani Kira, but it was not a good start for those in the middle of the pack. A number of drivers losing out in that one, including the likes of Lorenzo De Pietrantonio, Sami Ilias. We saw Ludwig Gronqvist taking a very alternative line through turn number 3 there. Would be able to fight back to 9th place, but yeah, a really, really costly moment. There's more goings on off of turn 4. That was Berhofer running off the road. In the end would be P24. This was the view on board with Maxim Bobachov, the winner of this category here last year for the final round of the 2023 season. And you're about to see everything get very close right ahead of us. There you see a number of drivers taking to the escape road to just at least keep themselves in the race.
Yeah, indeed, and Bobachov really backed off there. He hit the brakes, didn't want to get involved in it. Yeah, lost a lot of speed and a fair few positions in that, but crucially maintained his race going. So yeah, that was the most vital thing you could see from that one. Recovered back though, down the inside. You can see how close it was getting there, battling away. It was Kim and Jay just being squeezed out there. But again, just showing how competitive and how close this fight was all the way throughout. Another angle there is Harley Musk, unfortunately getting spat out left of screen. And yeah, straight into one of those barriers, which is a very unlucky situation because they're all gapped nicely and might have just made it through one.
Yeah, it's always very close in X30 Mini. That was the move from Bobachov down the inside of Daniel Ferguson. This was him making another move, this time past Christian Kobe. Kobe would come home in the top 15 as well. Meanwhile, back at the front, Bruno Priam had managed to find his way through all of the goings on lap 1, gained some 15 positions on the first lap, and then made relatively light work of getting himself to the front of the order. The crucial bit, though, is he didn't take off the front. He didn't gallop away from the rest of the field. The drivers behind the likes of Peruzzi and Warner all kept him honest as Bobrashov continued that progress back through the field, eventually finishing in 12th place. And it meant that Bruno Priam, whilst winning, only just got the race win by less than a 1/10 of a second from Achilles Peruzzi there in the 9:04, and a couple more fusions immediately behind in the shape of Warner and Kira.
Indeed. Well, a very interesting situation there for the Minis. They'll be out very, very soon again for their second qualifying heat for Groups A and D in around 4 minutes' time. There a look at what you can expect coming up after that race. We've got 3 more senior races. Then we go back to the juniors, then the Minis again for their next round, and then we end the day with the senior category once again with the likes of Groups A and E, D and G, and then Group C versus F. That is due to start at around 6:10 local time, and hopefully by that time it's still not raining. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Mini X30 after this break.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series Round 4 here live in Genk in the country of Belgium. Well, there is the group heading out onto the circuit. It is next race, Mini X30. I say they're heading out. That was the karts again on the fun circuit that have confused me once more.
Got you again.
They've got me again. This qualifying heat A and D that is coming up next. Again, looking forward to this one. Again, John Lasser, Alfred Davidson starting this one on the front row of the grid. But of course, Will Green, who took the win earlier on, starts this on the third row of the grid. P6 on the outside. He's got even more work ahead of him with this one.
He has, but he's got the capabilities to get through the field here. There is your pole sitter for this one, Jarlath Sayer.
Indeed.
I'm sure he's been having a bit of a sing-song before the start of this race. Very nearly won in that first race. Led it for a long, long time. We'll be looking to go one lap further this time around.
Exactly. Voice of an angel, I'll say in that one. But again, curious song choice nonetheless. Starting alongside Alfie Davidson as well. Davidson, again, another driver. P5 earlier on for him. Still a solid result where he wanted to finish. But again, looking to increase on that one. Can he gain some more positions? And starting on the front row could be highly possible on that one. Grandstand filling up as well, getting ready for this one. And of course, just outside the cafe here at Karting Genk, very good cafe. Recommend it if you're local and if you're a racing fan as well, because the facility here at Karting Genk's got everything. Andrew, this is your first time here, but they've got karting of both the big track variety and the small track variety. They've got RC car racing. They've got motocross here as well, and a smattering of other off-road stuff here as well. Also, it is a motorsport haven just outside the town of Genk. Anyway, the engines are fired up. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Jarno Serra and Alfie Davidson on row number 1. Achille Ray and Lorenz de Kock go from row number 2. Antoine Venot and Will Green, current championship leader and current points leader, on row number 3. Samuel Hugden and Daniel Miron-Lorente go from row 4. They'll have Tony Cacciafero and Guido Ebegeni going from row 5. Haditz Freddy and Aurelio Longatano round out row 6. They'll have Nahil El Gahoudi and Isaac Say on row number 7.
Mattis Bragio and Colby Patterson start on the 8th row of the grid. Ben McCloughery and Zdenek Babacek start on row 9. Babacek second in the championship, of course. This is a key race for him. Aurelien Lemaire starts alongside his compatriots, both drivers from the host nation. Noah Grenier completes the top 20 order for this one on row 10. And Luca Pavel and Levin Barbier start on row number 11. They're ahead of Lorenko Villau and Senna Shellekens. They're on row 12. Aidan Valio and Theodore Constantinou start on row 13. They're ahead of Mason Hibbert and David Argton on row 14. 30-strong field completed by row 15. Nahil Padovani and Isaac Eli El Ayuti.
Well, again, field making their way around the circuit. Again, temperature increasing more and more. 28 degrees now. It seems every heat we do, it goes up a degree. So we'll be at 100 degrees at the end of today. No, I'm kidding. No, it's going to be a mighty hot day here, and you're really starting to see the heat haze come in. And like I say, that blue sky is really heating up. There again, still 43 degrees. The track temperature, again, only going up more and more as the day goes on.
Tyre situation, we haven't talked it in a while. That's because it's quite straightforward at this stage for X30 Mini.
Yeah.
Everyone's still on the same set of tyres that they used for the first set of races earlier. They won't have used it for timed qualifying, though, because remember, well, actually, no, they did use it for timed qualifying, just in low grip conditions.
Yeah, it's understandable as well, because the Comet Cadet tyre, or the Mini tyre, is a very hard compound.
Yeah.
It's a very narrow tyre as well, so it can last actually a long time. You'll probably find that a lot of drivers won't even deploy them for the superheat, or maybe they will, but they'll all have the fresh tyres for that one. Right then, drivers making their way around the final corner. One car won't be making his way around the final corner, though, because it's ground to a halt on the entry of turn 14. The rest of the field will go, though, and we are green and racing. Down and towards turn number 1, it's Charles Sayer and Davidson on the outside line, but it's the inside row with Sayer, Ray and Venant, who have broken away well on the inside line. You can see Achille Ray, who's holding on to second place now, with the field of angry Mini X30 carts all lining up behind, trying to get through. And again, looking to the inside, a big moment there from all of them, and through from 4th place there. Who was that? Is that the 850? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it is. It's Alfie Davidson who's back into the lead of this one.
Really
Brilliant
good stuff there from Alfie Davidson. Has had a bit of a breakthrough weekend at this level in his national racing. He runs in a power restricted category, so whilst he's used to the style of the Water Swift power delivery and the chassis as well, and it's 100% power rating, he is still getting used to it, but as I say, he has broken through with the performances here this weekend. Out of the final couple of corners, Davidson is going to lead at the end of lap 1. It's the 8.05 of Daniel Miron-Lorente who's coming through the order as well. That was a close moment between Jarle Sayer and Achille Ray. The driver in trouble on the formation lap was Senna Shellekens. So Shellekens is out of this race and understandably really quite frustrated about the situation, but has thankfully kept hold of his materials. Down the inside, Achille Ray goes for a big one there, and he's made it work on Charles Sayers. Sayers going to try and come back though, but also have the attentions of Lorenz de Kock there on the inside. Also, Nahil El Gahoudi's had a really good start in the 8.37, up 7 places to 6.
Yeah, indeed, and capitalising on all of these battles that are happening in front. But look at the real estate that's open now between Davidson Miron and the likes of Achille Ray, who's there leading this huge group behind, as well as they all continue to scrap away. Will Green, we've not said much about him. There he is. He's currently in P8 at the moment, so he's dropped back in the field, and that means that Sukmani Kira at the end of the second half of the qualifying heats phase is still leading the intermediate classification.
Still leading it and looking good. The leader of this race is Alfie Davidson at the moment. Davidson would be P2. Effectively for Daniel Miron Lorente, if Miron Lorente can find a way through, it'll be the lead going into the direction of the 8.05. There in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen are the qualifying heat points. Kira on 4, Davidson and Miron Lorente both on 5. A bit further down the order, let's see Samuel Hugon coming through. In the 8.23, he's got up to 7th place. Is also on the move is Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath Sayer's not had a good lap here. He's fallen all the way down to around 12th place. That was him fighting back against Rasis Bragio. Back at the front of the order, though, Davidson and Miron Lorente working together quite nicely. Anthony, they've got a lead, a gap back to Ray of over 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, they do indeed. That's a nice gap. And like I say, because they're not on their own, they're able to break away. They were able to give each other the bump draft, the toe, everything like that. So they're really in a strong spot right now. And Achille Ray, though, still looking competitive in 3rd place. And Antoine Venard still there in P4. Nahil El Gahoudi, we were seeing there the positions he's gained so far in this one. 8 places gained, but you can see now he's dropped back a little bit in that pack. The field have got through. So Green, Babacek, Hugon, de Kock as well, all trying to gain positions. In fact, I'm going to eat the words. Nahil El Gahoudi is still in that fight. He is still there in P5.
However,
Will Green, yes, it's just got past as I said that. So yes, Will Green now up into P5.
Yeah, nipped through turn number 11 there. So this race has got into a nice rhythm. The second heat of the second round for X30 Mini. Alfie Davidson, so from his national racing, is used to being in the lead and has got a very smart head on young shoulders of being able to deal with the pressure. Daniel Miron Lorente has raced for a good number of years as well in his young career as Will Green fights through into 4th place. Will Green, who will be looking to build his score, maximise his score. These qualifying heats have not always served him the best through the season. He's, I say with his national racing as well, also almost become known as Mr. Sunday. It's something about a Sunday he really turns up and performs. But right now he's looking at further extending his championship lead. If he can keep this form up, get a good result in the super heats tomorrow as well, he could be getting a little bit closer to potentially securing this series at the end of the weekend. That's another nice move from Samuel Hugon, the French driver in the 8.23. He's done that twice in this race. And that'll be Hugon up to 7th place. But just as quickly as we say that, Zdeněk Babicek's through. Now, Babicek, we've not talked too much about Babicek so far this weekend, was in the group that had the rain-affected qualifying. So the spot on the 9th row of the grid is not truly reflective of the pace that Babicek has this weekend. This has been a solid run from the driver from Czechia. Is one of your biggest movers in this race. He's up 11 spots now to 7th.
Yeah, he certainly is. And again, all these position gains will help out, as in the background there again, it's all kicking off once more. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. It's off the circuit, very unfortunately, and for Levin Babia is out of this race, and yeah, he's very unhappy. I think he was trying to say, can I get it restarted? No, you've not given me a chance to get restarted, but the marshal's already got it, and yeah, at that point you're out of this race, and he's in protest at the moment. But yes, he's not a happy bunny.
Yeah, and there's only one way that discussion is going to end. There's also been a change for the lead. Daniel Miron Lorente has gone through past Alfie Davidson as we go on to the final lap. So that changes things not only in this race, but in the intermediate classification, because if Miron Lorente can hold on now, Miron Lorente will have the lead after 2 rounds with 1 set of heats to go here today, but is now going to have to defend Alfie Davidson. We said he's led a lot of races. He's also been able, in his national racing, to be able to wrestle back from second place race victories. There's a replay of how it happened. It was into turn 14. Miron Lorente with a nice move, but now the hard work begins with half a lap to go.
It certainly does. Big move to the outside, though, through turn 11. Not close enough this time around for Davidson. Miron Lorente is holding on to this one. A very late, big, quick change of direction there. He'll have lost a lot of time with that. And Davidson's right back with it. Goes to the outside. This is a perfect corner for a switchback. He lines it up. He gets the drive. He gets the power down. He gets alongside. But is it going to be enough? The answer to that is no. Daniel Miron Lorente will take his first win of the weekend and will now lead the intermediate classifications. Just at the end of it, Aurelio Longatano is out of the race. The Swiss driver will get it restarted and he will get back into it, but he's right at the back of the order. But for Daniel Miron Lorente, that's a win ahead of Davidson. Antoine Venet finishes in P3 ahead of Will Green, finishing in P4. So Green is now there in 3rd in the intermediate classifications. But where is Yannick Babacek? Well, Babacek got up to P5 in that one. A very strong race, but he doesn't sit with inside the top 8 of the intermediate classifications.
Yeah, still work to do for the driver from Czechia there in the 3rd round of heats, which will be on later this afternoon. But that was nicely done. Really nicely done by Daniel Miron Lorente. Timed that one superbly, knowing that if he could get down the inside, he'd only need to defend for 1 lap. And he did so and takes the race win ahead of Alfie Davidson. And we'll know now it's very much in his own hands. If Daniel can win in the next race, he'll have pole position for a superheat tomorrow. There is the rest of your running order. Antoine Venard's there in 3rd place ahead of Will Green, Zednek Babacek, Achille Ray scored well in 6th place, Nahil El Gahoudi 7th, Darlath Sayer in 8th place, fought back to 8th place there ahead of Samuel Hugon, and in 10th place Colby Patterson.
Indeed. Well, those drivers making their way back to Parc Fermé. We will hear from one of those drivers very soon as well, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. But certainly for Daniel Miron Lorente, right where he wants to be all the way throughout that one. Again, perfectly timed overtake going on to that final lap of the race. You can see there having a bit of a congratulations with Alfie Davidson, both finishing 1 and 2 out in that race. And I think that conversation there was just saying, are you leading now? And I think, yeah, I think I am. There we go. Good to hear then, and they'll be out later on today. But again, it's so close in that point. We don't know who is going to finish where when it comes to those points, because again, we've got another round of qualifying heats to go later on today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And again, initially, best start from the inside row. Jarlath Sayer, Achille Ray, Antoine Venet able to get that go from the word go. Davidson getting squeezed out wide and actually dropped down to around P4, P5 at the start of that race. He would claim it back, though, later on, because keep an eye when we get towards turn number 6, the first hairpin on the circuit before the back straight. That's where it starts to get a little bit interesting. You have Achille Ray go to the inside, but then you also have Antoine Venet trying to go for the move. And then Davidson just sneaks his way through and claims the lead on that one. That's what broke them away as well with the battle that happened thick and fast behind, because of course you had the likes of Achille Ray, Nahil El Gahoudi close in as well. You had Jarlath Sayer, Samuel Hugden, all there. Lorenz de Kock as well, also trying to get involved. There you can see to the inside is Lorenz de Kock in the 8.97. But again, it was there in P4. He was looking for P2 here. They went 3 wide down in towards turn 7. We thought, oh my goodness, this is never going to end well into the corner. But it certainly did for one, because straight down the inside, but around the outside there, just holding on to it. Achille Ray just denying the chance at anyone, but certainly a definite position gain there for Lorenz de Kock in the early stages of that race. More action followed all the way throughout, because Will Green, who didn't get the best getaway at the start of that one, like you say, struggled a lot in the start of that one. Then came the protest here from Levin Babia. Unfortunately, the marshal grabbing the cart just to get it out of the way for safety reasons. Of course, the field was coming around, but Lorente clearly just saying, no, I want to restart, But yeah, there you go, frustration kicking in. And, you know, it's understandable. You know, the red mist can descend on a driver and they're just focused on, I want to get going. But they need to think of safety first. And if the grid's coming round, it's one of those. They're in the battle of the change to the lead here. Daniel Lorente getting the lead of the race going into that final lap. That was the crucial overtake because was able to defend it all the way throughout on that last one. That was Aurelio Longatano on that penultimate lap, just trying to hold on to it. The last defensive lunge, I thought Davidson was going to have the run here, but you could just see clipped that curb on the inside of turn 15. And it went the way of Daniel Miron Lorente, and he now leads the intermediate classification in the Mini X30 category. We will see juniors and minis out later on today. Between now and then, we will go back to the senior X30 category. But before that, we will speak to one of our drivers in a few moments' time. So stay with us. Plenty more racing to go. Like we were saying, we still got two qualifying heat rotations of the seniors. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Down here with Daniel Miron Lorente. Daniel, good race there, but the weekend as a whole, how's it going from your seat?
For now, it's going kind of good. We started with testing things. We found the right setup, and we are kind of very quick and very happy with the teamwork.
That last race, though, good battle with Alfie Davidson. Talk us through your strategy.
The start was very bad. My engine didn't it went not straight on the gas, so I had a little bit of delay. After I got my pace back and started overtaking until I found Alfie, and I started pushing him until the end. And the last corner, I overtook him and started defending him.
You've had a good amount of experience already over the years in racing. You've got a huge amount of support from your family. How important is that to you?
For me, it's very important. Very happy that my family is here to look me and support me, and I'm very thankful for that.
Last question, you're leading the intermediate classification now. Do you think you can still be top at the end of the day?
Yes, I can.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, Daniel. We'll see you later on. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Great to hear there from Daniel Miron Lorente. Again, clearly happy. Now leading those points. We look forward to seeing what he can do later on in their third and final round of qualifying heats for Mini X30. But like we were saying, Senior X30 coming up next. Qualifying Heat B versus F. And already we won't talk too much about it, but the tyre choices that are coming in, oh my goodness. Well, a lot of the grid have gone for a brand new either full set or one half for this. So there's a smattering of drivers who I think deployed them earlier on in the day, but now there's a brand new lot for the rest of them. And most importantly as well, for the driver starting on pole position, Andy Rattel has gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side of his kart. But the same could be said for Michael Piccolo. He's got a full brand new set, but that's the only ones we'll talk about, because the rest we'll talk about later on in that race. This is where it becomes a little bit interesting now, because when you get a qualifying heat when only sort of 1 or 2, 3 drivers go for a brand new set on a full a kart or on one side, they make the big moves because everyone else has not deployed them. But when nearly the entire grid has deployed fresh tyres, that's what makes it difficult now, because everyone's in the same boat and there's a handful that haven't done it. So this is where these sort of races really go top and turvy a little bit. So we will see what happens in this one. But for Andy Rattel, he's had a good run so far this weekend. Good results throughout the course of the day. And there you can see him primed, ready to go, focused underneath that helmet and that visor. The Pantano Racing Team driver has certainly delivered over the course of this one. But like you say, the championship fight in the senior category at the moment, still it's Finn McLaughlin at the lead going into this weekend. Danny Carinini, Marcus Lucio, the top 3. Andy Rattel currently sits P6 in that championship fight. So again, he's got a lot of work ahead of him over this one. But again, it's been up and down. Drivers have had to focus. There is our race director, Martin Bean, who's on the opposite side of the circuit from us. Not sure if he can hear the PA, which for us is actually good news, Andrew. There, Mark LaPiccolo on your screen. Again, a driver who had a fabulous qualifying, but he's been struggling in these heats, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a tremendous qualifying, and it's been a learning experience, I think, for Mark LaPiccolo this weekend. As I say, by far his best qualifying performance of the season so far. He has had other stronger performances. Remember, I think Franciacorta, we got quite high up the order, but, you know, being on the 5th or 6th row of the grid is hard enough. Being up right on the front row of the grid at a season finale, all the other drivers who are regulars at that front of the order and have got used to that position, they're fighting for championships, they're fighting for race wins, they're fighting for, you know, futures. It's a tough task, but hopefully he can have a good one here.
Certainly so. Well, the engines fire up and the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Andy Rattel and Mark LaPiccolo go from row number 1. Roxanne Lantinga and Ruben Moya go from row 2. Vilma Svan and Gustav Vinevsky round out row 3. They'll have Natalia Granada and Benjamin Borg in Romania going from row 4. Alan Garcia and Adam Fenazzano round out row 5. They will have George Nassar and Alessandro Tedesca on row 6. Joseph Smith and Hugo Gillade will round out row 7. Hugo Besson and Luca Montebello on row 8.
Keo Lee and Otto Pickenen start on row 9. Carl Lutard and Finn McLaughlin start on the 10th row of the grid. Of course, again, we'll be keeping an eye on the championship leader and see what he can do from there. Fred Green and Jana Vita start on row number 11. They're ahead of Luca Muller and Eric Vess on row 12. David Cosma Christopher and Rana Luja start on row 13. Alessandro Bigi and Marcel Masijevic start on row 14. Hugo Brunn and Victor Ajuter start on row 15. Matty Vanderbroek and Robbie Buckley completes the 32 runners in this one on row 16.
Wow, again, field making their way round to start this one, getting everything up to temperature. A look at the intermediate classifications at the moment. Clement Utron still leading that one. He's not out in this race. We will see him out in the next one, groups A and D, but still 0 points to his name, Andrew. He's looking the strongest and the most competitive here because, again, he's got a 5-place buffer, really, in his qualifying heats.
He has, but again, the nature of these qualifying heats, all it takes is one moment of bad luck, and that can completely change. And there's still a bit of racing for all of our runners in this category to do. And the task only gets harder. You know, the tyres are starting to wear, the drivers are getting more tired. This is another race where, in fact, we've got quite a few drivers deploying fresh rubber. I think you've got to go to Aaron Garcia, who's the highest driver on this grid, who has not got at least 2 new tyres on his car for this race. But the field coming to order then, getting that last little bit of temperature into their materials ahead of this one. It'll be 11 laps once again for the X30 seniors, and can Andy Rattel keep the pressure on here on Clement Lutron? Has had 3 wins so far this weekend. There's another chance here from pole position into the tram lines. Do we go this time? No, we don't. We'll go around for another formation.
False start, of course. A reminder for this one. For Group B, this is their last race of the day. They will not be going out again later on, though. But for Group F, who are on the outside line going in towards Turn 1, they have got another race today, and they're the last race of the day. They'll be against Group C. So, again, for Groups B, now this is a nice early finish for them. It's, 3:15, so... they can have a nice rest after this, get focused and get ready for tomorrow. It's worked out quite nicely for them, hasn't it?
And for Rattel, as things stand, because it's a tie at the moment for second and third place, if he wins this, he's got pole position for a superheat tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just a question of which one it will be tomorrow. So Andy Rattel will more than likely have that in the mind as they go down the infield straight and towards turn 12. All drivers accounted for in this group, and hopefully they'll be able to get into the correct formation, satisfy the requirements of Martin Bean, our race director, up there on the gantry. We can get this one underway, but it's Andy Rattel on an all-French front row, joined by compatriot Marc Lepiccolo, who's had a top 5 this weekend. Wants to get another one here. Look out for Ruben Moya, though, on the second row of the grid. He is being absolutely electric so far this weekend. He's going to be looking for another good race here. Into the tram lines. Eyes on the lights. Do they go out? Yes, they do. Away we go then. 4 X30 Senior once again. Very even start. Roxanne Lantinga in there as well, trying to hold from the second row of the grid, but it's a good start for her. Oh, what a move there. Oh, there's a big one, and Moya's involved. One of the carts has lost a side pod. I think that might be Wisniewski. Yes, it is in the 382. And Wisniewski, there's more drama off of turn number 3. Robbie Buckley's out of this one. The 427 of Victor Ageter is also gone. I think Wanaluja might also be involved. That one was messy.
Gustav Wisniewski and Natalia Granada are also involved in a tumble there, but it looks like they've both got restarted, which is good to see, but that is not the start you want to see. But crucially at the front, for the rest of them, it's all gone well. Rattel still leads the way. Marc Lepiccolo is still there in second place, and he's got that brand new set of tyres. He is in a really strong spot here to take the win.
Mechanical flag coming out already for the 382. That's going to be for Wisniewski for the missing side pod. And yeah, Wisniewski's going to have to come into the pits here, and he's going to be, well, he's already out of contention in this one. Big lap this from Andy Rattel. He's defended a little bit through the first couple of corners. Can he keep Lepiccolo behind? Lepiccolo, as you say, Anthony's got those 4 new tyres bolted to the wagon, and defensive to the inside, Victor Svan there as well. He's been able to hold back his tyres. Bit of a rough ride there for Aaron Ferrazzano, who's trying to hold on to 5th place.
Yeah, it certainly is. Pushing hard throughout all of this. Rattel leading the way. Marc Lepiccolo, though, is on the outside line here. He's going to try and get the switch back. But Rattel slams the door closed. Keeps Lantinga in play. Keeps Vilma Svan in play as well. He's also got that brand new set down the inside. Roxanne Lantinga takes second place. Now that's really opened up the gap. Rattel has managed to break away right now. This really helps him out in that intermediate classification. If he can hold on to that lead and not have to worry about all the drivers on a full set of brand new tyres behind, he is clean and dry. But right now we'll stay focused on it as they head through in towards turn number 6. You can see Marc Lepiccolo is under an immense amount of pressure here now as Aaron Ferrazzano going through. But there you can see Roxanne Lantinga's gone backwards as they've all tried to get through. Marc Lepiccolo holding on to second place now as they all try to defend away. Rattel leads, and that gap is now up to 0.7 of a second. This is exactly what he needs, Andrew. He's in a prime position to start on pole for that superheat.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good at the moment after that early pressure that came in from Marc Lepiccolo. Aaron Ferrazzano has got back into the groove, has gained 6 positions in this race. And there, a little bit further back, is one of the victory lanes. I think that was Hugo Gelade trying to hold off Alessandro Tedesca. Hugo Besson, who had a DQ in one of his races yesterday, has fought back really, really well to recover his weekend. This is the fight for second place on your screens. Going through turn 6 now, Vilma Svan, who again has been really strong for Croc Promotion this weekend. It's just set the fastest first sector of anybody in the race on board. Now with Vilma Svan on the left-hand side of your screens, and is looking busy there behind Marc Lepiccolo. Looking like he's able to take tighter turns, tighter lines through this circuit. Looks like Vilma Svan is just feeling out at the moment. Where is Marc Lepiccolo strong? Where is he not strong? Where's the best opportunity to attack? And it's going to be turn 14. Brilliant stuff from Vilma Svan, up to second place.
Yeah, again, using those tyres to the advantage. Straight down the inside, as unfortunately off the track is Jarno Visa. Unfortunately, he's out of this race and will go no further. And what group was Jarno in? Was he in Group B or is he in Group F? I think he's in Group F. He's in Group F, so he has got another race to go then. So it's not fully the end of his day. Eyes on this though, and again looking to the inside. Hugo Gelade's under pressure. Big send down the inside for Hugo Besson. And Besson I don't know how he carried that speed to the corner, but he did not look in control there at all, did he?
It's unorthodox, that's what I think we'll say of getting into that. Now, we need to keep an eye a little bit further behind of this group as Pukkinen looks a little bit down the inside, because there is Finn McLaughlin. Finn McLaughlin is in Group F, so this is his penultimate race, but he's back up into the top 10. He definitely, well, he's had no luck so far this weekend as Pukkinen's going to fight through past Tedesca. But if the luck is turning for the Irishman, that was the first time we've seen it. He was able to avoid everything that went on lap 1 and has gained 10 places in this race. Now, we have seen him pull off that kind of progress, but it's taken him the full 11 laps. This is a big opportunity now for Finn McLaughlin to progress up through the order. This is a replay from lap 3 on board with Vilmos Svan. Ooh, now someone's going to the beach. They're getting the flip-flops out, and it looked like that might have, from that camera angle, been Mark Lepiccolo who had last touched them. So we'll keep an eye on if there's any news. The 382 is under investigation, but again, that's Wisniewski. I imagine that is for the incident at the start.
Yes, indeed, but you got to watch out for them flip-flops. They can catch you out really easily. The exit there of turn number 8. Well, there as they go through turn number 1, Rattel Svan and Mark Lepiccolo still line astern. Mark Lepiccolo, Andy Rattel has not managed to get away, and that is understandable because the 2 drivers behind him have got a full set of fresh tyres. He is only sporting that 1/2 of a fresh set on Andy Rattel's kart. So again, he's nursing one already used set. So that is his downfall. At the moment, Roxanne Lantinga's back there in P4 now. Aaron Felizardo just behind Hugo Basson. Otto Pukkinen, who's now got the fastest lap of the race, is there in 7th place and is part of that battle just behind. So we'll keep an eye on that second group. But eyes right now are going to be focused on this lead group as they continue to break away. And this fight's not over yet because you can see how close they are behind. Yes, they're not right on his rear bumper, but they're matching the pace. They're staying there. They're comfortably there as well. And Rattel's not getting away.
He's not getting away, but
wow.
oh no, well, now
Definitely
Svan goes down the inside. That was a classic one of those 2-part braking moves of Svan looked to the inside, went, shall I go for it, shall I go for it? Yeah, let's give it a try. And pulled it off against Andy Rattel, as through goes Lepiccolo as well. So Mark Lepiccolo has got the pace to get past Andy Rattel, and all of a sudden, what we were talking about in the dry, it was good for Andy Rattel. It was the wet, damp conditions where he was on the defensive yesterday. Well, now it's flipped again. This is back to kind of what we saw from Rattel in round 2 and round 3 on Friday. The good news, though, he's got a 2-second gap to Roxanne Lantinga behind, but all of a sudden, it's like a switch has been flipped for Andy Rattel in the wrong direction. And that pace that we've seen from him in qualifying in the 3 heats he's won so far this weekend, it's just gone. It's that last percent.
Yeah, it really is. And again, just digging deep, see what he could do throughout this one. But he's there in 3rd place now. He can focus a little bit because he's got a nice bit of real estate between himself and the next carts behind. And I guarantee you, my dear Andrew, I guarantee you that these two, their battle is not over yet.
Oh, no.
So as soon as they start scrapping, trust me, Andy Rattel, he's back on the scene and he's going for it.
And this is going to be another test for Mark Lepiccolo. We've been testing about maybe a little bit of an experience running at the front of this level of race. The racing driver in him is going to be so tempted to go for a move here on Vilmos Svan. But Vilmos Svan is a driver in form, was on the podium last time out at Wackersdorf. For Lepiccolo, he's not seen a final so far, or not for a while at least, this season, and a 2nd place would do him very nicely.
Whoa!
Right now. He's gone for the move. Svan's giving him space, and you've got to tip your hat to Mark Lepiccolo. The questions were asked, and he has answered them. A brilliant move for the lead.
He certainly has, but again, is this all too little too late? Because the results that he had earlier on, he needs a win now. He needs a win later on. Remember, Mark Lepiccolo's got another qualifying heat later as Finn McLaughlin sets the fastest lap of the race, so he's pushing his way through right now. On board there with Vilmos Svan, just on the left-hand side of your screen, the live outboard pictures on the right-hand side denote the picture there, and well, again, the gap's opening up a little bit. Mark Lepiccolo's doing everything he needs, but again, he's got that confidence booster off the new tyres that are helping him out. There'll be used tyres going into his next one. And again, is it going to be enough? I don't want to take this away from him because it's been a stellar performance from him. Oh, I so thought that Svan was going for it then.
I thought so too, but again, Svan thinking better of it from that far back to go for a move. And you're in a good position. And this trio haven't got things completely their own way at the moment because there's some really good pace in the group behind. Roxanne Lantinga.
Here we go.
As down the inside, Rattel goes for second place and gets it. So Rattel's looking to finish this one strong. We are on the final lap. Mark Lepiccolo is half a lap away from a heat win.
Indeed he is. Well, as they make their way through, this is going to be a great one. Mark Lepiccolo is back where he needs to be, and Rattel is back in second where he wants to be, because with those 7 points, Heikki Kaltrin, who's got another race to go, can't beat him. But here across the line, Mark Lepiccolo for the first time today does take a qualifying heat win, and he can be delighted with that one. Andy Rattel, I think with that position change, does secure a front row start. He didn't win, but he's got 7 points. He out-qualified Heikki Kaltrin, who's also got 7 points, but Heikki Kaltrin is going to be out again, so he can only best 7, and he can't beat Rattel, and no one can, or the Clément Outron. So that's a very interesting one there. Svan takes third, Pukkanen fourth, Roxanne Lantinga rounds out the top 5.
Good race there, really, really good race from all of the top 5. Aaron Ferretzano scores well again in 6th. Finn McLaughlin 7th. That's his best result of the weekend so far, and could be a big one. It's still in that mode of damage limitation for Finn McLaughlin, your championship leader, but a good run there keeps him in the mix and moving up the intermediate classification. 8th for Hugo Besson, 9th for Hugo Gelade, another good top 10 for Gelade there, and Victory Lane Racing. Kyo Lee was up 7 spots to 10th. David Cosma Christopher was at least one of the contenders for biggest mover of the race. Yes, he was, in a tie on 14 with Otto Pukkanen in 4th, so good progress there from the Romanian. Alessandro Tedesca in 12th. Good race from Carl Lutard as well, has had a difficult weekend so far, gets to top 15. That top 15 was completed by Fred Green and Aaron Garcia. George Nassar 16th ahead of Alessandro Bigi. Another move through the field from Bigi to the midfield in 17th. Top 20 completed by Montebello, Moya and Joseph Smith. Now let's go for some of the highlights, and we'll see why Ruben Moya was a long way down the order, because it is all going to come together off the start into turn 3 there. Huge moment for Gustav Wisniewski. Moya very, very lucky indeed to continue in the race. Wisniewski obviously was out at that point, lost a side pod, saw the mechanical flag and is under investigation for what happened there and where the trigger came from in that incident. Out as well were Robbie Buckley, Victor Ajater and Juan Aluja. That was all out of a separate incident, in fact, through turn 4. They were all out on the spot on lap number 1. Back at the front of the order, Andy Rattel looking to make it 4 victories out of 6. Was leading, looking comfortable, especially with Vilmos Svan going down the inside. Mark Lepiccolo was looking like he might be fading at this stage of the race. But between them, Svan and Lepiccolo managed to get on top of the pace of Andy Rattel, as out of the race to become the 5th retirement from this heat was Jarno Wiese. That were all the retirements in that one. This was a huge move from Hugo Besson on lap 5 down the inside of Hugo Gelade. The 2 French drivers going toe-to-toe there through turn number 7. Otto Pukkanen had a good race as well in the 2.65. Eichmann's GP seeing their Finnish driver move up the order by 14 spots. Vilmos Svan then went on the attack. This was the view on board, getting past Andy Rattel. You can see how he moved to the inside, looked for the chance to commit, and then bang, went down the inside to take that one. That was a huge move from Mark Lepiccolo to take second place on lap number 8, because it turned the tide. It gave him momentum. He took that momentum, got past Andy Rattel and then past Vilmos Svan rather, and did not look back from there. Rattel finished strongly. That move for second place. Should note that all results are provisional at this stage, but by getting second place, yes, he moves from 5 to 7 points behind Mark Piccolo to take the checkered flag there, but the crucial element is he's still holding second place in the intermediate classification with all races completed. It can only get better for Andy Rattel. Let's hear from him downstairs with Anthony.
Andrew, down here in Parc Ferme with our not race winner in that one, but Andy Rattel, you put yourself in a really good position right now. You got pole position for Superheat 2 with those points. That last overtake on that last lap for second certainly was worth it, wasn't it? How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, the last hit was hard because a lot of people have 4 new tires and me only 2, but still a P2 take only 2 points, so it's good for tomorrow.
Exactly. Let's talk about today. It's been an up and down one. You've had lots of heats. Your day is finished now. You can relax, get ready. What is the plan from now until tomorrow for those super heats?
Honestly, I don't know.
Relax, get ready. Are you going to be working on the car? Are you going to help clean it? You're going to help sort it out for tomorrow?
Yeah, I will check the telemetry and watch the other hits and sleep well for tomorrow.
Exactly. Tomorrow's going to be a new day, though. You've got super heats to deal with. As I'm going to get run over there. So thank you very much. But yes, no, let's talk about that tomorrow because it's going to be a busy day. You've got super heats to deal with. And weather-wise, I don't know if it's going to be similar to tomorrow, but do you feel confident? Do you feel ready? Do you feel like it could go your way?
Yeah, I'm ready. I feel confident because the pace is here. When we have 4 new tires, the pace is very good. So now we need to do a good super heats for start in the first 2 rows. And after, we'll see the final and also the weather because we don't know.
We don't know indeed. It is Belgium, isn't it? But brilliant enter today. Go and relax. Go and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Andy Rattel. Plenty more racing. Andrew, let's head back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan. Great work down there in Parc Ferme, and a very happy Andy Rattel once again. We move on, though. Next race out on circuit is another heat for X30 Senior. It's groups A and D heading out on track for both of these groups. This is their penultimate race, but it's another key one because our leader of the event at the moment is back out on circuit. Clement Lutron looking for another race victory to stay on 0 points. The good news for him, he's got that buffer now, 7 points. We talked at the end of the last round that 2 second places would secure him pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Let's change that. It's now 2 third places. If you can stay there in the top 3 in this race and the one later on this afternoon, because as I say, this is the penultimate race for both of these groups. Utron will be on pole position for the Superheats, the first Superheat tomorrow, and again, win that. I know that's a lot of racing still to come. He'll get 10 championship points for finishing first in the final intermediate classification. But we've still got the small matter first of this race between groups A and D. It is hot here in Belgium, 28 degrees air temperature. Let's take you through the grid of 32 drivers for this one. It's qualifying heat A versus D. Clement Lutron starts on pole position and is joined by Henki Kalteren. Kalteren is having a strong weekend. Yanis Bouillet and Clovis Nougared form up row number 2. On row number 3, we find another French driver. Johan Verrat is alongside Meli Angelo on that one. Marcus Gloom and Lewis Mackey form up the 4th row of the grid for this heat. They're ahead of Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Marlon Bayer. That is your top 10. Suleiman Sanfari and Maxime Blanchemont start on row number 6. They're ahead of Marc Ganada and Milan Marchak. That's your 7th row of the grid. Annabelle Brian and Noah Maton, both wildcards this weekend. They start in the middle of the pack on row number 8, ahead of Asier Garcia and Luis Esser on row 9. Loritz Sash and Luis Tor starts on row number 10, ahead of Jeremy Swan and Maxi da Silva, who form up row number 11. Morgan Moore gaining experience all the time. Starts on row 12 in this one alongside his teammate Luke Taylor. Row 13, Keanu Vellens and Freddie Housley go from that one. Housley needing a good result here. Row 14 will have one kart on it. It'll be Hawk White. The 433 takes no further part in this weekend's running. Dylan Patel and Luca Mann starts on row 15. 31 drivers in the field, completed by row 16, Kevin Bakker and Sophia Zanfari.
Well, once again, field all getting themselves prepped up and ready. I've got to say, it's a beautiful day out there.
Wonderful.
There's a nice breeze as well that's just keeping the temperature down. The air temp is hot, but with that breeze, it's lovely and cool. So if you're out there, I'd put the sunscreen on because it's deceivingly warm out there. So do be careful with that one. Right, this again could be an interesting one. Of course, Group A is going to be out later, so is Group D. So this isn't their last race of the day. They're going all the way to the end on this one. So again, when it comes to points, we know Andy Rattel's going to be starting on pole for Superheat 2, maybe Superheat 1, depending on what Clement Outron does later on or in this one. Of course, this is a really important one for Clement Outron right now because, again, depending where he finishes and where he could finish later on today as well, could determine who starts on that pole. Now, looking at this, Clement Outron has deployed some tyres, so he's all good. We are green and racing, and it is a good start from the front row. Oh, look at the hand gestures that are coming in, how much motion's going through the wheel there in the kart, and look at that. Clement Outron, how's that happened? It's all kicked off in the background, though. Oh, dear, it's gone mighty wrong for a couple of them, but they've got going again. That's not what you want to see at all. And unfortunately, further down the order, that was Angelo Mello, actually, who was right at the sharp end of the field. There's the 426 that's going no further. That's Jeremy Swan, and he is also potentially out of this race. He's going to try and get it restarted, but back to that later, because at the front, look at that. Clement Outron has broken away massively.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it, did Clement Outron. Also in trouble on that first lap. Lauritz Sash has lost a number of positions. Jeremy Swan, as mentioned, has not come through sector number 1 yet, so don't think has been able to get going again. But this is a test now for the rest of the field. 1.4 seconds for Clement Outron to the nearest 10th. At the end of lap 1, well, he's deployed the new tyres. The good thing for Outron now is he can probably just go into a bit of a race management phase. He doesn't need to hit them hard as down the inside. That's Van der Kerkhoff coming through into 6th place. That was a close moment for Verades.
Whoa, look at this.
Mackie trying to get involved there in the 448. Yes, it is. It's definitely hotting up, and we're under slow procedure because that is a kart that is being righted there. It's Kevin Bakker. Good to see that Kevin Bakker is out of the kart. What a rough race so far for Falcon. They've had one did not start, as in not taking part in the rest of the event, and now 2 retirements in this one, but we are under slow procedure. The race is neutralised, and Clement Outron,
he's lost that lead. He's going to be furious.
Will he either be furious or just decidedly miffed? Because he had a 1.5 second lead. He was going, right, I can take care of my new tyres, and now he's got to do all the hard work over again.
Yes, but of course, slow procedure coming out first and foremost to obviously make sure the driver is okay. Now, I saw them flipping that kart over, which means that is another rollover for Kevin Bakker. We're not too happy with that one, but thankfully we did see him walking away from the incident, which is good to see. Let's have a look at potentially of what happened.
That's how it happened.
Oh, blimey, and that was really fast. Look at that. That's absolutely outrageous. That is absolutely outrageous, and that's amazing that he has walked away from that.
That is full testament to all of the safety equipment, the race suit, the helmet, everything that's been developed over the years in karting, that Kevin Bakker has walked away from a monster. That was with the 431 of Morgan Moore, I think, that it all concertinated up into turn 1. It's the fastest part of the circuit. They're doing 124 kilometres an hour into that part of the circuit. That is a massive incident.
Yeah, exactly, and that is very thankful that he is okay right now. Of course, adrenaline is pumping through a driver right now, and that can mask things, of course. So hopefully he is okay out there in the Marshall post. Right then, so I want to talk about another one. I don't know if we've got a replay on it. That defensive moment there. We were watching Lewis Mackie trying to go for a move down the inside. You saw the defensiveness all the way to the end. It just squeezed. That was right before the slow procedure came out. And again, not sure who that was at that moment there. But again, I can imagine that Lewis Mackie is probably not too best pleased with that.
No, I don't think he'll have been overly impressed with that, but he's an experienced driver. He'll know that once the race goes back to green, he's got to put that out of his mind and get on with the job of moving back up from 11th place. There is the flip side for Clement Neutron that, well, he's definitely not using his new tyres at the moment because he's running around at half speed. Let's have another look at the start. Now, that looked a bit... I wonder if that car just got back into tramlines as the lights went out. We've not seen any under investigations come up on our screens. Let's have a look that's further back in the field. It always gets a little bit close off of turn 3. That is what triggered things. So Meliangelo spinning there in the middle of the pack, and then drivers towards the back of the field unfortunately had nowhere to go. Oh, I think it was just off the curb. I think Angelo drops it just coming back off the curb. Are we going back to green?
Yes,
we are. And I tell you what, Utron and Bouillet have caught the rest of them napping. We're back to green. The green flags are showing, and Henke Kelteren will be kicking himself a little bit there because all of a sudden there's a 1.4 second gap between him and Bouillet. Yeah,
indeed. Look at them break away already. That certainly helped them out. But again, like you say, Utron's not alone now. He's got the company of someone else right now. To the outside, Marcus Glum there. He's got Nugareid and Van der Kerkhoff on the inside line as they make their way through turn 7, 8 and 9. But again, close and comfortable on this restart as they just try and find their way through. These restarts always bring dramatic moments, of course, because everyone gets that little insight that they can get a move down the inside easily. And there is a perfect example of it as Annabelle Briand tries to hold on to that one. Marc Granada holding it round the outside, but now it's brought Safir Sanfari into play. Lewis Mackie, and under investigation is Clement Neutron. Was that restart just that little bit too good to be true?
Well, that would be the logical thing to... Well, I say it's come straight up after the restart, so Clement Neutron has got a bit of a cloud overhanging him now in the rest of this race as the 404 has a bit of a wide moment there. That was Luis Esser managed to get things back onto the circuit. And again, this just shows Neutron 7 points clear of the rest of the pack, but we said one moment. We're not saying that it's going to be anything more at this stage than an investigation. The race officials will have a look at it, but if that does result in any kind of jurisdiction, that could be the difference between starting on pole position and the superheat tomorrow or not.
Yeah, certainly so. And like we're talking about this right now, the only change that we've seen in the middle of the intermediate classification is for 8th in the points, as Christian Biasati has been promoted up to 8th in the points. He's not in this race, but of course, because of others are in this race and they've not had the best results, they're dropping down the order. It's promoted him up. So that's what we're seeing. So Clement Neutron then, under investigation. Now, if anything comes from that, obviously he's got to think about maybe a 5-second penalty gets added on or anything like that. He is at the moment 0.8 of a second clear from second place, Yannis Bouillet. But then he's only 2.7 seconds ahead of Van der Kerkhoff, who's there in 3rd place. And any lower than that, then he's going to really struggle right now because, again, he's only got a 7-point deficit to anyone else. If he finishes 7th or below, he's in trouble.
Rattel's on pole. Rattel's on pole for superheat, the first superheat tomorrow. So, end of lap number 7. Utron leads on the road by a second ahead of Bouillet. Van der Kerkhoff in 3rd. Van der Kerkhoff, after a difficult race earlier, is striking back. That's a nice move. That's Nugareid down the inside. Takes 4th place away from Kelteren.
Yes, indeed. Well, Utron at the moment holding on to it now. The lead up to 1 second as we keep an eye on this battle. Nugareid just with that fresh position. Now Mackie with the fastest lap of the race now is recovering back. Mackie just behind. You can see trying to close in on this battle. But at the moment is still just keeping a close eye on it. Heikki Kaltonen again is another driver who has delivered, but on the outside line, Glum's going to go through. He gets the switch back and he moves up into P5. Kaltonen now has to really think, 'cause again, we were speaking to him and he was saying going into this weekend, and saying, well, I was on the podium here last year. I want to better that this year. He's certainly making it difficult for himself. Right, let's hear what they had to say.
Timekeeping 269 under investigation, please, on the restart.
Just confirming the under investigation, because look at that, just disappeared from the rest of them. And understandably from Yannis Boulier, he saw the person in front of him go, so he went, but the drivers behind were like, whoa, that's way too early.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go. I'm going to keep my cards right and I'm going to stay here. So, like we were saying, was that restart too good to be true? According to our race director, it might have possibly been.
Well, this is where the race officials will be looking at all the different angles. You know, when was the flag shown? You know, when was the instruction delivered? And they'll make their judgment. And this is one of those races that we will be saying at the end the result is provisional with a capital P. Right now, 1.6 seconds is the gap for Utron ahead of Brûlé. There is a driver in third place, Matthias Van der Kerkhoff. Van der Kerkhoff, who started on the ninth spot of the grid. He's only got new tyres on one side of the car, but we should remember had a DNF earlier in the day, so the used tyres won't be as used as others out there on circuit. A couple of moves further down the order, Keanu Willems has got through past Asier Garcia for 18th place. Luke Taylor is back up into the top 20 as well. That's all of your updates further down the order. Remember, you can check in with all the results, all of the timing, over on the IAME Euro Series website.
Indeed, and Brienne now with the fastest lap of the race, 55.277. Again, those purple sectors coming in from drivers who are well further down there in the order. Under investigation is Yannis Boulier, and again, I'm going to put it out as off the track there at turn number 7. Is that Bertram Sash? Or is it Lauritz Sash? Lauritz Sash, who's off the circuit. And, well, that's gone from bad to worse. More overtakes here as down the inside. Is that Clovis Nougarade on Van der Kerkhoff? I'd be inclined to believe that it is, and it is down in towards third place now.
Just keeping an eye on Van der Kerkhoff, because he's had a couple of looks down at his equipment the last couple of laps. Oh, that's a nice one from Gloom down the inside. And, yeah, I just hope that Van der Kerkhoff hasn't got a problem here, because he's fading in the latter stage of this one. He's getting overtaken hand over fist here. We are on the final lap. I think Sofia Zanfari is also out of this race. Well, we don't know who's going to win this one. Clement Utron's going to take the checker flag first, but it is with an investigation overhanging him.
Yes, indeed, and that is the same for Yannis Boulier as well, who also went at the start. So we don't know yet. Checker flag's gone out provisionally. Clement Utron takes another qualifying heat win, and that well, doesn't secure pole position, of course, for him at all. But he's in certainly a very strong position for that one. Yannis Boulier finishing in P2. Also, though, under investigation. Clovis Nougarade finished then in P3 ahead of Marcus Glum. Lewis Mackey ahead of Matthias Van der Kerkhoff. Heikki Kaltonen from Annabelle Briand. Marc Granada from Suleiman Zanfari. Johan Vanguard finishes in 11th place ahead of Noah Maton, who finishes in P12. Louis Esser from Marlin Bayer. Maxime Blanchemont finishes inside the top 15 and actually rounds out the top 15. Well, drivers now at this point really try to focus now, because they've got another qualifying heat coming up later on today. And, well, a lot of action is ahead of us still, Andrew.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking at the plan for later on today, Group A will have their last race at 5:30 local time. It's just gone 3:45 local time here at the end of that one. For Group D, they will be in the following race at 5:50. So Clement Utron could well still even if there is a change in the results afterwards, still be on pole position for the Superheats. That will all be decided in the next race that we see Utron in. Right now, though, the driver who's finished first on the road goes through onto the weighbridge. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Indeed. Well, the restart there, this is the first start right now, and all good for Clement Outron at the beginning of that one, breaking away well. For some drivers, it was a shaky start. Jeremy Swan getting caught out in the opening stages of that race. I think another one, Kevin Backer, later on, we saw him have a very big moment. There you can see those drivers recovering at the start of that race, and again it's just a case of just not going the way you wanted to or anything like that, just getting caught out, and Angelo Melli there really having to dig deep throughout the rest of that race. But for the majority of the field, Andrew, it was a relatively decent start, especially for Clement Outron on that start.
Yeah, he got that part absolutely right. This was the huge incident for Kevin Backer. Kevin brilliantly able to walk away from that one, disappointed of course, and immediately the slow boards came out. That reduced Clement Outron's lead down to nothing at all, but then this is the moment of the race that is under review. Clement Outron going there onto the loud pedal, Yanis Bouillet going with. The question is, was that too early? That will all be picked through by the officials. We'll let you know what the decision is as soon as we get that news in the box. There was still the rest of the race to run, of course. There were lots of battles going on up and down the field. Matthias van der Kerkhoff had a very good restart, was up as high as third in the latter stages of the race. That was a close moment involving the 262 of Marc Granada. Granada would race on to finish again in the top 10.
Indeed, another good, solid result on the board there for him. But again, the race continuing. Big moments again, just getting squeezed out onto that exit curb. At the exit there, Louis Esser just holding on to it, though, as he regained control of the kart. This moment here, again, Clovis Nogueira battling away. Matthias van der Kerkhoff, who was having a good race there, unfortunately, just dropping down at the last spot. And again, he needed a good result after that retirement that he had earlier on, of course, on the opening lap. There is Loris Sash. No idea what happened there, but he ended up with the warning flag, which came with an in-race 5-second time penalty after that very incident.
Yeah, not a good result for Loris Sash. Well, I don't think it'll actually change his position in terms of he was 6 seconds clear of Luca Mann, but not the result that Loris Sash would have wanted. Still intrigued as to what was going on with Van der Kerkhoff right at the end, because he seemed to have no pace at all in the end, finished 6th. Outron saw the checkered flag first for the 5th time this weekend. Bouillet in 2nd, Nogueira 3rd, Gloom and Lewis Mackie completing the top 5.
Indeed. Well, another race to go. It's Senior X30 qualifying Heat C versus G coming up next. That will round out to the penultimate round of qualifying heats for the Senior X30 category. We'll see them out at the end of the day. But, of course, we've got C and G left to go. And there on your screen, Bertram Sash, now not to be confused with Loris Sash, who we just saw out on track. But Bertram Sash starting this one on pole position. And, again, flooded with up and down results as Bertram Sash. And he's been at the sharp end, he's been in the good spots, he's been in the bad spots, he's been in around that top end. But again, I think he's a driver who could really come out well this weekend and really have some good results, especially in those super heats, because he's been just right at that sharp end, dealing with all the things that have been thrown at him.
Yeah, he's been dealing with it with the pressures of being at the front of the field really, really well. And it's great to see, even though we're in the last round of the season, there's plenty of drivers pushing on for the best results that they've had so far this season. Sash, I think at the start of the weekend, the aim would obviously be to qualify for the final. He's looking like he's going to be doing that fairly comfortably as things stand. We are going to be talking championship in this race, though, Anthony. Marcus Luzio is out on circuit again, currently 3rd in the championship points. No championship points to be awarded today, of course. That will all come tomorrow, the first haul of them after the superheats. But this is another key one for Luzio, particularly when you look at who's on row 2, you look at who's on the inside of row 2, and it's Danny Caronini, the driver 2nd in the championship points. This is a massive, massive race for the Italian.
Exactly, and the same for Riccardo Ferrari as well, who's 4th in the championship and also just behind Danny Caronini. And those two, I suspect, will be in a position where they will work together throughout these races. But we'll see, because they're in their own championship fights. Nonetheless, it's a driver's championship. It's not a team's championship, so everyone to themselves. But I'm sure when it comes to this stage of the weekend, working together could be a main focal point. There, the last few words of encouragement for the drivers. We are moments away from getting this race started. And like I say, for a lot of these fields, it's a tense time, isn't it? The end of a championship brings out, I don't want to say it brings out the worst, but it definitely brings out, I think, the worst in drivers' mentality going into things, because they think points all the way throughout. There's a nice change. Eloy Gonzalez. And is that a brand new set of tyres? I see on the left-hand side of that kart. It is. So there we go. That's confirmation that we've got some new tyres out there. Eloy Gonzalez, who will be starting this one a little further back on the field on the 4th row. But the engines fire up as the drivers make their way out on the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup here. Bertram Sash and Marcus Luzio on row number 1. Danny Caronini and Sam van der Heijden go from row number 2. Riccardo Ferrari and Christian Biasati round out row 3. They'll have Eloy Gonzalez and Matteo Giaccardi on row 4. Lewis Bird and Austin Gale on row 5 from Luca Bertoni, and Enzo Menendez on row 6. Alex Machado and Cahal Clark on row 7. Faris Jalil and Luca Horton round out the first half on row 8.
Martin Guillou and Morgan Knudsen go from row 9. Leonardo Longoni and Charlie Glue start on row number 10. Tess Verschure and Miguel Silva start on the 11th row of the grid. They're ahead of Philip Svensson and Nicholas Simic on row 12. Emilio van Overberger and Torben Gurendal start on the 13th row of the grid. Luis Aguiar and Thomas Van Vliet start on row 14. Marlon Vatter and CJ Bennett will start this one from row 15. And then it's Juan Pablo Girard who completes the 31 runners expected in this one. All of them are out on circuit. Tyre talk. It is easier to go through the drivers who are not running with at least 2 new tyres in this race. Miguel Silva is one on row 11. Martin Guillou is one on row 9. And your pole sitter, Bertram Sash. Those are the 3 drivers and only 3 drivers who are running this race on used rubber. Now, we should note that that may not be overly used rubber. It's likely that those drivers have all deployed their sets earlier on today, but there are a lot of fresh tyres behind the pole setter in particular. You know, he would, I think we'd spare a thought for him if he was a little bit nervous of this one, of that prospect.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Everything's crossed. Toes crossed, fingers crossed. Yeah. The start is key on this one. If he can maintain it there and he can try and get a little bit of a gap away, he should be good. But again, that is going to be a really, really tough race for him right now because, like you say, a smattering of brand new tyres all around him. We make our way into the final sector then. We pass the red line. No overtaking from beyond this point. And again, the tension starts to build now. This is their last race before their last round of qualifying heats later on today for this class. But let's see what happens. Out of the final corner, we're going to keep it steady, keep it slow as we enter into the tram lines. You have to wait for that acceleration line. You've got to wait for the lights to go out. And are they going to go out? The answer is yes, and we are racing, and it's a great start for Bertram Sash. He has nailed that start, and he's broken away. Caronini's got up into second place, but he's lost the inside line on the exit of it. He's going to try and hold it there on the entry into towards turn 3, and he has held on to it. He's up into second place. There's karts off in the background there. One is the Nightmans, one is VDK that get restarted. We'll find out who they are in a moment's time. Eloy Gonzalez gets squeezed out wide. Riccardo Ferrari is holding on to 4th place. Is down the inside. Marcus Luzio goes to move Caronini off the circuit and rejoins now in P4.
It's getting to that point of the day, that point of the championship where championship rivals are going to leave no space for one another, and that happened right away through turn 7. Luzio down the inside of Caronini, knowing that in his bid for becoming series winner, it is absolutely key in this race that he gets ahead of Caronini. Van der Heijden's going in there on the Italian, has got the position. So Danny Caronini took the race win earlier on. If he's going to get another one, he's got to fight all the way here. And at the moment, again, he's out of the main line. He's out of the train. Lewis Bird is fighting in there as well. Through is coming Christian Biasate, who's defending a top 8 spot in the IC at this stage also you can tell that it's getting tense out there. Van der Heyden down the inside again. Carinini tells him, push on. I'm not going to defend as Biasati throws it down the inside of Bird. I think Carinini right now, Anthony, is just trying to get back in the rhythm, trying to not get in too much of a fight because he can see the likes of Ferrari, Luzio and Sash disappearing down the road.
And this is good for Loritz Sash as well, because now he hasn't got an entire grid of karts all fighting on him. He's only got 2 others as Elo Gonzalez uses all the track and more at the exit of turn 12. I'm not sure if he had someone down the inside. He had someone down the inside there. I think it was Luca Patoni who managed to get through. Luzio is having to defend here from Ferrari. Ferrari not able to get past just yet. And like you say, Bertram Sash looking very comfortable right now. Right, update on the start. It was Emilio Van Overberger and Louis Aguirre that were the drivers that caught out in that first incident. We've also had Charlie Glum retire into the pit lane as Riccardo Ferrari sets the fastest lap of the race, despite the fact that we're seeing Luzio break away now.
Yeah, Luzio hitting it really hard in the early stages of this lap. Ferrari was a bit off the pace, of his own personal pace, to 22.7 last through that sector. In fact, Luzio's just gone purple through sector number 2, so I think he's been given the hurry up, communicating with the team and mechanics at the side of the circuit. Very close run team and effort that he has with his father. Raced through from the cadet levels in United Kingdom for many, many a year. End of lap number 3, Bertram Sash from Denmark leads this race by just under 7/10 of a second. Luzio there, P2, Ferrari P3. Christian Biasati has got ahead of Danny Carinini in the last few laps as well. So again, it just feels like Danny Carinini, the 100% Danny Carinini that we saw earlier in the season, just quite hasn't been. He's not been here so far this weekend. It's starting to become a bit of a concern.
Yeah, it is a bit, because again, he's got a championship on a knife edge here, and again, we've just not seen that fire in the belly that we would see from the Italian. And like you say, I spoke to him earlier in the weekend, and he said, you know, it's going the way we want it to go, and we're looking forward to it. And he's been focusing on some of the younger drivers. He's been coaching some younger Italian drivers here, and again. It's nice to focus on that, but not focus too much on it, as down the inside goes Marcus Luzio into the lead of the race. Bertram Sash now is under trouble. There's the fire from Danny Carinini down the inside and gets past the likes of Alex Machado, and I think that's Lewis Bird trying to get through as well. So again, as much as he's trying to gain those positions, he's got drivers coming up thick and fast behind him as well. Here though, now Riccardo Ferrari's also managed to get past, so Bertram Sash is down to P3 now. And has he got the tyres? Has he got the tyres to fight this one back? Because these two have got the tyres and they're breaking away.
They are breaking away, but I think for Sash, this is where we go almost into time trial mode and just try and manage that gap.
Whoa,
Back to
that's going to help him.
Ferrari down the inside of Luzio to take the lead at the end of lap number 5. Luzio taps on his head to say, think about it. There's still a long way in this one to go. But Ferrari, who had not the greatest of starts to this weekend, had a bad result yesterday in the second round of the heat, is not out of the championship yet. It's not completely done. It's to say the points into the championship will be awarded, or start to be awarded tomorrow. This man from Italy is not giving this fight up. No,
he certainly isn't indeed. And like you say, it's great to see him back on fine form, because he was on this form in Franciacorta. And I know a lot of people then at that round were saying, you know, he's a wild card. He knows the circuit like the back of his hand. It's only this track. And when we went to Wackersdorf, yes, okay, we may have seen maybe that was the case because he was right at the back and didn't really score a lot of points. But here in Belgium at Genk, it's back on it, and again it's showing that it's not just a one-off circuit that he knows. He knows these tracks. He's a quick driver. He's a quick pilot.
Now he's got a good team behind him as well. The M2 backed effort with a lot of work from Zanchi Motorsports. Starting to stretch away now from Marcus Luzio there in second place. Marcus Luzio will be sat in 6th place in the intermediate classification if things stay this way at the end of the penultimate round. It'll be Utron on 0, Andy Rattel on 7, Keane Geraghty 13, Calter 14. As we have a look at a replay, this is Austin Gale going toe-to-toe with one of the GGMs.
Toe-to-toe, and his toes were he stayed it nailed there on the throttle, and, well, side pod off, and he's out of this race.
That was with Luca Horton, and Luca Horton is also in, and I fear that that may be the end of the weekend in terms of hopes for tomorrow for Luca Horton. That is a third retirement from Luca's races so far this weekend. You know, we often say with this format, one result you can deal with, two's a little bit tough, but three, the writing's on the wall. Good move down the inside there. That was Sam van der Heyden getting past Bertram Sash for third place.
Yep, certainly was, and moving up in the order. It's all kind of closed in a little bit now because, well, through as well has gone Biasati, Christian Biasati getting through past Bertram Sash, and this is how it happened down the inside through turn 6. Just a nice move there, and that's just Bertram Sash. Like you say, he's in that conservation mode now. He's just thinking, right, how much further am I going to drop back in this race?
And don't pick up any silly penalties along
the way.
Exactly.
You know, just focus to the end.
Just get it through and focus on the last race. There are your point standings on your screen for these qualifying heats. So Uchon's still on 0. We will keep you up to date with any news from the previous race, and investigations, as far as we're aware, in the box continue to be ongoing. Rattel 7, Geraghty 13, Caltran 14, Meerschout 16, Luzio 18. That is a very congested area from Geraghty down to Luzio. That is the whole part of, will it be second on the grid for a superheat tomorrow, or will it be the inside of row number 2? I know we'll have the discussion as we always do. Where would you rather start? On the inside of row 2, on the outside of row number 1? I think if you Marcus Luzio, you know, the higher up the order you are, it means championship points. So,
yes, that's the main thing they care about.
Yeah.
They're not cared about their grid position for the superheat. They're cared about, the points thing of what they can get at the end of that superheat. This is getting a little feisty now, though. Luzio kind of backing them up into each other here. Sam van der Heyden is under pressure from Biasati behind, Machado from Sash as well. But there you can see Biasati trying to get through. His teammate just behind him, though. He's taking the optimal racing line. He's going to look maybe for a switchback here. He's not going to find it. CJ Bennett, unfortunately, is going to pick up a warning flag in this race. Big send down the inside for Christian Biasati. And he goes through, but now his teammate Machado is going to try and fight back. 2 for 1 through 7 and 8. Thank you very much. Machado up to 3rd.
Love that from Alex Machado. That is classic stuff from the Andorran. Took his time, didn't fully go into steaming into turn 6, knowing that there was going to be an opportunity for him into 7, and executed that brilliantly. Through goes Lewis Bird as well. Where has Caronini gone in this race? He's down in 14th. He's down in 14th. There is a driver in the paddock who's going to slightly smile at that, and his name is Finn McLaughlin, because now it looks like the tide is turning. In this round of heats, McLaughlin's going to get a better result than Caronini here.
Yeah, he is. That is, well, certainly a turn of events, especially as Danny Caronini started on the 2nd row of the grid. And McLaughlin a lot further back, a little sideways there, holding that inside line for Sam van der Heyden. Bird trying to go down the inside. Not able to do so. Sash still behind as well. We're on the final lap of this race, and Riccardo Ferrari, who, well, over the course of this weekend, he's not had a qualifying heat win so far. This is going to be delightful for him. He's back on fine form, back where he wants to be, and he's doing all right in the intermediate classifications, but like I say, he's got another race to go later on. But into the final corner, he looks set to be another qualifying heat winner here. The battle for 2nd is on, though. Luzio's going to hold on to it. Alex Machado takes 3rd place. Christian Biasati in P4 from Sam van der Heyden in P5. Well, for Riccardo Ferrari, that is the result that he wanted. And again, he will maintain his composure, will maintain focus, because it is a good result. But over the course of this weekend, 1 win is good. It's not the best results, especially after the results he had earlier on, but certainly he can be delighted with this one. The young Italian is back on fine form. Luzio as well, holding on to P2, can be delighted with that one. He promotes himself to 6th in the intermediate classifications. Meerschout, though, to 5th, Geraghty 4th, Ruben Moore was up to 5th, and Lewis Mackie 8th in the intermediate classification. There is a look at the full results then. It's Ferrari from Luzio, Machado from Biasati, Hayden from Bird, Sash from Gonzalez, Bertoni from Longoni, Giaccardi from Menendez, Clark, Carinini, and Vassor is in the top 15. Torben Gurndal finishing in P16. Faris Jalil finishing in 17th place. Miguel Silva from Thomas Van Villay. CJ Bennett finishing in P20, but with that 5-second time penalty will tumble down the order. Marlon Vatter, Martin Giolu as well, finishing just behind. Here's the highlights from that one. Bertram Sash, brilliant start for Sash in the early stages of that one. The same for Danny Carinini, and well, Carinini, we thought it was going to be all fine to the end of the race. There you could see the unfortunate spins there. You had Amelia Van Overberg and Louis Aguirre getting caught out in that one, and Torben Grundel having a half spin in sympathy just behind. Later on, we would see Charlie Glum come into the pit lane, as well as Juan Pablo Girard also pitting in the early stages of the race. Eyes on this one, though. Luzio on Carinini. That was a brave moment there, and I suspect Danny Carinini probably not too happy with that one. And then from that moment there, I think it was just a sign for everyone to go sort of green light and go for the moves. And you can see there he was communicating with his mechanic, kind of saying, come on, I haven't got the power, I'm trying to go, but the kart's not going for it. And you can see here that it was just an overtake after overtake. It was a slaughter there for Danny Carinini. Luzio to the lead then at this point. Riccardo Ferrari getting through on Bertram Sash. This is how Sash slowly starts to fade down. Only down to 7th place, though. Remember, he did not have that fresh set of tyres. Riccardo Ferrari getting through into the lead and was able to break away. That gap opened up to 2.4 seconds. That scary moment, unfortunately, for Mr. Gale, Austin Gale going off the track, and for Luther Horton, that is another bad result for him and another retirement, and that's going to spell disaster for him later on in the weekend. Biasati getting the moves later on there. Into the pit lane was, I think that is Juan Pablo Girard in his 300 going and having a chat there. But he was not too happy, and clearly showing that, yeah, he went for the move and it just didn't work out. Now got damage. Machado getting a nice little overtake on this one, 2-for-1 special as he moved up into 3rd place, and he held on to that one. The Andorran for TV Kart Racing certainly looking strong. 10 positions gained in that race there. Was Austin Gale as well, also coming into the pit lane. But for Riccardo Ferrari, back on top form at the sharp end of that field. And he can be all good then. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Developments down here. We believe that Riccardo Ferrari has got a dropped front fairing, so we'll wait for that to be officially confirmed. But we'll have a talk to yourself, Marcus Luzio, because that means if that is the case, you inherit the race victory. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, no, it's hard. Start was a little bit scrappy. It always is round here. It's tough starting on the outside. Yeah, Riccardo went past. Didn't quite have the pace to keep up with him in that one. Obviously, he's a heat in front, I think. So, yeah. Yeah, the end was a little bit messy as well, but glad to have the win.
It's a developing story in this championship. You're 3rd in the points. You've beaten Danny Carinini in that race. He's not had a good one. Finn McLaughlin's had his troubles this weekend as well. Do you start to think about it coming your way? Is it still different focus?
Of course. I mean, the main aim this weekend is to win. But there's 6 of us that can mathematically. So, yeah, it'll be tough. Everyone's been up and down all year. So, yeah, it'll be tough this weekend. But hopefully we can get the win. At the moment, we're looking strong too. But, yeah. We'll see what happens.
I'll let you go, Marcus. We've got the next race coming out. Best of luck for tomorrow as well. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Indeed, we look forward to seeing that one out later on and tomorrow. Junior X30 is back out on track, and now this is their last qualifying heat of the weekend for the junior category. So this is an important one. Evan Purcell and Dan Alaman starting this one on the front row of the grid. They'll have Matteo Melis and Alex Pinheira on row 2. Federico Svardelazzi and Nilis Malik round out row 3 in the top 6. Arta Didonka and Didier Krieft on row 4. Jakob Bashler and Jörg Rana go from row 5. Benjamin Manak and Moritz Moore on row 7. Vadim Papaphilippou and Nikita Nikishov go from row 7. They'll have Leonardo Peruzzi and Aurelio Gustolini on row 8. Sam Woolley and Angelina Simmons going from row 9. They'll have Carolina Redondo and Mohamed El Bouzaki on row 10. Ji Zhaozhen and David Minchuna go from row 11 with Ben Goetz and Veer Chopra on row 12. No Harrison Mackie, and Wouter Bergenu will be on his own at the back of the field. 25 kart grid in this one. Intermediate classifications as it stands in the junior category. No one's got a dominant score. Riley Cranham and Zach Green joint on 2 points apiece. Dan Alaman and Arta Didonka 3 and 5 points round out the top 4. Jos Mulder with 6. Melis has got 8 points. Buckley with 9 and Toby Gale with 12. So again, it's close in the points at the moment. But eyes will be focused on Dan Alaman in this one because he starts on the front row. He's got 3 points. If he wins this one, he's still in with a chance of being on pole if Cranham and Green don't get the results that they want in their next race. And like I say, they start on the front 2 rows on that one, so the chance of being in a good spot to beat him will be quite high. Into the tram lines, we are green and racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Dan Alaman, who holds it around the outside there, but Evan Purcell has the inside line and holds on to the race lead. Alaman to the inside, tries to hold on to second, is denied it, and through goes Matteo Melis, who holds on to that one. Going slowly at the back is Ben Goetz, but he keeps going as there's yellow flags and there's 2 drivers who haven't gone very well at the back of that field. We'll try and find out who they are in a few moments' time, and it looks to be like it was possibly Aurelio Gustolini and Angelina Simmons who got caught up with each other. So that's not gone well for them at all. And out of the race is the number 29, and that is Angelina Simmons. So she will go no further, and that is not good news at all for her.
Yeah, another driver who's had DNFs previously this weekend. So whilst we'll see Angelina in the superheats tomorrow, it's going to be a tall order to get through and into Sunday's final. End of lap number 1 then. Purcell leads. Alaman P2, Melis P3. They're about 7/10 clear of Alex Pinera in 4th place. Good starts for Jacob Bachler, up 2 spots to 7th. Benjamin Maniac as well, there in 8th. There's a quick sight of the number 52 of Federico Spardoletti, the Zanchi Motorsports driver, as through goes Alaman for the lead. No, Purcell holds it round the outside. Great defence there from Evan Purcell. He holds onto the lead.
Yeah, he does. Now Matteo Melis is right there just behind. Fresh tyres inbound in 4th place. Federico Spardoletti is right there with a brand new set of boots, ready to rock and roll with these 3. And again, Purcell's going to go defensive into the final corner. Alaman onto the outside. Melis can't follow, but look who it introduces. Spardoletti is right there and has joined this lead group with the fresh boots. Malik is just behind. Benjamin Manak is right there. Keep an eye on Federico. He's trying to go to the outside here, bring it back into the inside of Matteo Melis. Not close enough this time around. Watch the switch back here. On the outside, has the inside, can get the power down, gets alongside. He will have the inside line, but he's denied the chance as defensive will go Melis.
Spardoletti's got to be really, really patient here and play the long game. Yes, it's a shorter race with it being 8 laps for the juniors, but actually having a little bit of space, a little bit of a spread out between the top 3 will help him. He'll be able to pick them off one by one. The trouble is, Purcell, defensive into turn 12, has closed it back up again. Spardoletti, I think, has got to go for it down the inside. He's having a look. That's what he needed. Down the inside, takes 3rd place. He can now set about trying to catch up to Alaman and Purcell. The trouble is, Dan Alaman is down the inside and has got the lead. Dan Alaman back into 1st position. The next half lap really important now for the Swiss driver. Can he break away?
Well, let's see, because again, he's on the used tyres here, and if Spardoletti is right there, if he can get past Alaman, he'll be in a prime position here. Now, Purcell saying, right, let's go as well. Benjamin Manak goes defensive as Nilas Malik tries to send it down the inside into turn 7. That move is denied very promptly. Back with this one here at the front here, and again, no change. Alaman holds on to the lead right now. Purcell's still there. He's saying to everyone, right, let's keep going, but he continues to go defensive.
Yeah, he's trying to keep control of this one at the moment. Spartalatti's having a think about it. Same move as one lap before. This time it's good for second place. End of the first half of this one. Alex Pinheira's on the grass a little bit there. I think there's been problems for Nilas Malik. Unfortunately, the STX sponsored machine is falling down. The order is now in 21st position on here on lap number 5, make that 23rd. So that's a real shame as Maniac throws it in there for third place.
Yeah, nicely done. Again, he's reading the road ahead here, and he's just seeing, right, okay, he's gone through, you're a little weaker right now, I'm going to try and go for this move here, and it just works out every time for him. Remember, he was caught out earlier on the last lap in the last corner, where he got spat out when he hit that curb. Again, a horrible thing to happen, but he's right now recovering back. 7 places he's gained, 8 places he's gained in this one, I should say, and he's there fighting in third. And this battle's not over right now. Alaman, yes, he's in the lead. You're thinking, can he break away? I was thinking no, because Svadalati is right there, and he is pushing. They're communicating with each other, saying, right, come on, let's go, let's focus. I don't think we're going to see that here, especially with those fresh boots.
Well, Benjamin Maniac is the only driver in this field racing this weekend who's got a finals victory in the IAME Euro Series. Harrison Mackie, of course, sitting the races out to formally secure his championship by just getting a straightforward 0 score through this weekend and taking that as his drop score. So Maniac's the one with the proven experience of winning these races in this field. That's not to say that it's going to be easy for him, that the other drivers aren't capable of joining that roll of honour themselves, but Maniac's going to be feeling confident at this stage. Evan Purcell there in 4th place. There's how it's affecting the scores in the intermediate classification on your screens. Cranham and Green would go off against one another in the next race, both on 2 points. Alaman would be right there on 3, could still be on pole position for one of those superheats tomorrow if neither Cranham or Green win the remaining race here in X30 Junior. So it is crucial for him that he holds onto this lead ahead of Federico Spartalatti. They're communicating together there to say, come on, we've got to keep pushing. Maniac's only there at half a second behind. Purcell's not out of this either. And keep an eye on Artur de Donker as well, as that's a good pace today. He's still there in the top 5.
Yeah, looking at the points, Alaman is in a 100% position. He's starting on pole for Superheat 2.
Yes.
Because they're both in the next final, and if one of them doesn't win, they're both going to be on 4 points if one of them doesn't win. And if one does, yes. So he's definitely secured that with being in the lead here, but Sardinati could change that dramatically if he goes to the overtake. This is Purcell going for the move back into 3rd place. Maniac's going to retaliate and instantly back through into 3rd place on the final lap of this race. Good racing from those two, close but fierce, but both of them dropping back from these lead 2. Into that next race, like we were saying, it all falls down to that one, but certainly for Dan Alaman, he's done all he can do right now. He's had those results, he's done what he needed, but a win here will certainly help him out. He's definitely got a pole position, but we just don't know which one it could be. And it could be in the first, depending on how the next race goes, but it's definitely the second one.
Yeah, big off down at turn 7. That is Papa Philippou and Nikashov. They were fighting in and around 6th, 7th place. They're having a little bit of a meeting now as to who they think was at fault of that one, but either way, they're both out of this race. Dan Alaman is going to book himself onto the front row and onto pole position in one of the superheats tomorrow. We'll wait to see which one it is. Dan Alaman passes the test again and wins in X30 Junior to finish his day here at Karting Genk. He was under a lot of pressure there, but as I say, he has delivered once more, wins by just around half a second ahead of Federico Spartalatti, who uses those new tyres to great effect, secures 2nd place in this race. Will have to run on some used rubber tomorrow in the superheats, but
As I say, he's had a few problems earlier on in the weekend. He needed a good result there, and he has done that. Benjamin Maniac in third. Another good result for Maniac. Fourth for Evan Purcell, who has been great today, having had that pole position from yesterday. He's got some really good points on the board. Artur Dodonka fifth. Jacob Bakler sixth. As there is the 149 of Leonidas Peruzzi. Peruzzi also, I think, has stopped on the last lap. So 3 retirements on the last lap with Nikashov and Papaphilippou, the other 2. There is your provisional result. Alaman from Spartalati, Maniac, Purcell, Dodonka, Bakler, Alex Pinera in 7th place. Moritz Moore in 8th. Biggest mover in that race was David Minchuna, up to 9th. That's a gain of 13. Completing the top 10 was Matteo Melis. Rugiana in 11th. Didier Krief has recovered well after the disappointment in the first round of heats earlier on today. That's 12th place for the Dutch driver there. 13th place Veer Chopra. A good gain of 11 places there. Mohamed El Buzaki was 14th. Top 15 was completed by Carolina Redondo. Ben Gertz, Aurelio Gustinelli, Nilas Malik, Ji Chao Chen, and Rota Bergenu all in the top 20. Sam Woolley was the last of the finishers. Let's have a look through the highlights of that one. Back to the very start. Evan Purcell not relenting at the front of the order off the start, has led these races from the green light very, very well after the surprise result yesterday in those wet conditions. There at the start there were problems. The number 99 going round there. Ben Gertz was involved in that one as well with Aurelio Gustinelli. Angelina Simmons, a really tough weekend for her, continues with P25 in that race. Dan Alleman on the move early on, of course, starting from the front row of the grid, signalling to Evan Purcell. He needed to push forward, didn't want him to defend because they were very conscious of the attack of Spartalati, the only driver up the front with new tyres and 4 new tyres, was looking to progress through the order. Alleman took the lead at the start of lap number 4 away from Evan Purcell. Purcell defending into turn 6 as well. Benjamin Maniac also having another strong run in that one. That was his move past Matteo Melis for 4th place. Nidas Malik was strong as well in the first half of the race, was up as high as 5th, but would have problems in the middle of the race and fall down the order. That was the move from Spartalati that took the Italian up to 2nd place. Maniac followed in as well for his own move on Purcell that was good for 3rd place. And then it was the story of could Spartalati catch up to Alleman and take the lead away. There was a good scrap for 3rd place. Evan Purcell trying one down the inside, Maniac reading it. There was a bit of drama on that last lap for the likes of Freydin Papaphilippou and Nikita Nikashov, both of them out of the race at turn number 7. Understandably, not best pleased with how that race finished. We'll see both of them in the super heats tomorrow, but that is a lot of points in the intermediate classification on those scorecards that they would not have wanted. For Dan Alleman, though, he takes the race win, and whilst at the moment he's 3rd in the intermediate classification, the 2 drivers ahead are both only 1 point ahead, both in the next race, and by being in the next race, they both can't win. So it's at least a Super Heat 2 pole from Dan Alleman. Let's hear from him with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Ferme with our person who's definitely starting on pole for Super Heat 2, potentially starting on pole for Super Heat 1. We still got another race to go. But Dan Alleman, that's exactly what you wanted. Talk us through that race, because that race was good. The races earlier on also as well. Talk us about your day. How's it been?
It was a very good day. I was very quick and slick and wet. And we make big moves with other driver. And it was very a good day.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about championship, of course. You're a bit up and down at the moment, but again, all the way throughout this weekend, what is the main thing you're hoping for? Are you just hoping to stand on that top spot of the podium at the end of the season? Is that what you want?
Yeah, it's the end of the season. I want to win a race now, and I hope to make it.
Yeah. Well, let's keep fingers crossed for that one. Of course, are you going to be watching the next race, or are you going to forget that one? Are you going to sit in the tent and focus to tomorrow?
I'm gonna watch it.
You're going to watch it. Good. Where are you going to watch it from?
Up there.
Up there on the grandstand. Perfect. We'll keep an eye out for you. Well, Dan, congratulations. Well done. You're definitely starting on pole for Super Heat 2. Let's see what happens in this next race. You could be starting on pole for Super Heat 1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from Dan Aleman. Like we're saying, one more qualifying heat to go for the juniors. Andrew, let's head back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, one more race for X30 Junior here today. Groups B and D are out next to complete their set of 3 qualifying heats here at Karting Genk. And this race will help us set the grid for the super heats tomorrow. And once we get through those super heats, we'll have some championship points being awarded. There are your drivers in the pre-grid on the left of your screen. Quinten van Leeuwen. We'll get back to Quinten in a moment. But the 2 drivers that we're going to be looking at here in terms of the intermediate classification on the right-hand side of your screen. Sorry, I think it said right-hand screen for Quinten van Leeuwen. He's on the left of your screen. Right-hand side of your screen, Riley Cranham in the number 39. Currently holds the lead in the intermediate classification. Very straightforward scenario for Cranham. Win this race. He'll be starting on pole position for Super Heat 1 tomorrow. Trying to stop him in that, Zach Green, second in line on the left-hand side, starting on the inside of row number 2. He's tied on points at the moment with Cranham. And again, quite simply, the same scenario for Green. Win this race. That will secure first in the intermediate classification and pole position for Super Heat 1. Whoever of those drivers, and it could be both of those drivers, don't achieve that, it's going to blow this thing wide open and give Aleman that chance to be on pole position for Super Heat 1. And as I say, it could very well be Quinten van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen a little bit further back in the order, of course, having had troubles in the first round of heats, but won, or took the first place, took the checkered flag earlier on in the second round of heats. I'm just checking to make sure that that result did stand. Yes, it is, because sometimes it can change. There's so many of these races throughout the course of the day. So Quinten van Leeuwen has already had a race win today. He's starting there in pole position. All the reason to suggest that he's going to be a big contender in this race. Toby Gale, you can see second on the right-hand side of your screen in line with the yellow helmet, starting 4th on the grid, currently in the top 8 in the intermediate classification. Has had a strong day so far. Just Mulder as well. Just Mulder could be starting on a front row of a grid for a Super Heat, depending on how this goes. Let's take you through the starting grid for the last race in X30 Junior here at Karting Genk for Saturday's qualifying heats today. Quinten van Leeuwen is on pole position. Joining him on the front row is current IC leader Riley Cranham. On row 2, Zach Green goes alongside Toby Gale. On row 3, it's just Mulder and Devon Haagelen. That's an all-Dutch third row of the grid. Ben Smith and Andrea Galimberti start on row number 4. Felipe Rice and Ty Buckley completes the top 10 on row 5. Arthur Huang and Elvis Krasowska start on row 6, and starting on an all-Belgian row 7, it's Senna Munier and Gilles Herman.
Gabriel Benecki and Sid Tereda make a round out row number 8. Then it's Rock Pinheiro and Archie Owen on row 9. Sare Effert and Dennis Golowski round out the top 20. They go from row 10, ahead of Dimir Abali and Flavio Carrier on row 11. Noah Nolkin and Jack Doe go from row 12. Yanis van der Bosch and Ellis Laman round out the 26 kart field in this one. Everyone out on circuit. I'm guessing, Andrew, you've already done the spiel while I was walking back up about points and intermediate classifications and all of that. Cranham and Green right now, one of them could start on pole position. Neither of them could start on pole position for Super Heat 1.
Indeed, none of them could be on the front row. It's all still to play for with what we've got ahead of this one. And the crowd watching round the circuit and in the grandstand here. Brilliant facilities at Karting Genk. There are your temperatures. 28 degrees air temperature. Track temperature's actually dropped a little bit as we're getting into the latter part of the day. It's 4:30 local time here in Belgium, but it's still a toasty 40.3 degrees out on circuit. Tyres situation, information from down in the pre-grid. Only one driver with new tyres in this race. That is Noah Nulken starting 23rd in this race. So everybody is still on the first set of tyres that they've used throughout the course of today.
Certainly so. Well, there is the field lining themselves up into the final chicane. The last junior race of the day, Andrew. We're going to find out who's going to be starting on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Could it be a driver who's watching in the grandstand? Could it be one of the drivers in this race? Let's find out. Lights go green. We are racing. Quinten van Leeuwen gets away well on that inside row. Green has the inside line and holds on to second place, slots across and denies Riley Cranham the chance to get through. So at the moment, with the positions where they both are, neither of them are starting on pole position for Superheat 1. Off the track goes Jack Doe. He's retiring from the race. The car is just halting out of formation. And here we go now. It's Cranham. Is it Cranham? It is. Cranham to the lead of this race. Quinten van Leeuwen just holds on to second, and Green goes down to third. So now this could be Riley Cranham starting on pole for Superheat 1, but there's a long way to go, Andrew.
Yeah, I think Green had opened that one up through turn number 6. It got down the inside of Quinten van Leeuwen, and that gave the opportunity for Cranham to get a really good run down into turn number 7, end of the first lap. Just Mulder is on the move, is up to third place there for victory lane with the green helmet. It's Cranham from van Leeuwen, Mulder, Green. Ben Smith's had a good start. He's up 2 spots to 5th place. Toby Gale still there in the top 6. Haagland, Galimberti, De Rademacher and Buckley. That's the top 10 at the end of the first lap.
Certainly is. Here comes Gale down the inside. Toby Gale getting the move done, moving past Ben Smith and getting up into P5 now. It's all kicking off behind though, as it's getting a bit feisty there. Haagland's just lost out to Galimberti, who's moved up into P7 now. Back here though, and well, Cranham's not broken away, has he? Quinten van Leeuwen is right there in P2, so is Just Mulder. Just Mulder has had fabulous races so far today in the junior category, hasn't he?
Yeah, really good stuff from Just Mulder. He's looked decisive with the overtakes out there as well. Decent qualifying yesterday on the third row of the grid.
Here we go.
Here goes Quinten van Leeuwen down the inside. Mulder, I thought Mulder was going to go for both of them. It's second place for Mulder, but it's a new race leader. He's already got 1 race win here today. Quinten van Leeuwen is going for 2. Is defensive to the inside of turn number 6. As out of the race is Sarah Iffert. That was one from the first lap of this race. Real shame for her. But Quinten van Leeuwen leads this one. Oh, is out of the race. Is one of the fusions, and I think a GGM as well. That's going to be Demira Bali and Felipe Rice.
Yeah, out of this race now. They tumble down the order all the way to 23rd and 24th, so it's gone wrong for them. Also went wrong for Gabriel Benecki as well, who's also gone to the back of the field. Eyes on this one here. Quinten van Leeuwen, well, he's leading. Just Mulder is going defensive, and Cranham's not happy at all. Cranham is right there in third place, just trying to say to him, keep going, keep fighting, because look, he's breaking away. Right, now Alleman leads the way in the intermediate classifications. He's got those 3 points now. Cranham would be on pole for Superheat 2 currently. Green would be on the front row of Superheat 1. But Alleman is in a good position. No, that changes again. Green would now be on pole for Superheat 2. It's constantly fluctuating.
Yeah, it's going to flip back again because Cranham's got back down the inside and overtaken Green into turn 3. There could be some help for Riley Cranham coming soon in the shape of Devon Haagland. The Dutch wildcard here this weekend is in 5th place. The 163 looking to close in as Green goes down the inside. Lovely stuff into turn 14. Made it work. Haagland now side by side. 3 wide nearly down the main straight in towards turn 1 and turn 2. Haagland is going to emerge. No, he's not. Cranham's going to take 3rd place back. Green's now back down to 5th place. Buckley's looking around the outside. Gale is there as well. What a race we're having here as Haagland goes down the inside on Cranham, and that opens the door for Green to step back through.
Oh dear, there's drama in the front there. Is that the 14 or the 147? I think that's Ben Smith tumbling down the order. He's got caught out in something there, and that's all gone wrong for him. But eyes on this one here. Gale on that rear bumper. This is superb, isn't it, Andrew? Just the ups and downs, and there it is. It's Ben Smith out of the race. That's a lot of debris, and careful with that one, because yes, okay, I know you're angry, but your foot is a lot softer than that rear axle, and you don't want a broken toe.
No, you don't at all. I think Stigler Rademacher has also been involved in something out there, because it was the number 14 falling down through the order. Meanwhile, back at the front, it's a Dutch 1, 2, 3 in this race at the moment. It's just a question of which one of the Dutch drivers is going to take race victory here. Quinten van Leeuwen, who knows that every single position is going to count. He had that result outside the top 20 in round 1 of the heats earlier on today. Just Mulder, at the moment, Just Mulder could still be on the front row of one of the super heats here. In fact, he could still be in pole position for one of the super heats if he can find a way through past Van Leeuwen, and it would need Green to lose further positions in this race. We could be talking about Just Mulder on pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, we certainly could. This is absolutely superb racing here. And Just Mulder right now, well, again, he has just been on form. We've been speaking about him a lot with the positions that he's gained. He started a little further back, but he's always got up there in these early stages of the races. This time, he's making it really count right now. And again, the pressure that he's piling on Quinten van Leeuwen here is second to none. We could see him moving towards turn 6 here. Is he going to look for it? The answer's no. He's going to stay behind. Again, he could wait to the very last lap, and that's the high possibility. Or he could go for it right now, and that's down in towards turn 7, and he does get it done. Wastes no time there at all, and he's into the lead.
And he's straight away on the attack to try and pull away from the from Quinten van Leeuwen there, a little bit further behind. Green's got back into third place ahead of Haugland. That could be important in terms of the intermediate classification. We'll bring you the updates in due course. There it is. So Alleman, we know that's looking pretty good right now. 3 points, has got it secured. Down the inside goes Haugland. Drops Green back down to second place, and Cranham's going to have a go again here, and Buckley. And I think is Gale still in there? No, it's Senna Mounier who's suddenly on the scene. We're on to the final lap. It's all changed again. Mulder is now in a position with what's going on out there that he'd have pole position for the second super heat tomorrow morning. But this is all quite key as well in the fight for second place in the championship. Green's in that fight. Cranham's in that fight. Tyke Buckley's also in that fight. They've gone through the grass that's been kicked onto the circuit. It's down the inside. Goes Cranham. That's a nice move for third.
It certainly is, but it's not going to last long, because again they go wheel to wheel and back through goes Haglin. Haglin through into third place, but now here comes the likes of Tyke Buckley. Wheel to wheel with Zach Green, but Green holds on to it but stays behind Cranham. There at the moment is your race leader, and not currently pole sitter for Super Heat 2, because it changed again. Mulder crosses the line, he wins. Quinten van Leeuwen in second. Who's going to get second? Who's going to get pole for Super Heat 2? It will be Riley Cranham with that P4 finish. Riley Cranham starts on pole position for Super Heat 2. Dan Alleman, from the comfort of the grandstand, is promoted to pole position for Super Heat 1 tomorrow after that race. Well, drama is ensuing in the junior category, but there, well, it's all, oh dear me, what can we say about that? Alleman now, not even in the race, gets promoted to pole for Super Heat 1. Cranham just holds on. And when I say just holds on, it is just holds on, because Just Mulder is joint on points with Cranham. Both of them 6 points. But because Cranham out-qualified Just Mulder, he would be starting ahead. And that's how it falls down to it. It falls down to qualifying, and that is so, so lucky. There is... two of the carts out of the race. Sarah Third, one of them. Ben Smith's the other. And the marshals quick on the scene to get those recovered out of the track. Well, there's a look at the, again, provisional results at the end of that one. Just Mulder taking the win from Quinten van Leeuwen. Haglin finishing in third place from Cranham. Then it's Green from Buckley. Senna from Gale. Herman finishing in P9. Archie Owen finishing in P10. 8 positions gained for Archie Owen in that one. Sid Rademacher finishing in P11 after gaining 5. Same with Herman, also 5 positions. Krikauskas finishing in 12th place from Galimberti in 13th place. Ellis Lamar finishing in P14, 12 places gained for the Swiss driver. Superb race. Arthur Huang from Rock Pinheira, Noah Nolkin from Flavio Carrier, Janis van der Bosch from Dennis Kolowski, and then it's Benecki from Rice, and Abley, who finishes in 23rd place. The retirements, Ben Smith, Sarah Effert, and Jack Doe from the race. But for Jos Mulder, that is a race win, but just missing out on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But that'll be a front row start for Jos Mulder alongside Dan Alleman in Superheat 1 tomorrow. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. And Quinten van Leeuwen getting away well at the start of that one, had the inside run. You could see on the outside Cranham trying to hold on to second place. There was the drama behind and the unfortunate first retirement for Jack Doe. That hit there just unfortunately meant his car just slowly eked out of life. This was Toby Gale, who started on the outside of row 2 at the start of his race. You can see him just losing out there to Jos Mulder at the start, but not dropping down too much. I think down to about P6 at this point from the start of that race. Green to the front at this point. Cranham getting through, but Quinten van Leeuwen just squeezing Green out of the way, dropping him down to 3rd, allowing the likes of Jos Mulder to go for the move later on. And there it was, down the inside at turn number 14, and securing that. That released the top 2, and we thought they were going to just break away and be a 1-2 all the way throughout that one, but that wasn't the case. Gale with big moves again on lap number 2, gaining those again. You can see they're just under braking. How committed he was there, under brakes in towards turn 6. Again, controlling that kart very nicely. The rest of the drivers coming through. This was Andrea Galimberti trying to gain the moves up in that early stage. He would later fall down the order, finishing in P13. There was the next change on lap 3. Quinten van Leeuwen getting through. Jos Mulder getting through as well and moving up into second place. Then again, another bout between Felipe Rice and Dinia Abeli, unfortunately out of the race, not completely, dropping down and finishing the race 22nd and 23rd. Back with Gale at this point, as it was behind Haglin. As Haglin managed to move forward up to P3 at that point. Gale, unfortunately, dropping down to P8 on that one. So not the result he will have wanted, but still a strong performance nonetheless. Over the start-finish line, the battle further back in this one. Green trying to hold on to that position. Cranham getting through as well. This third-place battle was superb because you had Tyke Butley in there. You had championship drivers in this battle. Of course, the junior championship's been settled. Harrison Mackie knows that, so that's why he's not out on circuit over these ones. But the rest of these drivers are all fighting still for second, third, fourth, and fifth, and so on in that championship. And all these positions, they matter at this point of the race weekend. Later on, though, again, this overtake just down the inside. Gale looking strong at that point. There was the retirement from Ben Smith. Well, very frustrated with his himself there, kicking the kart, but again, risking a little toe injury there is not fully worth it. Green to the inside then of Tyke Butley, moved him up another position, up into P5 in the latter stages of that race, but it would all be down to these two here. Jos Mulder down the inside through turn number 8. That was the change of the lead, and that would stay like that. Quinten van Leeuwen managing to break away, but again, it all fell down to this one because Jos Mulder did exactly what he needed to do, win the race on that one, doing everything he could, and he was dancing with being on pole position in Superheat 2. But with Cranham's results of P4, it just fractionally denied him. Dan Alleman then secures pole position for Superheat 1. Riley Cranham secures pole position for Superheat 2 as Jos Mulder takes the last qualifying heat win of the day. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with Riley Cranham. Riley, pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Before we get on to that, where do we start with that race? That was busy. That was a busy one.
Yeah, it was a very busy race. I mean, we got shuffled back at one point. I went a bit far backwards, but it's all about the positions we gained, which obviously puts us on pole for Superheat 2.
And looking really good again, you and the Fusion guys this weekend. I know Harrison's not racing; he's not having his run to the line, but it makes you the focal point of the team. Do you think? And do you think you can still get in that top 3 in the championship?
I mean, top 3 in the championship's always possible. I think the team are doing a really good job this weekend. I mean, they're helping us out loads, so we'll see how we go.
Super heat tomorrow. You're going to be on pole position for the second of them. How are you going to be tackling that?
I don't know yet. It's a bit of a different one. Obviously, we've been starting on the outside all day. I mean, we'll have a look at it tonight and see how we go tomorrow.
Good stuff. Well, we'll catch up with you tomorrow, Riley. Best of luck, and we'll see you on the front row of that grid for the Super Heat.
Thank you.
It's Riley Cranham there. Really good day's racing from him. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Indeed, calm, collected. He's going to focus on tomorrow and check out what is going to be the case. We'll turn our attention now back to the Mini X30 category. 2 more races for them to determine who's going to be starting on a pole position for the Super Heats tomorrow. And again, it's all been top and turvy a little bit in that one because no one's been the kind of secured winner so far in the category. But Giles Sayer starting this one on pole position. Is looking good and ready to see what he can do. He will have the close company of Oliver Warner alongside, who joins him on that front row of the grid. Achille Ray as well on row 2 has been a driver who has performed very well over the course of today. He's been right up there at the sharp end, just keeping it there. Ludwig Granqvist is a driver who really needs to dig deep in this one. He's had those tough results as well. So he needs to deliver in this one. He starts on that second row on row number 2 in P4. Same Antoine Venet as well as he's delivered well. We'll have Bruno Greening alongside on that third row of the grid. So again, the temperature is starting to build a little bit between these drivers. But the intermediate classification at the moment for them is Daniel Miron Lorente, who leads the way with 3 intermediate classification points. Sukmani Kira currently second in the qualifying heats with 4, is joint with Will Green at the moment with 4 points. Antoine Vinot is 4th. Now, he's got 5 intermediate classification points to his name, so if he wins this race, he stays in a good spot. Sukmani Kira and Daniel Miron Lorente are not in this race. Will Green is also not in this race. So the top 3 in the intermediate classification will all be battling in that next qualifying heat. So that's going to be an almighty one to watch, I can guarantee it. But this one as well is an important one for the intermediate classification and for where people are going to be starting for that super heat tomorrow. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out into the circuit. Let's take you through their full starting lineup for the penultimate Mini X30 qualifying heat of the weekend. It's Giles Sayer and Oliver Warner on row number 1. Achille Ray and Ludwig Granqvist on row 2. Antoine Vinot and Bruno Greening round out row number 3. They'll have Samuel Hugden and Maxim Bobrajov on row 4. Tony Cachaferro and Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio round out row number 5. Haditz Ferry and Christian Kobe go from row 6. Nahil Eldegahoudi and Alexandre Point round out row number 7.
Matis Bragio and Milan Bicou start on the 8th row of the grid. Ben McCluffrey and Jules Descamps start on row number 9. Aurélien Lemaire and Harley Musk will start inside the top 20 on row number 10. They're ahead of Luca Powell and due to go from the 11th row of the grid, although I don't think, no, Ethan Bailly does not take the start in this one. We do hope that Ethan is okay. We saw he had an incident earlier in round 1. Lorenzo Villiao starts on the 12th row of the grid alongside Kim Min-jae. Aidan Valio starts alongside Aaron Berhofer on row 13. Mason Hibbert had a good drive in the second round of heats. We'll be looking to move through from an all-British row 14 alongside Orion Mehta. And completing the field on row 15, it's Nahil Padavani and Liam Buckley.
Well, let's see what happens in this one. There's your intermediate classifications at the moment. Miron Lorente 3, Kira and Green with 4, Vinot with 5 who's in this race, Peruzzi and Davidson with 6 and 7 points. And again, all of those drivers will be in the next race. That is a lot of of drivers in that top 6 in the intermediate classifications, all racing together in the next one.
It is. I think it's a great opportunity for Antoine Venant to potentially, you never know, he could end up on pole position here for one of the superheats.
He could.
With a strong result here. But Warner and Sayer sharing the front row. They did a brilliant job together yesterday in timed qualifying. They worked as a tandem pair to get their good results in qualifying. You know, if they can hold themselves up at the front, they could be maybe not talking about pole position for any of the superheats, but definitely being up amongst the first 2 rows, maybe even the front row. Lots to be decided in this one. Bit of information on the tyres there. A couple of drivers on your screen using some new rubber in the shape of Nihil Padavani and Kim Min-jae. But apart from that, everybody is on the same first set of tyres that they have used across the course of the day. Here we go then. Last race for Groups A and C in the qualifying heats for X30 Mini. Into the tram lines, eyes on the lights. They're out, we're racing once again. 7 laps underway here at Genk, and there's already drama in the second half of the field. A number of drivers off the road. Thankfully, everybody keeps it on 4 wheels. There's more drivers off down at turn number 1. That was all in the second half of the pack. It's one of the ORMs that looks to be out of the race down at turn number 1, and that is a very, very dramatic start. I think we've got about 22 drivers remaining. It's down the inside. That's a good move from Antoine Venant up into second place. Just trying to clarify which of the 2 front row Fusion karts are still up there and who else is also out of this one. It is Jarlath Sayer at the very front in the 809. Venant up to second place, and Warner now in third out of this one. Samuel Hugon's not made it through sector 1. Neither is Aaron Burhofer, Mason Hibbert, Liam Buckley. I think there was also a delay for Orion Meta. That was difficult to see there, and going over start 1, not a nice one to observe.
No, indeed, and yeah, a very fast part of the circuit there, especially at the start of a race. But eyes focusing on the front. We are still green and racing, and the rest of the field, and it's still Jarlath Sayer holding on to the lead. Antoine Venant in second place, and this is exactly what Venant wants.
Yes.
You know, that's a great start for Antoine Venant. He's got up into second place. If he can get the lead of this race, he'll stay on those 5 intermediate classification points. It all falls down to what happens in the second race, and there he moves down into the inside at turn number 8, and he takes the lead of this race. But that is not going to be easy to hold on to because, well, Sayer, Warner, Granqvist is all there. Granqvist, needing a good result right now, is there in P4.
Good start as well for Bruno Grieling in this race. Is currently in 5th place. Tony Cacciafiero there as well in this top 6 breakaway. Nahil El Gahoudi, in fact, 3 drivers from MDC Racing up in the top 7. Really good stuff from then. Ludwig Gronqvist down the inside of Oliver Warner. Oliver Warner's going to have a difficult run here because he's going to be on the outside as through goes Grieling, and Cacciafiero is now going to be on the outside. That's well recovered, in fact, by Oliver Warner to not fall all the way back to the end of that train. But good progress being put in here by Gronqvist. Bit of a gap now up to Sayer there in second place. New focus for that chase quartet. Got to get on top of the pace here from Venant and Sayer.
Yeah, they certainly do. Eyes focused on this one. Now, this is a really, every time we talk about Mini X30 racing, when we see a scenario like this where we see 2 Fusions, 1 and 2, locking front and rear bumpers together and just pushing each other away, it's like, this is bad news for the rest of the field, isn't it? But whether that's going to be the case on this one, Venant Sayer still there. Granqvist, something's clicked in him right now because he's fully dialed in. They're in third place, and it's closing actually on those top 2.
Well, I just wonder if is it another one of those the pressure's off scenarios that, yes, there's, down the inside goes Sayer. This is going to be a change for the lead into turn number 2. Venant doesn't defend that one too harshly. That's understandable because it's a very close quartet, now quintet behind, which has a new leader of it because Oliver Warner has got through into third place.
Yeah, he has, and that's, well, looking to the inside for Granqvist, actually lost him out at a position as Kobe sets the fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in P7. Look at this now. It's one long train of karts here, and still Sayer who leads the way of it. But we'll keep a close eye as down the inside, more changing. Tony Cachefero getting through on the likes of Bruno Greeling. Kobe's there as well. Christian Kobe on the 8:45 ORM. You can see him there. He's looking to the outside here. Is he going to go for the switchback? Yes, he is. That was a very late lunge, and I think he just made that with the timing to switch back to the inside. There was a fraction of a touch between the two of them, but that was nicely done.
That was simply lovely. That was brilliant from Christian Kobe to switch back to the inside that late and keep full control on the inside through turn 14. We're on lap 5. Oliver Warner's your new fastest driver out on circuit. Tell you what, he's closed in to Venant there in second place, and Sayer as well. Sayer would be in 7th place in the intermediate classification after this. Venant would drop to 6th, but he'd be right on the heels of pretty much all the drivers ahead. Only 4 points would be covering Daniel Miron Lorente in 1st place, all the way down to Antoine Venant in 6th. And that's what we're meaning. It would be a bit of a crazy scenario if we saw Venant on pole position for a superheat tomorrow, but it's not impossible if there's a bit of attrition in the remaining race here in X30 Mini. End of lap number 5. Jarlath Sayer still controlling this one. Took the lead 1 lap ago. The trio of Fusions at the front of the order. I think just very aware at the moment that Ludwig Gonquist is not too far away and has in fact joined them. I think they'll hold these positions for the next half lap or so, and then we're going to see an almighty scrap for the race win.
Yep, we certainly are. Here we go. Kobe now. Fastest lap. Tries to close in on the top ones, but again, there's no kind of lot of head movement here. Looking around, look behind you, it kind of all focused, and I think that's because they know it's only lap 6, but trust me, that ends quite quickly because it's only a 7-lap race, so they will be seeing the last lap board this time, but again, we'll keep a close eye on it. But Sayer still leads. Venant from Warner, Granquist, Kobe, El Gahoudi's still there. 7 places gained to him. He's impressed. It's another good run for El Gahoudi. Venant to the inside, takes the lead. Can he hold it on the exit? He runs out wide. This is the dangerous spot now because no one's with him. No one's helping him. The train, the slipstream goes through. He loses 1, he loses 2, and he's down to 3rd place. Oliver Warner up into 2nd place now as they go through. We're on the final lap of the race here. Are we going to see lunges? Sayer checks over the shoulder. Warner says go. Here comes Venant. Here comes Granquist. Down the inside, he gets 2 for 1, but can he hold it? Because Christian Kobe is battling for 2nd place now.
Brilliant stuff from Christian Kobe. It's all moment there for Venant, and that's it. All of the position he's gained has gone. There's a problem for Nahil El Gahoudi as well. Venant is looking at being the clubhouse leader in a really strong spot for starting on the front row of one of the superheats tomorrow. It has all gone, and Jarlath Sayer, well, I'm sure there'll be people out of the race as the 876. That's Kim Min Jae. Jarlath Sayer was 1 lap away from winning a race in round 1. It all went wrong. It nearly went wrong again in the same fashion in the same corner. Jarlath Sayer takes the win in his final heat of the day and sits 6th in the points in the intermediate classification. He is the lead driver in the IC of those who've just finished their qualifying heats there. So that is a really good effort from Jarlath Sayer. Christian Kobe staying calm at the end, gets P2 with that brilliant reading of the race through turn number 6. Oliver Warner in 3rd, Ludwig Granquist in 4th, and what a run as well from Milan Biku on home soil, up 11 places and finishes in the top 5.
Certainly does. Well, there we have it. A brilliant result there for Jarlath Sayer, reading the road perfectly. Do you know, I thought that Christian Kobe could have got away with a win on that one. Just breaking away through the field, timing those little overtakes perfectly, just losing out on getting a race win. But Sayer certainly delivering what he needs to on that one, bringing in the results. But of course, he can only best 6th at the moment in this one. And of course, that may change a little bit more later on in the next one. But right now, that is what it's all about. The next race, though, is certainly going to be changing up that intermediate classification, isn't it?
And it's completely unpredictable in what way it's going to do so. Because, yeah, there's going to be a very, very high number of drivers who know that a win would give them pole position for at least one of the Super Heats. There's the rest of your provisional order. Only this single retirement in the top 25, Harley Musk being that one, because of course we lost quite a few drivers at the very start. Samuel Hugon, Aaron Berhofer, Mason Hibbert, Liam Buckley, all retired on the first lap. Ethan Bailly did not take the start, but that feels like a little bit of redemption for Jarlath Sayer at the end of what I think has been a bit of a difficult day. He was so close to taking a win in the first heat. The second one wasn't a good one either in terms of the race result. That's more like it from Jarlath Sayer. Wins in round 3.
He starts it with a song in his helmet, though, over the course of this weekend. There's a look at the highlights then. The start, that just looked like someone got pinched there, and unfortunately you have had drivers who are complete victims in that one, but Aaron Buffer right at the sharp end of that one. That is a really shaky start, and you can see it all kicking off in the background there. Not the start you wanted at all, but the front was fine. They all got away. It was only the back of the grid that really struggled there.
Yeah, and there were problems as well. Samuel Hugon, that's where we saw Hugon leave the scene of the race as well, but thankfully everybody okay, and the race continued. That was the 8:23, as you see out in the grass there on the exits of turn number 2. Early move as well. Venant down to the inside, getting the lead ahead of Sayer, knowing that a strong result in this race would give him a chance. Little chance, but a chance nonetheless of being on pole position for one of the Super Heats tomorrow. Ludwig Grönqvist impressed me in that race as well, Anthony. It's been a tough day for a driver. Sat really well in the points, but it's just not been his weekend. This may have been a bit of a page turn, I think, for the Swede. A good run to 4th place.
Yeah, indeed. But again, the race wasn't over at this point. We were thinking, okay, we got 2 fusions, 1 and 2. Let's sit back, relax, and let's see them go to the end. But that wasn't the case, was it? Because we saw the overtake here, straight down the inside for Jarlath Sayer. Didn't want to sit behind the likes of Antoine Venot, who was there at the moment in the lead. It dropped him back. It brought everyone into play. Ludwig Grönqvist really impressed me on that one.
Yeah.
He had the tough results earlier on. He certainly kept his chin up, and he really dug deep and focused on that one, didn't he?
And this is where we started to see the moves from Christian Kobe. It's easy to forget he was down in around 7th place in the early stages of this race. That was his beautiful move past Bruno Grieling at the end of lap number 4, and he would come further into the picture later on in this race. I just think Venant went a little bit too early there. I think that move into turn 14, going on to the last lap, it was always going to leave him vulnerable to a counter-attack from the others. It also left him out of the slipstream. He was lucky in a way that there was that gap between Warner and Ludwig Grönqvist to slip back into. But this is where it really started to unravel for Venant. It's on the outside here. The momentum is on the inside, and then when they got to turn 7, it got even worse.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see there kind of a little bit of mutiny in the Fusion Motorsport team. Warner kind of going, you know, what was that for? So why did you do that? Because now look at us. I'm not saying that move directly caused this, but if that move hadn't happened, then that battle wouldn't have happened there at turn 7. But there you go, across the line, it would go the way of Jarlath Sayer. Christian Kobe and Oliver Warner finishing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Driver of that one, I've got to give it to Christian Kobe, but I can't ignore as well Milan Beku's brilliant drive in that one with 11 positions going to finish inside the top 5.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from all of our X30 minis, and it's not done. We've still got another one to go here at Karting Genk, home of champions here in Belgium for the final round of this year's IAME Euro Series, and a really, really strong field out in the B versus D race. The top 5 drivers in the intermediate classification all out in this next one. That is next after this short ad break.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the Teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series 2024. Round 4 here from Genk, the home of champions in Belgium. Right, Andrew Mather, the last Mini X30 race of the day, the last qualifying heat of the weekend before their super heats and, of course, finals tomorrow. 5 of the top 6 of the intermediate classification sits in this very race. And, the rain radar there. Dancing with it. It's fine. Yeah, it's going to be dry. There was a dash of rain in the background. It just skimmed us. So we're all fine.
We're all good.
It's going to be dry for the rest of the day. That's good. That's what we like to hear. But yeah, in this one, this is a vital one because you've got Daniel Miron Lorente, Sukmani Kira, who is there on your screen right now, starting on pole position, who is second in the intermediate classification, 1 point behind Daniel Miron Lorente. You've got Will Green in this one. You've got Achilles Peruzzi, who's starting also on the second row of the grid. You've got Alfie Davidson, who sits 5th, who's currently on the front row of the grid as well. They're all in this race, and well, they could all make moves on this.
It's a bit like that Marvel film, isn't it? There's 80 million combinations of who could emerge on the front row of the grid and who could be on a superheat pole for this one. It's just going to add to the spice of it. Let's take you through the grid for the last X30 Mini qualifying heat of the day. Sukmani Kira has pole position, knowing that a race win in this one would give her pole position for Superheat 1. Alongside her on the front row is Alfie Davidson, her teammate. Achilles Peruzzi starts on row 2 alongside Lorenz de Koch. Row 3 has Xie Huafei on it alongside championship leader Will Green, who's looking for another good result here. George House and Daniel Miron Lorente. Miron Lorente currently your leader in the intermediate classification. They start on row number 4. Harry Williams and Guido Abageni starts on row 5. Austin Newstead needs a good race in this one, wants to be in the final, has had a tough weekend so far, starts this one from row 6. Aurelio Longitano is alongside on that one as there's problems for the 908, which we'll be back with in a moment. Well, the 908 is meant to be starting on row 7. Julian Coltolet alongside Isaac Zari. There is Isaac Zari. That looks like it's game over, unfortunately, for the 908. Daniel Ferguson and Colby Patterson, they're due to start from row 8.
Yeah, row number 9 sees George Clark and Yannick Babacek, who again, second in the championship. We need to keep a close eye on, needs to have a good race in this one. Bruno Priam, what can we say about him? Superb results for him so far this weekend. Starts on the 10th row of the grid. Lavno Grenier alongside Lewis Butz and Levin Baba round out row number 11. Sami Ilias and Senna Shelikans round out row number 12. Senna choosing to deploy a brand new set of tyres. Antoine Bus and Theodore Constantinou go from row 13. You've got Benjamin Karrieritz and David Agan on row 14. Le Conil and Isaac L. Hote rounding out row 15, and the 30 drivers in this race, all bar Isaac Zari, who, well, at this moment in time, I think is currently broken in the dummy grid area. There he is. So, well, he's chatting to Ross Upton at the moment, the judge of facts on the starting grid. Now, because the kart went out past the line, he wasn't able to get it started or anything. He had to get pushed back, but because it's pushed back, he can't now rejoin right in front of everyone because it'll be a lap down. Well, not a lap down because the race hasn't started, but yes, he needs to be there. He can join at the back, but he's got to wait for the race to start. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Sukmani Kira and Alfie Davidson on the front row of this one. Who will be starting on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow? Let's find out. Lights go green. We are racing down into turn 1. It's a great start from the front 2 rows. It's a great start from everyone, but Sukmani Kira holds on to the lead. It's a bit of a sandwich. And again, we've got drama at the start of the last Mini X30 race, and 2 karts spat off on the left-hand side of your screen. Not sure who they were. They come back on. It is the 892. It's Xi Huafei who's out of the race as well. I think George House was the other as well.
Yeah, it was in that same region. George House on the inside of row number 4. I think Achilles Pluruzzi also was a little bit held up in that, has kept running, but some 3-4 seconds off the front of the pack. No concerns for Sukmani Kira. Sukmani Kira is one of 3 drivers in this race with that very simple task of win it, and it'll be a guaranteed starting position of first in Superheat 1 tomorrow. The other 2 drivers who have that same scenario are Will Green and Daniel Miron Lorente, but that's all going to change now at the end of lap 1. Kira from Davidson, Miron Lorente up to 3rd, Green 4th, Harry Williams also in the top 5. Great start for Lewis Boots in the 836. Has gained 13 positions for Falcon Racing Team. He's up to 8th at the end of lap 1. As there's a change for the lead, and is that Kira going back through? Yes, it is. So Kira back ahead of Davidson, and here comes Will Green.
Yep, Will Green in this fight, trying to hold on to it. So the intermediate classifications at the moment, it's Sukmani Kira leading it, but for how much longer? Because down the inside goes Daniel Miron Lorente. That will change it back the other way. Miron Lorente would lead the intermediate classifications from Sukmani Kira, but now Will Green is closing in. Will Green's there in 3rd. If he can gain a position here, he will push Sukmani Kira out of the top 2 and out of potentially starting on pole position tomorrow.
Well, at the moment, they're all securing at least a front row start. It's just a question of what side, as there's things going on further down the field. Just out of our commentary box window, we'll update you with more news on that as to who's losing out in due course. Meanwhile, staying with the front pack, Daniel Miron Lorente leads at the end of lap 2. Kira, Green, Davidson have broken away. Not massively broken away, because the Koch there is there in 5th. Who fell down the order that time around? I think Theodore Constantinou is one of them. Sami Ilias was one as well. Milo Cornell all off the pace. As defence to the inside, and Green moves through into 2nd spot. Big move.
Big move indeed. Sukmani Kira now is tumbling down the order as Davidson and Leonardo de Kock go through as well. Longatano's trying to close in on this fight. So it's Daniel Miron Lorente, Will Green, Davidson, and Lorenzo de Kock at the moment in those positions. Let's have a look at the replay on the left-hand side of your screen at the start of that one, because Xi Huafei was caught up in that incident with George House that unfortunately caused those 2 drivers to go off the circuit. Now, they were on the inside line. They'll be on the outside going in towards turn number 3. The 892 and the 877. This was on board with Leonardo Peruzzi because he went down 15 places at the start of that race. So again, he had the inside going into it, bit of sideways action, hits that curb, just clips that wheel, and he was sandwiched. He was sandwiched there. He could do nothing to stop that from happening, and that's what caused it. Change at the front, though, on the live feed. Will Green has taken the lead. Daniel Miron Lorente is 2nd, Keep an eye, though. Davidson's still there in third place. Sukmani Kira is there in P4 and has closed back in. It's all heating up. Sukmani Kira back down the inside there and trying to get up. She's back up to P4. She's battling away. Big group as, there's a back marker just getting out the way there. I think that's Theodore Constantinou, who had a moment earlier on. As off the track goes Will Green. He rejoins it. But now this is certainly heating things up. It's all going P-Tong here. Miron Lorente back down the inside. Look at this. This is a 10-car battle for the race lead and potential pole position for Subheat 1 and 2.
This is busier than Noah's Ark out there. It's more than 2x2 as they go into turns 1 and 2 right now. In the lead once again is Daniel Miron Lorente. Will Green has been able to wrestle his way back up to second place. Longitano's in there as well. Bruno Priam's all of a sudden on the scene, and that's danger for the rest of the order because Bruno Priam has had some great race pace so far this weekend. Has already got one heat win on the Carters out of the race. Indeed is Theodore Constantinou. We'll watch the rest of this race from Marshall Post 7. But Daniel Miron Lorente and Will Green, this is a chance for them now. It's just breaking down a little bit in the mid-pack. The 850 of Alfie Davidson is being swamped side by side with his rival there, Daniel Ferguson. That's two drivers who know each other very well.
And we've got a slow procedure.
And we've got a slow procedure, and that is a very damaged car. The 826 of Aurelio Longitano, who was in that front group, is sadly no longer part of the battle for the race win. The most important thing is Aurelio is out of the kart and okay. But that was a lot of damage, particularly to the steering wheel. So I wonder...
I suspect that may have rolled at some point. But we did see him standing and walking away from the kart, so that is good to see. If anything, that's I think that's brought a kind of sigh of relief a little bit to everyone who was watching that front group. Because that's calmed it down just a little bit. But now they've got to all slow it down, bring it down. The pace is still a bit fast at the moment, so they just need to ease it off the throttle right now just to calm it down. You can see the incident just in the background there at turn number 6 that has neutralised this race. So it's Daniel Miron Lorente who is in control of it right now, and he's leading the intermediate classifications. Will Green is second, and is currently second in the intermediate classification. So that is the positions that we see right there. Sukmani Kira sits third at the moment on track and third in the intermediate classifications. It's like every position that they're currently in is where they will be for the points.
It will be, because this will be the last lap, and they need to be careful here that they don't trigger any needs to look into behaviours. I think we're going to see what happened to Longitano here. Yes, you were absolutely right, Anthony, that it was a roll for Aurelio Longitano, and great work by the marshal there to get to Aurelio as soon as possible. And once again, we thank all of the material suppliers for the safety equipment that Aurelio is okay. That was not a pleasant incident.
Indeed. Well, like you were saying, this is on to the last lap of the race, and we are under slow procedure. So again, in another instance across today, a race is going to end under a slow procedure. So the positions that you see on your screen right now are the finishing positions for this race. And of course, the intermediate classification, that would mean Daniel Miron Lorente would be starting on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Will Green will be starting on pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow as well. Across the line, the checker flag goes out, and there it is on your screens. Miron Lorente takes the win ahead of Will Green. Sukmani Kira from Bruno Priam. Lorenzo de Kock finishes in P5 ahead of Noah Grenier. Colby Patterson from Alfie Davidson. Daniel Ferguson from Lewis Butts. George Clark from Zdeněk Babacek, the top 12.
There we go then. That is how things end in X30 Mini for today. Not the way we would have wanted to end. We would have wanted to see them race all the way to the end, but safety obviously coming first there. And good to see that Aurelio Longitano is relatively okay after that scary way to see the end of his race. Further down the order, Austin Newstead P13, Guido Abadjani in 14th place rather, Levin Barbier in 15th ahead of Antoine Boots. He
16th place. Harry Williams, tough race there for Williams in 17th spot ahead of Senna Schellekens in 18th. Top 20 was completed by Julian Kotele and Benjamin Krajkovic. David Argton in 21st ahead of Isaac El Harouti. In 23rd place, a tough race as well for George House. George involved in the early race incident there through turn number 1, which I'm sure we'll see again on the highlights in a few moments' time. 24th for Achilles Peruzzi, Marlo Cornhill 25th, Elias Sami 26th, and a real shame as well that Xie Huafei, who was running strongly in the points in before that race, P27 for the Fusion driver in the 892. 3 retirements in that race. Aurelio Longitano, as we saw with the going over at turn number 6, 3 laps from the end. Theodore Constantinou was out 5 laps from the end, and Isaac Ziari was having technical problems before the race begun. Did get out and circuit, did do a lap, but did not finish. There is your winner, though, in X30 Mini, Daniel Miron Lorente. What a drive, and 3 points across the 3 rounds of heats means that Daniel Miron Lorente will start on pole position for the first super heat tomorrow morning. Let's have a look at how it happened. This was the race start. Sukhmani Kira going ahead into turn 1 with Alfie Davidson, but there would be problems at turn 3 for a number of drivers, including our onboard camera driver there, Achilles Peruzzi, would be sandwiched off of turn 2 towards turn 3. It would also see problems for Huafei and for House. There you see Huafei spinning round and going into the grass, and George House was a little bit further behind that as well. Peruzzi would get back in to the race, but in the end it would be P24 for kart number 904. There is another view. There you see George House going off on the left-hand side of your screen, off to driver's right. Still the early stages of this one. Moves going on up and down the field. That was the 829 of Colby Patterson down the inside. Patterson, who would gain 9 places in this race and eventually finish in P7. Sukhmani Kira fought back down the inside ahead of Alfie Davidson. That was on lap number 2. This was a view on board with Peruzzi trying to fight back through the order. That was a 3 wide moment into turn number 7. The 866 getting down the inside. That was Noah Grenier on the move, up 14 places in that race, the biggest gainer across the whole field there in that final heat for X30 Mini. This was all still on the first 2 laps of the race. I say it was a very, very busy start to this one. Daniel Miron Lorente was down the inside of Sukhmani Kira to take the race lead. Will Green in there as well. It was those 3 drivers who knew for each of them it's the same scenario. Win the race and it was going to be pole position for the super heat tomorrow. And Will Green up to 2nd place. Wanted to try and get through because, of course, he's got the championship to think about as well. If he can finish first in the final intermediate classification, that's decided after the super heats tomorrow. He could get 10 championship points, and considering it's the drops, it could be a very, very big one indeed, because this stage of these rounds has not been the strongest for Will Green so far this year. Battle raged on. Daniel Miron Lorente down the inside there, very close into turn 14. Will Green had to fight back because it was risking there. This is another view of how we saw. Okay, so that's how Aurelio Longitano ended up upside down. Contact into turn 6, and Peruzzi did very well there to avoid all of that. And that's a real shame, because that meant that Peruzzi had fought back into the first group, but in avoidance of this incident that brought out the slow procedure, Peruzzi would fall back down the order. The most important thing, though, is Aurelio Longitano was okay after some fantastic assistance from the marshals here at Karting Genk. The Swiss driver was able to walk away from the scene of the incident, and that is how things would end. The last few laps would be under slow procedure. Daniel Miron Lorente would take the checkered flag ahead of Will Green. They will be your 2 pole sitters for Superheat 1 and Superheat 2 respectively tomorrow. Sukhmani Kira, by finishing 3rd in that race, will be alongside Miron Lorente on the front row for Superheat 1. Let's head down for some thoughts in Parc Fermé with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Fermé with two of our drivers, but we're starting with Daniel Miralorente, who was the winner of that race, and starting on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. That race there, finishing under slow procedure is probably not something that you like to do, but it secures you a pole position, so it still must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it is. About the race, the start was very good. I climbed to 4th position. After I started to catch Alfie and Zakir, or something like that. After I took him to both, after Will overtook me and it was a little bit of fight with defending, and after somebody crashed and ended it slow.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that, because starting the race, there must have been a lot of tension, because, of course, so many of you in that race could have been starting on pole, and it was just put all your names in a hat and pick one and see who comes out, and your name was the one that came on top. That must be, again, a tense moment to start it.
Yeah, it is.
Well, let's hope that tomorrow's going to be a good day. You start on pole for Superheat 1. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Best of luck. Rest up, and we'll speak to you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Daniel Miralorente. Let's bring in Will Green, who finished second on track for that one. You can stand on those steps. He's nearly as tall as me. He's a mini, but he's cheating a little bit. Will Green, superb performance for you over the course of this weekend. Of course, you're fighting for a championship as well in this one in the mini category. Let's talk about that race. Again, not ending the way you wanted to, but good points, and you start on pole for tomorrow in Superheat 2.
Yeah, I'm really glad about that. It's just a bit frustrating how it ended on a Battenberg, but I'm so happy with second and starting on pole for the Superheat number 2, so I'm really happy with that.
Yes. Let's talk about tomorrow, because, of course, we've got weather conditions, as mechanic steps in front of us. That's fine. But let's go with tomorrow, because, again, pressure's going to build, isn't it? Lots is going to be happening. We just don't know. What are you hoping to achieve tomorrow?
Well, hopefully to win the championship is my biggest aim. Just whatever it takes, I'll do, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, best of luck. Well, let's see what you can do tomorrow, but congratulations for today.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Will Green starting on pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow, and, of course, Daniel Miralorente starting on pole for Superheat 1. Andrew, 3 more races to go. Seniors, they're coming up next. Let's head back up to you.
They are indeed, and we're getting ready for their last round of qualifying heats, which started all the way back after lunchtime on Friday, and we could see the decision in terms of who gets pole position for Superheat 1 in seniors determined straight away in this next race. It's qualifying heat A versus E. We said we would bring you news of what would be the outcome of the investigation into the A versus D race. Remember, that was the one that had a slow procedure, that then had an investigation for Clément Outron and Yanis Bouillet, who are both in this next race. They did receive time penalties for their discretions in terms of accelerating before the yellow line on that restart. So Outron was classified 3rd in that previous race, and Bouillet was 9th. Now, the key thing is, it's not out of the hands of Clément Outron, because those of you who have been taking notes and remembering everything that we've tried to at least explain so far today, is that before that last race, Clément Outron needed 3rd place in the penultimate race, 3rd place in the final race, and that was the bare minimum that would get him pole position for the first Superheat tomorrow. So he's still on course for that, although saying that, there's a bit of drama straight away. Is Outron able to get restarted on the pre-grid? There's smoke from the engine, but there's no bueno, there's no go. This could be drama straight away. In and now he's got rollings, but he's got to get back into grid formation. Let's take you through what should be the grid order for this one. Clément Outron should be on the front row. Matthias Meerschout alongside on the front row. Yanis Bouillet and Kian Geraghty on row 2. Johan Verhaar and Julian Kalman on row 3. Marcus Klum and David Dragon on row 4. Matthias Van der Kerkhoff and Reimer Blanc on row number 5. Row number 6, Suleiman Zanfari and Hamza Al-Fayez. Row 7, Marc Granada, who's had a decent day here today, is alongside Louis Coman. Row 8, Annabelle Briand and Romeo Roussel. It's been a tough weekend for Roussel here in Belgium. Asier Garcia and Ellie Goldstein go from row 9. Row 10, Laurit Sash and Alexei Constant. Row 11, Jeremy Swan and Andrea Pirovano. Morgan Moore and Emmanuel Leodikis start on row 12. They're ahead of row 13, Keanu Rellens and Florent Dearder. Row 14 will just be Luna Clary. The 433 does not take any further part in this weekend. Row 15, Dylan Patel and Wesley de Goy. Kevin Bakker and Kevin Lantinga due to go off from row 16, but Bakker does not take the start. That is understandable. Kevin Bakker had a very, very big crash earlier on today. Was able to walk away from it, but I suspect there's at least a fair bit of damage to that 389, and we believe that, yes, Romeo Roussel will also not take the start in this race. Tyre information, a fair amount of drivers using new tyres. Everybody on the first 5 rows on the outside, so that's Meerschout, Geraghty, Carmen, Dragon and Blanc, have all got new tyres. Utron has got new tyres on the left-hand side, as is Bouillet. There are your qualifying points. The big question, though, is, as Anthony Jordan just rejoins me in the box and he'll have been sprinting back up from Parc Fermé and probably isn't aware of this, Clement Utron has had problems getting off of the pre-grid. He has got off of the pre-grid, but I can't see him at the front of the order. He's there. The red line. Oh, that's going to be tight. Clement Utron has just rejoined at about the 4th row of the grid before the red line, but that's the big question. Was it before the red line? It may well be looked at again. Let's have our eyes on the lights. Let's see if we're going to go for the start this time around.
Well, let's see. They're heading into formation. They're out of formation massively here. Are we going? We are going, and it is green and racing. I'm sure some drivers will not like that feeling, but they're going anyway. And it's a green start, and Mathis Meerschout takes the lead of this one. Brand new set of tyres on board and takes the lead and holds on to it as they exit out of turn 3 through 4 in towards 5, now 6. The hairpin closes in quickly here on the drivers. It's early on the brakes as the whole field Constantine is up as they exit out onto the back straight. One of the VDKs going wide, coming back onto the circuit there. That possibly could have been Suleiman Zanfari trying to rejoin onto the track. Everyone gets away. Crucially, though, it's a relatively decent start, Andrew.
It is, but for Utron, there's going to be a hard task here because I think he's down in around 8th place, and it's drivers at the front of the order who are going to have the opportunity now to overhaul his lead. In fact, I think he's okay. He's in 4th. Is that in 4th place? A little bit, I don't know. He's in the second group, so he is a bit further down the order. Remember, it's 3rd place that he needs as a minimum. In fact, no, 4th place, because he'll take any kind of tiebreakers being virtue of being first in the timed qualifying classification from yesterday. So he's 4 places off where he needs to be to secure that pole position in Superheat 1 tomorrow.
Yep, he certainly will be. Well, let's see what will happen in this one, because again, Utron did not deploy the fresh tyres earlier on. He has been saving those. Did he save them for this race, though? That is the ultimate question. The answer to that is yes, but he's only deployed to one side of it. So that's a key one here, because there's a lot of drivers ahead of him who have deployed a full set of tyres, and they're going to be difficult to get past.
They're going to be difficult to catch, never mind overtake in this race. End of lap 2. Meerschout and Geraghty, who seem to have been glued to one another throughout the course of the last day and a half, through all of these heats of first and second working together right now. At the moment, Geraghty could be looking at a front row start in one of those super heats tomorrow. He's 4th in the intermediate classification, and still with races to come for the likes of Henke Kalter, and it could improve further. Meerschout at the moment is 5th in the intermediate classification, can do no more right now than the 16 points he's accumulating. There are the live scores, and there you see as well the effect of Utron being at the moment down in 5th place. Currently, Andy Rattel, who is not in this final round, has completed all the races that Andy Rattel needs to do, would be on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow.
Yep, indeed, he could. Here we go then. Utron, though, is pushing himself back through here. This is nicely done. He's back there, P4. This is helping him out. This is putting him back on that top spot, like you're saying. Right, on to lap number 4 now. Meerschout from Geraghty, Glum, Utron, Dragan, Kamen. Then it's Blanc, Bouillet from Hamza Al Fayez in the top 9. Goldstein's there in 10th place, has gained 8 positions in this one. So again, it's another driver who is looking strong here. Morgan Moore is under investigation. We were talking about him earlier on as being a driver who has impressed. As down the inside, Remy Blanc getting past Julian Kamen. Moving up now into P6. That's a nice position change. Eyes on this one. Geraghty looking comfortable here. Is not dropped off the back of Michaud. In fact, I think is closing in. Looking at Sector 1. Well, actually, Michaud was faster. Sector 2. Also faster, but fractionally, I'm talking thousandths of a second faster.
Yeah, it's in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty even, these front two. There's a look at Ellie Goldstein in the 2.06, trying to find a way past Hamza Al-Fayez in the 3.784 victory lane. The driver flying the flag for the country of Jordan. As down the inside looks Goldstein. That's going to get tight on the exit. Still side by side on the exit of turn number 2. And there's Yanis Bouillet as well, fighting for another top 10.
Certainly is. And again, every position that one person gains is like the eyes of another position that another person can gain. And we've just seen that there. Back down the inside. Another change. And Lawrence Sash gets up inside the top 10. 9 places gained now. Utron, fastest driver on circuit, we're saying. Can he catch up to the drivers ahead? If he can catch up. And, well, I think the answer to that could possibly be yes, because the battle for third, I suspect, is on, and it is right here on your screens. Mr. Glum, Marcus Glum, is under pressure right now. He's dropped off the back of Geraghty and Michaud. But here comes Clement Utron. Every position gain he gets here will help him out, not today because he's already back on pole, but it will help him out tomorrow in the superheats of securing the maximum points. Here he goes down the inside. Job done into P3.
Yeah, and it just gives a bit more of a buffer as well for anything that could happen in between now and the end of this race. David Dragan down the inside. Lovely work from David Dragan. Zanki Motorsport will like that one a lot. Up to 4th place past Marcus Gloom. Reimer Blanc is setting the time sheets alight here. He's just gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1, and there is Blanc down the inside, taking P5 through turn 11.
Yep, indeed. Well, good stuff from this group. Again, I love that graphic because it's kind of showing, oh dear, and that's not gone well at all for 2 of our drivers who are tumbling down the order. That looks like it's Jeremy Swan. And is that Andrea Pirovano again who's got caught out on that one? But that's gone wrong at a very fast part of the circuit.
Has indeed. I think Pirovano's okay. It might be Dylan Patel or Johan Verrar, because they've... Yeah, it's going to be Patel, because Patel's not come through sector number 2. Yellow flags are out, not all the way around the circuit. There is Dylan Patel out of the kart. Let's have a look at how that happened.
Oh, just got crossed over.
That's not nice at all. That is not nice at all for Dylan Patel. Jeremy Swan just lets momentum reverse himself off of the circuit. We saw Jeremy Swan in there as that is a moment between Dragan and Blanc. This is over 4th place. Blanc's going to go back down the inside. This time gets the move done.
Yeah, indeed. The door just slammed closed. The back end stepped out. A huge oversteer moment there for David Dragan, who is just now having to hold on to that one. Remy Blanc now through on that position and into P4. But yeah, that was a scary moment there. Julian Kamen starting to close in once again as well. He's just behind. There you can see Glum trying to focus in on this battle. Cian Geraghty with the fastest lap of the race, 55.316, using those fresher tyres to his advantage, and is closing in on Matthias Michaud, who is still in the lead in this one. 4 tenths up the road, down the inside. Nicely done, says Lawrence Sash, and moves up another position now into P7.
Yeah, good response here from Lawrence Sash after retirement, a very difficult previous race in round number 6. So always good to get straight back in there and put a good performance in to, again, just get back on track and look forward to the superheats tomorrow. Coming to the end of lap number 8, Michaud and Geraghty still clear. Half a second between them, but they've got a 2-second gap to Clement Utron there in 3rd place. There is Julian Kamen. Julian Kamen, who's started the weekend really well, it felt, but it's just gone off the boil a little bit, I feel, through the course of this afternoon. He's still there in the top 10, but he's lost positions again from where he started this race. 8th place is not what he would have wanted.
No, indeed. It's been one of those days, hasn't it? We've seen the ups, we've seen the downs, we've seen the sideways, and we've seen the up downs ones out there as well. So It's just not been a day for some people, has it? But for others, it certainly has been, as we've got more drama here. Now, what's happening at this point? So this is the 369 that we're looking on our screen. This is way further down the order. This is Wesley de Goy, Emanuele Dykes. We've got Marc Granada there as well, all battling for around 23rd place. Where we almost saw another bit of drama down that back straight. Is this it again? Yes, it is. So hand gestures going up. Driver's getting squeezed. Oh, did he turn in there? Did he turn in? I don't know if that was an apology there or not, but that certainly didn't look too great, did it?
I think it was the rear wheels just got into one another.
For good measure.
Yeah, the flip-flops received a little bit of punishment there. It's just, from my look of it, two drivers simply not giving each other enough respectful space. But they both continue in the race. Tell you what as well, Cian Geraghty has turned the pace up, because that gap was 0.5 of a second. It's come down to 3.5 to 4 tenths. Geraghty's not done here, and we've already seen these two have some good battles out on circuits so far this week. Geraghty's just put in a 54.9. That is astonishing race pace. Pole position yesterday in the TQ was a 54.3. So I know Cian Geraghty's got new tyres on board his wagon, but to do that 11 laps or 10 laps into a run, and on a circuit that's got a lot of rubber laid down, and sometimes that can be quite difficult to drive on. That is very impressive.
It certainly is, but the eyes focusing on this battle on the last lap. It's just around 4 tenths of a second. It's quite a sizable gap for drivers who are both on fresh tyres right now. I think it could stay like this to the end, despite the best efforts from both drivers on this one. Again, this doesn't affect the intermediate classification at all at the moment for any of the drivers in the top section. Merschel is there currently 5th, but this race win will keep him there with 16 points, but he can't go any higher than that. Across the start-finish line, Mathis Merschel will take the win ahead of Cian Geraghty. Clément Outron taking 3rd place ahead of Raymond Blanc. Clément Outron, though, secures pole position for tomorrow's Super Heat 1. Andy Rattel was so close to starting on pole for that Super Heat 1 with the drama at the start of that race for Clément Outron, but it just wasn't to be, as again, the Frenchman certainly delivering in that one, recovering back to 3rd place after starting it very far down after that mechanical gremlin. Raymond Blanc rounds out the top 4 after gaining 6 places ahead of David Dragan. Marcus Glum in P6 ahead of Lorit Sash. Eli Goldstein gains 10 places to finish in P8. Lorit Sash gains 12 places to finish P7. Julian Kamen finishes in P9 with Mateusz van der Kerkhoff rounding out the top 10. Hamza Al-Fayez finishes in 11th place ahead of Alexis Constant from Yalis Boulier and Suleiman Zanfari in P14. And Louis Camon rounding out the top 15 on circuit. 16th place downwards sees Annabelle Briand, only dropping the 1 spot and just outside the top 15. Kevin Lantinga, we have said it time in and time out, has gained superb positions over the course of this weekend. 15 places gained and finishing in P17. Keanu Wellins from Luna Claret. Esia Garcia finishing in 20th. Wesley de Goy from Morgan Moore. Marc Granada from Emanuele Dykes. Verard finishing ahead of Dierda, who finishes in P26. The retirements in that one, Andrea Pirovano, Dylan Patel and Jeremy Swan. Unfortunately, the 3 retirements from that race, and the 3 non-starters, Romain Roussel, Maxime Haratunion and Kevin Bakker. The highlights from that race with the missing Clément Outron, who wasn't able to get started at the beginning of that one. Dropping down the order meant that Mathis Merschel was able to break away at the start of that one, completely uncontested from the inside row. Yanis Boulier would fight to try and hold on to 2nd place after starting on the, inside row going into it. Cian Geraghty, though, had something to say about that and held on to those top 2 spots at the early stages, and already you could see the communication between the 2 drivers at that point there. There in the early stages, you're seeing some of the drivers getting caught out a little bit at the start of that race. Some drivers sweeping back onto the circuit. There was Clément Outron gaining the positions back. The 269 certainly had it all to play for in that last qualifying heat of the day, but certainly delivered getting past the likes of Raymond Blanc, David Dragan, Marcus Glum, Loritz Sash, Ellie Goldstein as well, was all in that area that he had to try and get past in those early stages. Lap number 4, and again the moves coming thick and fast further down the order. Hamza Al-Fayez making the moves in that final, in that last qualifying heat of the day, but only gaining 1 place at the end of that one for the 378 Victory Lane driver, finishing the race in P11. Race continuing, though, as Ellie Goldstein started to make the moves as well further up, and as well as Loritz Sash. Sash's moves here, thick and fast, coming in all the way throughout that race. And again there, Goldstein just getting past the likes of Max Goman there, Clement Utron as well, further back. David Dragan getting the moves, also moving up the order. As backwards would go some. The biggest loser in that one, Yanis Boulier, unfortunately, he would drop back 10 places in that race. The same for Mark Granada. He was caught out in that instance later on. That was the incident between Jeremy Swan and Dylan Patel. Dylan Patel being very unfortunate for that one. That was Marcus Glum's first attempt on David Dragan. A near spin for Dragan as he went sideways through turn 11. Would hold on to it, though, for the next half of the lap, would lose it later on that same lap. This moment here, not sure what was happening, but drivers just not giving each other the room that they need out there. And, well, that was all around the 21st, 20th place battle. You had Wesley de Goy, Morgan Moore, Mark Granada, Manuel Dykis all in that area. Checker flag, though, would come out. Matis Machat would take the win. Cian Geraghty second, but Clement Utron with that 3rd place finish secures pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, and he can be delighted with that one. I'm sure we will hear from him right now as we head down to Parc Fermé with Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here with a driver who thinks a bit relieved, Clement Utron. Very start of the race, what was going through your mind as you were having troubles getting the kart going?
Yeah, in the last hit my car didn't start, so I hope like I'm starting after and I recover the position I lost and I do 3 in the last hit, so it's okay.
But a really good race, a good fight back. You've secured pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. You must be very happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy because it's my first time starting first in the IAME Euro Series, so yeah, I'm happy.
What's made the difference this weekend for the performance? What's taken you forward, do you think?
I like the track, so I'm fast and I hope to win tomorrow because it's more point for the championship.
And hopes for tomorrow? Do you reckon you could have more teammates up the front? TB Carter looked pretty quick. Ellie Goldstein looking quick again?
Yeah, I think he's quick, but I'm first, so I'm going and ciao.
Good stuff. Well done, Clement. A fantastic victory. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
There we go then. There's the thoughts of Clement Utron. And yeah, difficult run in those last 2 races, but he's done it, Anthony. He's on pole position tomorrow. Back to you in the box.
He certainly did do it, and like you say, a very scary moment there at the start when that kart just did not fire up, but luckily all good, and he can relax now and get ready for what is set to be a very busy day tomorrow. 2 more races to go then for the day, and they're both Senior X30 races. We have qualifying heat D and G that is coming up next, C and F that will round out the day. But for this one, again, a flurry of new tyres being deployed from the majority of the field in this one. A handful that deployed them earlier on in the day now have to deal with the likes of everyone trying to deploy them in this one. So again, for some, they're just saving them to the very last moment. And the driver starting on pole position for this one, Heikki Kaltunen, has a really strong position here. Sits 3rd in the intermediate classification. He cannot start on pole for Superheat 1 or 2. That's been secured by Clement Utron and Andy Rattel now. But he can certainly benefit this by seeing if he can start on the front row for Superheat 2. Superheat 1, I should say. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. It's Heikki Kaltunen and Marcus Lutzi on row number 1. Clovis Nougarade and Sam van der Heijden on row 2. Angelo Melli and Christian Biasati go from row 3 from Lewis Mackie. And he would have the likes of Matteo Giacardi alongside him, but he is missing from the grid. Marlon Bayer and Austin Gale go from row 5. They have Maxime Blanchimont and Enzo Menendez on row 6. Milan Marzak and Cahal Clark round out row 7. Noah Manton and Luca Horton round out row number 8. Luca really needs a good result in this one. We'll have Louis Esser and Morgan Knudsen for company on row 9. Louis Torts and Charlie Glum round out row 10 in the top 20. They'll have Maximano da Silva and Miguel Silva on row 11. Row 12, Luke Taylor and Nicholas Simic, I should say, on row 12. Freddie Housley and Torben Grundel on row 13. Hawk White and Thomas Van Verley go from row 14. They'll have Luca Mann and CJ Bennett rounding out the top 30. Sophia Sanfari rounds out the 30-cart grid because, of course, Matteo Giaccardi is not there. Now, I'm not sure what has happened to Matteo Giaccardi. But he is missing from the grid, and well, I can see something in the orders there, so I suspect it's something in the works with the stewards. That's the reason why he's missing from this one, so that is a shame, especially after such a long day. Drew, back in the commentary box. We'll let you catch your breath for the moment as you've just sprinted back up at high speed to the commentary box. Caltrin's in a really strong position for this one, for starting on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow, but not on pole position. It'll be on the outside of row number 1. And if I was him, I would aim for second place, maybe third for this one, because then it might be no, actually, I tell a lie on that one. He wants to aim for about 5th in the intermediate classifications because he wants to start on that inside row as if he best as possibly can. But again, championship points up for grabs. The higher he is, I'm sure the better he is.
It's the point of being on the inside is quite regularly a thing in this sport of being better, but I don't think it's one of the worst circuits for that because you have that immediate flick.
The
flick
next
back
side
into
you can
turn
come
3.
back. Yeah.
So I think Henki Calton's just going to go out and try and win this race, to be honest.
Fast as he can.
And we're going to have a lot of fun watching, seeing if he can do it. Are we ready to go? Yes, lights are out, racing once again in X30. Seeing a good start for Caltrin down into the first couple of corners. Good start as well for Nuggered there as well. They've already got a bit of a clearance ahead of Marcus Luzio in third place. Good start there.
Yep, certainly so. And already a breakaway for the top 2 as they try to drive their way from this field. Down the back straight they go. Some defensive lines coming in thick and fast. Is everyone going to make it through the pinch point of turn 7, 8 and 9? Hold your breath. I think the answer to that is yes. Good to see everyone through, but look at Heikki Caltrin here in the lead of this. No drama whatsoever. Clovis Nuggerud is there in second place. A great start for him. Much better exit there out of turn 12 through 13. Might have a race on our hands here. Clovis Nuggerud piling on the pressure, but all the drivers here, 5 of the top 6 drivers in this race have all deployed brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of their kart. So again, they're all in the same situation here, but Clovis Nuggerud now controls this race as he steps up into the race lead as they go on to lap 2.
And this is the thing that I've been expecting from Nuggerud across the course of the weekend. He's looked thereabouts from every single first practice through Thursday. And again, I think he's one of those drivers who hasn't got a championship situation too much to worry about. I mean, yes, he can still finish well up in the top 10 in the rankings, but he's not one of those drivers thinking about, can I win it? What do I need to keep myself in the fight? He can just go out there and race, and he's been performing pretty well this weekend. Let's see what he can do now as we enter the mid-stage of this race.
Oof, that was a big lunge down the inside there for the 286, so it could have been the 295 there of Maxime Blanchimont just trying to get through and just trying to take that inside line, not going his way at all, but holds on to his position as Kyle Clark and Marzak switch places. That's just behind them as well. You can see there Menendez trying to get involved on the outside here, tries to sweep back as through go Silva and Glum. Also getting involved in a nice little fight there as Angelo Melli sets the fastest lap of the race, who's currently in P8.
Yeah, and Angelo needing a good result here. It's had a difficulty earlier on in the weekend. Meanwhile, Caltrin having a little look to see if he can put Nuggerud under pressure, make him crack, have a mistake there to retake the lead. Got to be aware of Marcus Luzio, though. Marcus Luzio, who is out, is
that's Hawk White.
In the 364, and the power says no bueno, and that is going to be the German driver out of this race.
Yeah, that is a big shame, and you can see what it means to him on that one there, because in the seniors there's no repechage. There is a consolation race. You go no further from that consolation race apart from seeing what you can do in it and then going home. But yeah, it's just basically an extra race for anyone who's still here and wants to have a go. Yeah, basically.
Kalteren trying to wedge the door open there,
Nice
and Nugared did very well to defend that one around the outside.
Yeah, he certainly did, didn't he? I mean, these overtakes that we're seeing here at this stage of the weekend, I don't want to say it's desperation kicking in right now, because all of these drivers, they're not affecting the front positions right now. They're not battling for a top spot. They're not even battling for the top 8 spots at the moment out in the intermediate classifications. But it all means something to maybe getting through between a consolation race and being in a superheat. That is the biggest thing that these drivers can take away from this one. Side by side again, over the start-finish line. How close do you want to be there? But my bad, just getting squeezed down to P9. There's Maximino da Silva in the pit lane in Parc Ferme. He looks to be out of this race.
Yeah, real shame there for Maximiano, as Lewis Mackie continuing to have good fun out there. I'm really glad to see that Lewis is racing well this weekend. You know, normally he would be on the spanners for Harrison Mackie, but Harrison Mackie not racing this weekend because he's secured the championship. Well, the only way he would be able to unsecure the championship would be running and having some form of DQ. As there has been something happen there at turn number 7. I heard the flyers screeching.
Yeah, I did see a flutter of a yellow flag as well, but it's cleared quickly. Oof, that's as close as you'd like to get it. Austin Gale down the inside there, trying to make his feelings very well known to the drivers in front, but just not able to get it done. Sam van der Heijden holding on, and that's not gone well at all, and that is Sam van der Heijden, who is going to go backwards in the order here. He was nearly in the barriers at the exit of the pit lane.
I think it just shows how tricky the track is to drive upon right now, because a lot of rubber's gone down today since the very green circuit that we had at the start of the day because of the thunderstorms last night. But now the tyres are a little bit worn. It's harder to get the front end of the karts through the corners. They tend to slide around a little bit more as Gale looks down the inside on Melly there to take 6th place. And yeah, we've got some of the most experienced drivers in the continent, in the world, in IAME X30 Senior, and it just shows that even they're starting to struggle out there. This on board was Sam van der Heijden. On board there, no, that wasn't Sam van der Heijden. Apologies, but again, more drivers running wide out there. This was into the last corner again. Through there, that was Marlon Bayer and Noah Maton having a good fight over 7th place.
Certainly was, and more scraps here happening, as looks to me like Angelo Melli's trying to get his way through. And he does get through. So again, chopping and changing all the way throughout the field right now, as we are still green flag and racing. We're on lap 7 of 11 right now as they head down, and you can see the communication kicking in still after a long day of racing. Drivers are just focused on, right, okay, you've got past, let's go, let's close in, let's work together, let's close that gap. But again, we see it, but sometimes just drivers either don't see it or they just don't listen. And there it is. There you go. Let's work together. No, I'm going to go down the inside.
It's good stuff indeed. Good progress has been made by Miguel Silva in this race. He's up 10 places, Anthony, up to 12. So good news for the Pantano Racing team there. Back at the front of the order, Nugared looking comfortable right now. French driver 0.8 of a second ahead of Henke Kalteren. Henke Kalteren still holding on to a front row slot for Superheat 1 tomorrow, but only just. It's winning out in a tiebreaker virtue of the timed qualification performance yesterday ahead of Kian Geraghty. It says Meerschout would be the first of the drivers on the inside of row number 2. Marcus Luzio would also be on the inside of row number 2, albeit for Superheat, the second Superheat. Tomorrow morning, Ruben Moya and Danny Caronini would be on the outside of row 2 for those two respective Superheat as things stand, because remember, we still have another race to go after this. Good move there down the inside by Gale.
Yep, certainly was, in through 14 and 15, chopping his way through the field. Right, let's run down the order just quickly. Clovis Nogueira leading the way. Kalterin still there in second place. Luzio just behind. Biasati is there in P4. This is the Gale, Mackie and Maton battle. Gale moving through the order. Mackie, of course, having that turvy one earlier when he had to have to deal with very overly defensive drivers. But Mackie certainly seems to have settled into this one. And he's been consistent, constantly inside the top 10. His chances tomorrow of a great superheat and a good final are very, very strong, aren't they?
And he's got such experience on his shoulders, you know, that he will know that there'll be a lot of drivers going into tomorrow's superheats and finals who won't have him as the focus. They'll be focusing on each other in terms of championship positions, because as a wild card here, Lewis Mackey's got 0 points at the start of this weekend. That could make Lewis Mackey, I think, quite a dangerous prospect tomorrow for others not being able to get on the podium, because he's going to go all out for the race performance tomorrow, and be a proper dark horse to see if he can get into the top 3.
No, exactly, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm right in saying, that wildcards don't take championship points, so they don't take championship points, but they can still mess around with the championship, because if they're in the lead or second in the final, yes, they don't get those points, but they push the drivers up and around, don't they?
They do indeed, and of course, for the drivers who don't care about the points, there's a trophy at the end of the weekend.
There's a trophy at the end of the weekend, yeah, and they want that trophy because they're very lovely. Right, we're on lap 10 of 11 right now, and again, we still focus and we still see that Clovis Nogueira is just breaking away from the field behind. The gap's up to 9/10 of a second, but Luzio seems to be closing in on Heikki Kalterin just a little bit as we go on to the final lap of this race. There is Clovis Nogueira. We've not spoken about him a lot at all in this race, have we, Andrew? But he's delivered, hasn't he, over this weekend? He's been a bit of a consistent driver, up and down throughout most races. But I think he's been a driver who's done well.
Yeah, it's been a really good performance so far this weekend and the season as a whole for Clovis Nogueira. Charlie Gloom has just done the fastest lap of the race. Marcus Luzio, we mentioned actually, that Marcus mentioned to me before I spoke to him earlier, he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather this weekend. So, racing out there in this 29 air temperature degree heat, Marcus Luzio is a sterling effort from him, but it's not quite going to be enough to beat Clovis Nogueira in this race for Renault Racing Team out of the final corner. Clovis Nogueira will finish the qualifying heats phase with a race victory here at Karting Genk. He takes it by 1.1 seconds ahead of Heikki Kalterin. Marcus Luzio finishes third for Kalterin. That is looking good for second on the grid on Superheat number 1's grid tomorrow. Luzio also looking good for being towards the front end and also picking up some championship points. If you can have a good superheat tomorrow, we should not forget that, with Luzio being at the moment in the top 3 of the championship standings, the highest runner in the intermediate classification here this weekend. But good stuff there for Clovis Nogueira. Didn't need to be the most dramatic race with all the overtakes in the world. It was a nice, consistent drive to race victory.
Yep, certainly was. No hard work on that, and that's good for him. Because he can save those tyres nicely for tomorrow. Superheat, of course. Make sure you stay tuned for that one for Senior X30. There's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Nogueira from Kalterin, Luzio from Gale, Biasati from Mackie, Maton from Melli, Marzak from Blanchimont, Bayer from Glum, Horton, Silva and Esso rounds out the top 15. Biggest mover in that one is the driver who sits in 16th place, Thomas Van Valet. 12 places gained, Andrew, finishing in P16. It's still a good result, but just outside that top 15, some drivers may be in a bit of bother tomorrow.
Yeah, it's one of those drives that's great. Hopefully it'll be enough for Van Vliet to pull back into those who will compete in the superheats. But it's that stage of the weekend where that can be a good feeling for the driver, but also quite frustrating at the same time. It's like, where's that been for the whole weekend? But no, a good drive nonetheless from Thomas Van Vliet. Morgan Knudsen 17th, Torben Gurendal, Luke Taylor and Enzo Menendez all in the top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Indeed, and for Heikki Kovalainen at the start of that one, I thought this would be an absolute no-brainer for him. He's been quick all weekend. He had fresh tyres on the left-hand side of his kart, and I mean, the same for Clovis Nugared. But just out of the two of them, Nugared had the power on that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he had the pace. Maybe on the used set on the right-hand side, he'd been able to take care of them a little bit better, and they have a bit more performance in them. This was the view on board with Melly into turn one. Marcus Lutzio on the inside there around the outside. It was a good start for Sam van der Heyden. This is where it all gets a little bit busy on the run into turn number 3. Tough race out there for Melly. Was able to hold in the top 10, but unfortunately went backwards.
Yeah, and you look at the tyres there as well from that onboard shot, and you can see how much they've been chewed up over the course of today, some of these used tyres. And you know, it's been a hot day. The track temperature's been up there. The rubber's been going down. Temperature's been high. The racing's been fierce as well. And the track surface here is quite nice. It's a little bit coarse. It's not too coarse, but it can certainly wear it out on a driver because it is fast around here. Like I say, average speed 89 kilometers an hour. They reach 125 kilometers an hour when they go through that first corner. That just shreds the tyres, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does give them a lot of work to do. That was the move for the lead at the start of lap number 2. Nugared down the inside and never really looked back from that point onwards. Cale Clark's had a fairly quiet weekend. That was a move down the inside, but there would be problems later on in the race for Clark, and in the end it would be P23. Not as big as problems for Hawk White. Hawk White would retire with 9 laps to go. Would also be joined on the sidelines by Maximiano de Silva. So 3 retirements in this race. Meanwhile, back on board with Angelo Melli. That was the view forward to Christian Biasati. Biasati's just faded a bit, I feel. You know, had a really bright start to the weekend, Anthony, but hasn't really featured in the top 5 too many times. He did get it back into the top 5 at the end of this race. Oof, that was the moment with Sam van der Heyden losing out. But Christian Biasati has been good, but not as exemplary as we saw yesterday.
No, but again, this circuit can do that to a driver. You know, you have the first day, you feel confident, you go out, you get your good results, you go to bed, you wake up, you think, yeah, today's going to be a good day, and then one bad little thing happens, and then all of a sudden it tanks everything, and then you just feel like, oh no, nothing's going my way right now. But you know, it's the case for many drivers, as we saw there, the little action replays on the drivers further down in the order. Back to this one, the onboard shots, and just showing the physicality still of the lap at this time around. And you can see when the tyre degradation goes down, you have to work harder into it. Understeer's more in the corner, you get a little bit more oversteer, everything like that. You have to work so much harder, and that's why we're seeing some drivers come through and some drivers fall backwards. But across the line, Clovis Nugared would take the win, as someone received a warning flag on that last lap there. They certainly wouldn't be well received on that one. Clovis Nugared taking the race win. He does a good job, but he doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8, even with that win. But it's certainly a win he can put on the cards and gives him a nice confidence boost going into tomorrow. Yeah, and tomorrow a fresh day for Nugared there. One more race to go here this evening. Beautiful evening here in Belgium at Genk, home of champions. Group C and Group F will go racing in a short moment's time for their last race of the day. 32 drivers, there they are, sat in the pre-grid, ready to go, and still positions to be decided in terms of where these drivers will line up on the Superheats tomorrow. And you've also got 2 key drivers in the championship stakes. 3 drivers very key in the championship stakes. 2 of them further up the order in Danny Caronini and Ruben Moyer on row 2. And of course, this is the last race for Finn McLaughlin, who starts back on row 10. You've also got Riccardo Ferrari, whose hopes are probably fading a little bit of being still in the title fight come Sunday, but you never know. And we've seen him. He had a bumper drop, so he didn't hold on to the victory, but he can take confidence from the fact that he has finished P1 in one of the heats. Seen the checkered flag first early on today. Indeed, there is Mark LaPiccolo, and well, there he's got used tyres. He deployed his fresh set earlier on today, so again, he's got that fresh set of tyres already gone. He's got to focus now on maintaining these tyres in this race, but he's got to be careful because Bertram Sash starts alongside him, and guess what, Andrew?
He's got some new tyres.
He's got a brand new set and all 4 wheels of that wagon. Engines fire up as the field makes their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting grid for the last race of the day. Bertram Sash and Mark LaPiccolo start this one on the front row of the grid. Danny Caronini and Ruben Moya on row 2. Whew, that's a lineup, isn't it? Riccardo Ferrari and Gustav Fanevski, they go from row 3. Riccardo Ferrari earlier on, I think, winning on track, but like you say, potentially that nose cone that came his way, which is very unfortunate. Eloy Gonzalez and Benjamin Borg start on row number 4. Lewis Bird and Aaron Ferrazzano round out row number 5. They'll have Luca Patoni and Alessandro Tedesca on row 6. Alex Machado and Hugo Gelade will round out row number 7 with Faris Jalil and Luca Montebello on row number 8.
Martin Guiu starts on row 9, is joined by Otto Pickinen. Finn McLaughlin is on his own on row 10. The 284 of Leonardo Longoni will no longer take part in the rest of this weekend's races. Tess Verschoor and Jarno Wiese start on row number 11. Philip Svensson and Eric Vest start on row number 12. They're ahead of Emilio van Overberger on the 13th row of the grid, who's joined by Juan Aluja on that one. Luis Agria and Marcel Masijevic start on row number 14, completing the top 30 in this one. Marlon Vatter and Victor Ajater. The last of the 16 rows in this one is formed up by the 300 of Juan Pablo Girard and the 225 of Robbie Buckley. Juan Pablo Girard not showing us out on circuit. So to be 30 runners, I think, in this one, unless the 300 is down in the pre-grid trying to get going. We know, of course, as mentioned, that 284 will not take part in this race.
No, indeed. Well, it's all a shame for that one. I love that shot. The trees in the background, the sun shining on it. I just wish they were palm trees and there was a beach on the other side of it. And when we're finished here, we could go relax with a few drinks on a beach.
Oh, well, yeah, we can still do that later. It's just minus the beach.
Minus the beach, yeah, indeed. There's a look at the temperature. We're still 28 degrees. It's 29 on our screens here. But the track temperature, 37. It's still very hot out there. It is a lovely day. It's been a lovely day. And it's sure that, again, look at that. The sun shining down. Oh, even the rays. Look at that. I'll give that cameraman a raise, ladies and gentlemen, with the rays of the rays. There you go. Well, for the last race of the day, the carts are heading round into the final sector. They look good for a start this time around. There's some drivers just hurrying to get to the back of the grid, but it all looks good right now. Into the tram lines. Oh, who could it be? Bertrand Sash, Mark LaPiccolo, Danny Caronini or Ruben Moya? Let's find out. Lights go green. We are racing, and it is a good getaway. It was a little bit out of shape on that one, and look at this. Danny Caronini potentially to the race lead at the start. Yes, it is. He'll be delighted for that, for the Italian.
And this is what he needs to do. He had a bit of an off race in the last one. He needs to go out there and attack. Bertrand Sash trying to get back down the inside of Ruben Moya. Remember, in terms of the intermediate classification, Moya's defending 7th place, Caronini is defending 8th as there's drivers off in the background there. There's other drivers who've been delayed. I think Luca Montebello, Jarno Wiese has had problems. Marcel Masijevic has also had problems. The 436 is out.
That is Jarno Wiese, unfortunately, who had a retirement earlier on as well. Cast your mind back. So that's another one. Big send down the inside there. Riccardo Ferrari getting sent backwards there as he tries to slot back into position. Nice move down the inside for Alex Machado, who's having a really strong run in this one. Across the line they go then. It is Danny Caronini who leads the way from Ruben Moya. Bertrand Sash and Mark LaPiccolo. Vanevsky, who sits there in P5, who's up a position in this one. But we'll keep an eye on this one, as it looks like Moya has just lost out there to Bertrand Sash. Sash now back up into 2nd place.
That's a lovely move from Bertrand Sash, cutting to the inside after the apex of turn 1. Ruben Moya, I'm not sure he was quite expecting that. Ruben Moya has had a strong weekend. There's a
side pod.
That's a side pod that's bouncing off there. Was that one of the VDKs, or was it another different blue and white cart? It wasn't Finn McLaughlin, because Finn McLaughlin is there and fine.
Oh, if only we can see the number. Is that a 4-4 something?
It might be Martin Grillo, who was in the similar kind of vicinity to... is it Benjamin Borg?
Yeah, I think it is, in the 445. Yeah, he's in a VDK, and that's definitely a VDK liveried side pod, and it starts with a 4-4. There's the 443 that's going no further.
That's another VDK.
That's another VDK. That's Louis Aguirre who's going no further as well. Let's see, who was it off? It's definitely the 445, and just 3, 2, 1, ping. There it goes. That's very unfortunate because, you know, a side pod like that doesn't affect the kart at all, but it's a safety issue and he'll have to retire.
I would say that it was the 445. Well, we'll see if a mechanical board comes out, because we've seen a VDK park up at the side of the road and then another VDK pick up the bumper. It could have been Luis Aguirre's bumper that was being carried by Benjamin Borge, because 443, 445, we'll all figure it out in due course.
I'll give you that.
Danny Caronini, was out of the race. Is the Red Speed and another one of the VDKs. It's been a bit of a tough weekend for them.
That is Benjamin Wood, and that is Martin Guillot there as well. And there was the side pod missing, so it's confirmed that was Benjamin Borg Iremia who had lost that one, and the other one, yes, unfortunately, dropping down the order. That's not gone well at all for them. And again, it's just one of those shaky. At the end of the day, you know, you get those last desperate moves coming in, and unfortunately they've gone round. Change for the lead. Bertram Sash now in control.
It's been a good performance from Bertram Sash so far in this race. He's using those tyres. Remember, he's got a full set of new tyres on board for this race. That's not good news for Danny Caronini, because he's hoping to move up past Moya and hold ahead of Nugred in terms of the intermediate classification. Right now, that's not happening. Let's have a look at the move. It was down into turn one. It's the same one that Sash pulled on Moya a few laps ago. Beautifully done. Into the lead.
It's a favourite move for many, isn't it? You get that toe, you get the slipstream, just full send down the inside, but you have to be committed, because of course we saw what happened to Mr. Bakker earlier on when he went off at turn one at very high speed at the fastest part of the circuit. It's a competitive move, but it can go wrong.
Good move from Alex Machado down the inside. Another driver who seems to be growing in confidence across the course of this weekend. That's good for 5th place. Gets past Mark LePiccolo, a little bit rough through the chicane there. Well, now it's about trying to catch up to Ruben Moya. Phil McLaughlin watch. Championship leader is up 9 places in this one to 11th. But I think the best news for McLaughlin in this race is, you know, if he was understandably disappointed after timed qualifying yesterday, and yes, we've still got the super heats to go that will finish off the stage where we get that first load of championship points. But if you were to show him this intermediate classification table yesterday that's in our box, Anthony, I think he would have taken that the highest of his near rivals, Marcus Luzio, and Luzio's only 6th. So at the moment it looks like, yes, McLaughlin's not going to score many points, but neither of his rivals.
No, exactly. There's Machado down the inside now of Ruben Moya. Gets himself up into P4 now, and this is the 4th place battle. Moya, who is, well, he deployed his fresh tyres earlier on, didn't he? So these are used tyres that he's rocking right now. So again, he's just on that back foot a little bit as some other drivers trying to get themselves through. And Bertram Sass, I think, has timed these tyres nicely, hasn't he? Saved them all the way to the end of today. That means tomorrow as well, with a not busy race in this one, just get them to the end of this race. They'll be in good condition for tomorrow as well, for the Super Heat.
Yeah, they will be, and they'll be looking to use them to his advantage. Having said that, Danny Caronini's not let this one go yet, has he? He's right there at about a quarter of a second, and Gustav Wisniewski is not too far behind. Remember, Wisniewski had a DNF earlier on with that big moment with Ruben Moya in the previous round of heat. So again, whilst Wisniewski, from the information, they're not brand new tyres, they're not as old as perhaps some of the other runners out there. Warning flag for Martin Guillot. Guillot is the last of the runners at the moment in P27, and yes, that's not really going to change things too much for him. I imagine that's going to be for the end of the incident that we saw with Benjamin Borge in the 445.
Yes, indeed, who unfortunately retired, but he would have been retiring anyway because his side pod was missing. So again, it kind of seems like no harm, no foul, but still, it's you know, still not the result he would have wanted. Yeah, I'm curious about this one. Danny Caronini's not letting him get away, is he? I mean, Caronini, has he taken a qualifying heat win today? Casting my mind back, Andrew?
Yes, he has in the 4th round.
He did take one, didn't he? So, and it was a very good one as well. But he's under pressure. Vrinevski's piling on that pressure right now. Now, is Vrinevski on a fresh set of boots? no is the answer. So Carinini and Sash seem to be in the best situation right now. Update on Finn McLaughlin there, very courtesy of the production crew. 10 places he's gained in this one. Again, another really strong result. Make that 11 places because he's up into the top 10 at P9.
Yeah, good recovery from Finn McLaughlin. And when we get to see all the intermediate classification points now, I would not be surprised if McLaughlin's back into probably around 25th in the IC. So he's well inside the cut-off for the final tomorrow. We'll want to go forward again in that super heat.
Yes.
You can watch tomorrow morning, but it's been a good recovery from the championship leader.
It has, but like you say, championship points only in the super heats, top 10 who gets them. So yeah, 25th, top 10, that's still 15 places he needs to gain to even get into the points. And well, Danny Carinini, currently sitting 8th in the intermediate classification, is in a much stronger position.
He is, but not picking up too many at the moment. Is Carinini. It's why this fight for the lead is so crucial, because if he can find a way past Sash,
it's another
position which could potentially convert into championship points. But again, Bertram Sash is looking really cool, looking really calm at the wheel, as he has throughout the course of the weekend. And yes, Carinini's still keeping him honest, but Bertram Sash, 2 laps to go. He's not tightening up here.
Certainly isn't, but that can be, of course, the case. Bertram Sash's got a full deployment of tyres with, of course, Carinini only on the left-hand side of the kart. So, again, that is the only thing you can take away from that one. But we'll keep a close eye on this one. Further down the order, McLaughlin, you saw there the graphic, is up 13 places now into P7. He's got Marcelo Gonzalez as off the track. Well, that's not gone well at all for 2 drivers. Now, is that... now, who is that? Who's travelling down the order?
Marlon Vatter and Victor
Ageter, indeed. Yeah, they're both out of this race. That is a huge shame as well. Again, never nice to retire out of the last lap of the race, but that is what we see. Going on to the last lap of this race when they come round the start-finish line. And again, well, has Carinini just been saving something in here? We never know. Is he going to stick there or is he going to go for it? I mean, this is the fiery Italian that we're looking at here as we go on to the last lap of this race. And I think, yes, he has saved something in the bag here, because he almost goes through it. And now he goes through it into turn 3. Beautifully done. Wisniewski goes through. Bertram Sash down to 3rd place, but Carinini's not safe yet, Andrew.
No, he's not at all. He's going to have to defend into turn 6, as Wisniewski potentially has better tyres at this stage. He's going to have to defend again down into turn 7. Wisniewski having a look. Sash to the outside. Has Carinini timed this perfectly? At the moment, in terms of this intermediate classification, he is on for a drop, because he's been pretty strong through these phases at each of the rounds so far. But again, this could convert into where he starts on the grid for the super final tomorrow. Could roll on into the final for X30 Senior. I think Carinini's got this one. Wisniewski's finding off Sash, and Ferrazzano's closing in pretty quickly as well. But Danny Carinini brilliantly takes a 2nd win of the weekend and reminds everybody in this paddock that he is still in this fight. Zanki Motorsport are still in this fight. They will take it to the super heats and the final, knowing that they could still win this championship.
Tomorrow is going to be a day you do not want to miss, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you set your alarms ready for the super heats tomorrow, because my goodness, is it going to be kicking off. Danny Carinini takes another win of the weekend, and he bumps himself up to 7th in the intermediate classifications, beating Clovis Nougarade, who took the win earlier on as well, don't forget. Clement Outron, though, he leads the intermediate classifications. Andy Rattel 2nd, Coulter in 3rd, Geraghty 4th, Michel 5th, Luzio 6th, Carinini 7th, and Nougarade 8th in the intermediate classifications. But the results of that race is Danny Carinini, Gustav Wisniewski from Bertram Sash, Aaron Ferrazzano from Machado. Then it is McLaughlin, Le Piccolo, Gonzalez, Ferrari, Moya, Bird, Pukkanen, Tedesca, Jalil, and Bertoni, who round out the top 15. There were some names there, Andrew, that didn't look like they were in a good position.
No, end of a really tough day for a number of drivers there. And, well, the results will all be confirmed in due course. And for a number of the drivers, that will be the end of their main competitive parts of the weekend. Everybody will at least have the opportunity to race at least once tomorrow, whether that be in a consolation race or a superheat. Little chat there. I wonder if we could just about hear what was being said there between Danny Caronini and Finn McLaughlin, but good respect between the two of them. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. This was a key start for Danny Caronini. Got down the inside of Bertram's sash and took advantage of that good run as the lights went out. He took the lead early on.
He certainly did. And again, just holding on to that one. He did have a little bit of tuffle to get away with because Moya was round the outside here. And I thought Moya was going to be going with Caronini, if I had to be brutally honest. But of course, those tyres that he'd used earlier on just certainly didn't go his way. That was Mr. Vata and the 372 not having a very friendly conversation. That's Marcel Matijevic just got involved in that one. More drama in the background there. The first of the retirements, I think Louis Aguirre was one of them in 433. There was the likes of Jarno Visa, who actually managed to get restarted in that one. But he was quite far down in the order, but not still on the lead lap, which is the crucial thing. Bertram Sash has really impressed over the course of the day. That was his first attempt at trying to get past the likes of Ruben Moya. Again, later, down the inside, the tyres on his side there. He just had the grip, he had the traction, was able to get that done. And went for the race lead later on as well. Here's the side pod, ping, off it goes. And unfortunately, there, a retirement later on for Benjamin Borge Iramia. In this instant here, there you can see, unfortunately, getting tangled with the likes of the 440 of Martin Guillot as well, who, was lucky enough to get restarted.
Was indeed down the inside. More battles going on. A bit of an inconspicuous race for Ruben Moya in this one, similar to what we saw with Danny Caronini in the previous round. In the end, Moya was down in 10th place. Even behind Finn McLaughlin. Finn McLaughlin actually managed to get all the way up to 6th place in that one. So McLaughlin getting stronger and stronger as the weekend would go on. Also getting stronger and stronger as the weekend goes on. Alex Machado, that was a nice move from the driver flying the flag for Andorra, eventually getting all the way up to 5th place.
Yeah, indeed. Really strong performance there. 8 places gained, and like you say, just mentioning there, Finn McLaughlin with his 14 places gained as well. Later on, more retirements. Marlon Vata, who got caught out in that first lap incident as well with Victor Agiter. Their race not going their way at the end of it. This change here for the lead on the final lap, though. Danny Caronini back on fine form again. Really strong performance from him, and as well Gustav Fineski just getting through. They would finish in that order: Caronini, Fineski, and Bertram Sash to round out the field here and the day here at Karting Genk, the home of champions of the final round of the IAME Euro Series in 2024. Well, tomorrow is a brand new day, kick-starting with Superheat 1 and 2 for the minis at 10:20 in the morning. Juniors will be next with their 2 superheats, then the seniors for their 2 superheats. The consolation race going out at 12:20, and then after that, the 3 finals, starting with mini, junior, and senior. We will crown champions, Andrew Mather, in about 16, 17 hours from now, we'll be crowning some champions.
And we've still got no idea, apart from Harrison Mackie and Junior, who those drivers are going to be. The storm clouds roll in, though. I think we might be in for another thundery night here.
Indeed.
In Belgium. But it's been fantastic to be here at Karting Genk, home of champions. Roll on tomorrow.
Exactly, indeed. Make sure you set your alarms. Catch it live on YouTube, Facebook, and motorsport.tv for the 3 finals tomorrow and those superheats. I've been Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box, and from everyone here from the RGMMC group, it's goodbye for now for the IAME Euro Series Round 4 in Genk.